in the Supreme Court with a landmark victory for justice and equality when the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that workplace discrimination against LGBTQ people is wrong and our nation's civil rights laws forbid it. But we have a lot more work to do. LGBTQ people in many states can still be evicted from their homes or denied services simply because of who they are or who they love. The House passed the Bipartisan Equality Act to end this kind of discrimination well over a year ago. But that, too, has been in the Majority Leader's legislative graveyard and has not even received a vote in the Senate because he's afraid it just might pass. But here we are today moving forward on a Supreme Court nominee who I believe is a real threat to LGBTQ rights. Again, not because of her personal preference to oppose marriage equality, rather because she has openly and publicly defended the dissenters in the Supreme Court's landmark Obergefell case by questioning the court's role in even deciding that case. Earlier this month, two of the dissenters in that case that Judge Barrett defended previously, Justices Thomas and Alito, came out and attacked the court's 2015 decision, which declared that same-sex couples have a constitutional right to marry under the 14th Amendment guarantee to equal protection under the law. We just celebrated the 5-year anniversary of marriage equality becoming the law of the land. And I have no faith in Judge Barrett to protect this constitutional right. President Trump wants to overturn the Affordable Care Act completely and take away people's health care and protections for pre-existing health conditions in the middle of a deadly pandemic. This president wants to overturn Roe versus Wade and have the government take away reproductive freedoms for women. He has done nothing to move equality and fairness forward for the LGBTQ community and has worked to turn back the clock on hard-won progress. Judge Barrett has been nominated and will likely be confirmed by this Senate to do what President Trump wants. This nominee's complete and total unwillingness to show any independence from the president makes that clear to me. I believe it's wrong for Senate Republicans to rush this confirmation vote before the American people have voted and our next president and the next Senate have taken office. I oppose this illegitimate process, and I oppose Judge Barrett's confirmation for a lifetime appointment to our highest court because I do not have faith in her being a fair and independent Supreme Court justice for the American people. And with that, I yield.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition today, and thank you very much for being here. Today, the Senate is gathered in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic. More than 220,000 Americans have died. Millions more have been infected. Millions more are out of work because of the resulting economic crisis. These are some of the hardest times to fall upon this nation in decades. People are hurting, they are scared, they are exhausted, and they are looking for help. Millions of Americans are also looking around asking how they can help in their communities. They're stepping up, whether it's as members of the essential workforce, as healthcare workers, or by donating their time or resources to a charity or local food bank. We are seeing the best of this country. Here in the Senate, we too have the power to do something to help. On a much larger scale, we have the power and the duty. We could do something big to help beat this virus, to help people and businesses get back on their feet, get the kids back in school, to help make life easier for the millions who are struggling. And yes, the Senate is gathered in the middle of a pandemic. But we aren't gathered here by the majority leader to do anything to help the American people. We aren't gathered here to do the hard work, to negotiate, to compromise, and to pass an urgently needed COVID-19 relief package that Americans are clamoring for. No, instead, we're gathered here today to fast-track the confirmation of a far-right judge onto the United States Supreme Court. In the middle of a pandemic, 8 days before the conclusion of a presidential election, with tens of millions of ballots already cast. It is shameful. This body has truly lost its way. The American people are looking on in anger and disbelief as the Senate majority focuses on this nomination. Just 4 years after the majority, in no uncertain terms, said that the Senate should not consider a Supreme Court nominee 8 full months before the election. Yes, that's what Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said. The Senate should not consider President Obama's Supreme Court nominee a full 8 months before the election. But now he says we should install President Trump's nominees 8 days before the election. How did we get here? Why would Republicans so flagrantly violate their own rules and violate the legitimacy of the court and the Senate for this nominee? To solve that mystery, we've actually got a clue. It's on the Supreme Court schedule. On November the 10th, the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in a suit brought by Republican attorneys general and supported by the Trump administration to destroy the Affordable Care Act. 3 years after the Senate Republicans tried and failed to repeal the Affordable Care Act in Congress, they're now trying to terminate the law in the courts. Their relentless pursuit to destroy the nation's health care law knows no end. And they need to get their Supreme Court nominee onto the bench in time to hear their case. You've heard it many times over the last few weeks, but it bears repeating what's happening right now because it's stunning. Senate Republicans are rushing another far-right judge onto the bench days before the election, and all in the effort to cement a conservative majority on the Supreme Court to destroy the Affordable Care Act in the middle of a pandemic. This all taking place under the direction of a president who has stated the coronavirus pandemic affects virtually nobody. That's the president's direct quote, affects virtually nobody. That's what he's saying about the pandemic. Republicans want to rip away health care from the millions of people in the middle of a public health crisis that has killed more than 220,000 Americans. They want to take away protections from millions of people living with pre-existing conditions in the middle of a pandemic that has caused millions more Americans who have contracted COVID-19 to now have a new pre-existing condition. The president openly admits he wants the Supreme Court to do what Republicans in Congress couldn't do, and that is to demolish the ACA. It'll be so good if they end it. That's the president's quote. He said that on 60 Minutes. It will be so good if they end it. speaking about what the Supreme Court he wants them to do and what his Justice Department is arguing. And the President and Republicans in Congress don't have any plan to replace what they want to destroy. After all these years of trying to end the Affordable Care Act, including a 2-year period when the Republican Party held control in the House, Senate, and White House, they still don't have a replacement for the Affordable Care Act. If Republicans succeed, if this Supreme Court nominee joins an increasingly conservative court in striking down the ACA, the results would be catastrophic for my home state of New Mexico. The estimated 834,700 New Mexicans with pre-existing conditions would face higher costs, fewer benefits, and could have trouble finding coverage. Overturning the ACA would immediately end coverage for millions of Americans who became eligible for Medicaid through the Medicaid expansion. In fact, in my state of New Mexico, 250,000 people got coverage under that expansion. Seniors getting prescription drugs could no longer afford their medications. People like Jeannie, an Albuquerque-based senior, who told me recently, and I quote now, "Now, like many seniors, I take a medication that is so expensive that I would reach the donut hole every year. I can't afford to pay for that medication out of pocket," end quote. Rural hospitals, which are absolutely critical during this pandemic, could close their doors. As Dr. Val Wangler, the Chief Medical Officer of Rehoboth McKinley Healthcare Services, told me, and I quote here, "The Affordable Care Act is critical to the health of patients in New Mexico's rural communities. Threatening the health care coverage of our communities in the midst of the greatest public health crisis of our times is unconscionable," end quote. For Indian country and Native communities, ACA repeal would be absolutely devastating. I have heard firsthand accounts from tribal leaders, Native families, and healthcare providers about how the ACA has improved the healthcare landscape across Indian country, literally saving lives. The ACA has opened the doors for so many Native Americans to access the care they need, whether it's an unplanned medical emergency or routine wellness checkups and screenings. Access to quality health care is critical for Native communities which face disproportionate impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. The federal government has a trust and treaty obligation to consult with tribes and to provide Native Americans health care. With this rushed, hypocritical process, Senate Republicans are violating our most sacred duties to Indian country. We know that the Supreme Court will rule on the fate of the Affordable Care Act. That much is certain. But what other cases might this court rule on in the near future? Or what other cases might Judge Barrett cast the deciding vote? Well, as you've heard me mention a few times now, we're in the middle of a presidential election, the most important election of our lifetimes. Facing an uncertain outcome at the polls, President Donald Trump has repeatedly sought to undermine the legitimacy of this election. He's lied about the safety of mail-in voting, despite the fact that he's a mail-in voter himself. He deliberately tried to weaken the Postal Service. And President Trump, along with members of this very body, are telegraphing that they want the Supreme Court, not voters, to decide this election. They want to sow enough doubt about the legitimacy of the democratic process that it has to go to the courts. And they want their hand-picked conservative judge to tip the scales for them. You don't get to choose the judge who decides your own case. That's not how we achieve true justice in a democracy. The core of our system is having an impartial judge. It has been shocking to watch as this president, aided and abetted by members of this very Senate, has been so overt about his desire to put a judge on the Supreme Court who will rule in his favor in any disputed election. That's a tactic of authoritarians, not a democracy. But in her confirmation hearing, Judge Barrett wouldn't even comment on whether a president should commit to the peaceful transfer of power, as this president has refused to do. She called that a political controversy. The peaceful transfer of power is not a political controversy. It is one of the most sacred tenets of our democracy. What else might Judge Barrett rule on in the coming years? No doubt cases concerning the most urgent existential crisis we are facing as a nation, climate change, cases to decide whether we'll let big polluters do whatever they want to our air, water, and planet. There is no denying the science of climate change. It is a real and present danger to the lives and livelihoods of people all across this nation and the world. My home state of New Mexico is in the bullseye with increasingly severe wildfires and droughts. This president is one of the few public figures left in this country who says he doesn't believe the scientists. You'd hope a nominee to the Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, wouldn't follow his lead. But Judge Barrett, again, wouldn't even comment on whether she believes climate change is real. She again said that was a political controversy. The only place climate change is a political controversy is within the White House and within the Republican Party. And the rest of us are paying the price while they decide whether or not to believe the overwhelming consensus of the scientific community, whether or not to believe their very eyes. There are so many other issues on which Justice Barrett would likely rule, including a woman's right to make her own health care decisions. A leading advocate for women's rights to reproductive health, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg would be replaced with a public advocate against Roe versus Wade. The nominee signed her name to statements against Roe that ran in full-page newspaper ads, undisclosed to the Senate. She signed joint public letters against Roe. This was also undisclosed to the Senate. She gave multiple speeches to organizations dedicated to overturning Roe, undisclosed to the Senate. In a law review article, she wrote that abortion was, and this is her quote, always immoral. And after promising for years only to nominate judges who will overturn Roe, Senate Republicans suddenly are shy about it. They suddenly don't have the courage of their convictions, and they won't let the public in on their true long-stated agenda, overturning Roe once and for all. There is so much else at stake in this fight, on voting rights, on worker rights, and so much more, all with real human consequences for the lives of people all across this country. Let's not lose sight of the real people who will be affected by this Republican march to overload the court with loyalists. With so much at stake, the American people deserve to have a say. It's that simple. So I urge my Republican colleagues to take a step back. Think about what you're doing. Think about the long-term damage you are doing to the legitimacy of the courts and to the faith of the American people that their voices are being heard. What's at stake is more than Justice Ginsburg's seat. It's the American people's seat. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Good morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank my colleague from New Mexico for his remarks just now. I rise today to join him and my other Democratic colleagues in opposing Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court. Mr. President, I want to begin by acknowledging the nature of the moment that we are in right now. We are mere days from an election day, during an election period in which tens of millions of Americans have already voted. We are grappling with a global pandemic that has taken the lives of more than 220,000 Americans, and millions are out of work. Yet rather than focusing on providing the comprehensive relief that lives and livelihoods are depending on, Republicans have instead made pushing this nomination through their top priority. The American people deserve better. Mr. President, one of the most solemn responsibilities of a United States Senator is providing advice and consent with regard to a presidential Supreme Court nomination. This is a lifetime appointment to the highest court in our land, which will impact the lives of every single person in this country. The consequences of this nomination are far-reaching, and right now there is perhaps no more consequential issue than health care. The Trump administration and Republicans in Congress have been relentless in their attempts to sabotage our health care system, repeal the Affordable Care Act, and eliminate the health care protections that millions of people depend on. But for years, Republicans have failed legislatively to repeal this law. So now, instead, they've turned to the courts. President Trump said he wants to, quote, terminate, close quote, the Affordable Care Act, and has said that he would nominate judges who would do just that. 1 week after this election, just 9 days away, the Supreme Court will hear the lawsuit supported by the Trump administration to repeal the entire Affordable Care Act and its protections for people with pre-existing conditions. It's no secret that this is why Senate Republicans have rushed Judge Barrett's nomination through. For some of my colleagues, this nomination is a means to an end, a way to finally repeal the Affordable Care Act, a law that has helped so many. For the American people, however, this isn't a game. Mr. President, over the course of the last several weeks, people in my home state of New Hampshire and across the country have spoken out about what the repeal of this law would mean for them, just as they've spoken out each time that Republicans have tried to take coverage away. I recently heard from Michelle and Joe O'Leary of Atkinson, New Hampshire. Michelle and Joe's son, Matty, was diagnosed with a rare brain condition at the age of 4. Right now, Matty is doing well, but he requires a life-saving brain infusion treatment at the hospital for 4 to 6 hours every 2 weeks. His father said that the minute that they miss an infusion, Matty's health would begin to decline rapidly. Joe and Michelle said that on top of all of the challenges that their family experiences on a day-to-day basis, they still have to wake up each morning fearing the implications if the Supreme Court overturns the health care law, fearing what will happen if coverage is taken away and they can't access the treatment that their beloved Matty needs. Joe and Michelle shared the details of this deeply personal health care story in order to preserve health care for their son and millions of others. They shouldn't have to. No one in America should have to plead with their legislators to not take their health care away. No one should. But they do, in the wealthiest country on earth. Joe and Michelle are not alone. If Judge Barrett is confirmed and becomes the court's deciding vote to overturn the Affordable Care Act, an estimated 20 million Americans could lose their health care coverage. Making matters worse, in pushing this nomination through, my colleagues could undermine health care in the midst of a devastating pandemic. And just as we are learning that the long-term effects of this virus will likely mean that treatment for some will be ongoing for a lifetime, the Senate Republicans are moving to overturn the Affordable Care Act just when it is needed most. It is, Mr. President, unconscionable. Mr. President, potentially ripping away health care from millions of Americans is just one of the many things at stake. Women's reproductive freedom is at risk. President Trump has said that he will only nominate judges who would overturn Roe versus Wade. And Judge Barrett has repeatedly criticized this landmark ruling that provides women with the freedom to make their own health care decisions and control their own destinies, be full citizens of the United States of America. Equality for LGBTQ Americans is also at risk. Just this month, 2 justices on the Supreme Court indicated their desire to overturn the decision in Obergefell v. Hodges, which delivered marriage equality to so many. Judge Barrett has previously defended the dissenting opinion in that case. And voting rights are at risk. Judge Barrett refused to acknowledge the fact that communities of color face disproportionate obstacles in voting. Nor would she acknowledge what every lawyer and really most high school students know, that voter intimidation is illegal and antithetical to our basic principles. Judge Barrett would not even give a straight answer when asked if presidents should commit to a peaceful transition of power, an essential element to our democracy, and one that we have held up as an example to the rest of the world throughout our history. And despite asserting that she is independent and not swayed by politics, Judge Barrett's refusal to acknowledge that climate change is real, after acknowledging other scientific facts, such as the infectious nature of COVID-19 and that cigarettes can cause cancer, reveals her alignment with and responsibility to a far-right climate change denying agenda. Mr. President, our founding documents gave us the flexibility and the tools to grow in our understanding of what individual freedom means and who is entitled to it. These tools have given us the power to create change and move forward, to unleash the talent and energy of previously marginalized citizens. Our country has prospered, thrived, and led as a result. But Judge Barrett's views and her judicial philosophy are not rooted in that belief. She instead would constrain individual liberty and empower corporations, and put the progress that so many have fought for at risk. Mr. President, Republicans have moved this nomination forward in contradiction of the rules that they themselves invented in 2016. Our society and our democracy relies on the idea that all sides of political debates will play by the same rules. That means when any faction loses, it does so knowing that it will have a fair chance in the next round. When that understanding is disrupted, it destabilizes our democracy, and it sows confusion and chaos. My Senate Republicans colleagues' actions make it clear that they believe that the rules do not apply to them and that they do not care about destabilizing our democracy in this way. We should not vote on a Supreme Court nomination while an election is actually underway. For the first time in American history, voting on a Supreme Court nominee just days before Election Day. But my Republican colleagues have shown that they will stop at nothing to get this nominee through, no matter how many rules they break, and no matter how many Americans' rights are threatened. And they are doing so all while people across the country are pleading with us to come together to provide more support amid a public health and economic crisis. My Senate Republican colleagues' priorities are clear, and they are an outrage. Mr. President, I cannot support a lifetime nomination of an individual who puts the health care and basic civil rights of millions of Americans at risk. I will oppose Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, 1 month ago, Judge Amy Coney Barrett was selected by President Trump to serve on the United States Supreme Court, filling the vacancy created by the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Since then, Judge Barrett has more than proven her qualifications for this job. A respected federal judge, educator, and public servant, Judge Barrett has conducted herself throughout this process with poise and integrity. She's certainly demonstrated her intellect, her legal acumen, and her commitment to the Constitution of the United States. She's clearly a brilliant jurist who interprets the Constitution as written and carefully weighs the facts of a given case. Despite Senate Democrats' repeated attempt to drag her into the political fray, Judge Barrett has proven that she will make her decisions based on the law rather than politics. When I met with Judge Barrett earlier this month, I was assured that she would be guided by the law and precedents and be faithful to the Constitution. As Judge Barrett herself has said more than once, a judge is obligated to apply the law as it is and not as she wishes it would be. She's obliged to follow the law even when her personal preferences cut the other way or when she'll experience great public criticism for doing so. The law, not politics. As a fellow Hoosier, I've had the privilege of getting to know Judge Barrett and her family over the last several years, since she was nominated to fill a vacancy on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit. When I met the then Notre Dame Law School professor, it was abundantly clear that she was a star. My colleague at the time, former Democratic Indiana Senator Joe Donnelly, agreed with that assessment. A brilliant legal scholar, Judge Barrett was and is held in the highest regard by her peers in the legal world. Judge Barrett's qualifications outshone personal attacks and religious bigotry, and she was confirmed by a bipartisan majority to that circuit court. And as a judge, she has more than proven her legal credentials. She's heard more than 600 cases and authored nearly 100 opinions. And I should note, she's the first woman from Indiana ever to serve on that esteemed court. As I said when I introduced Judge Barrett before the Senate Judiciary Committee earlier this month, I was proud to cast my vote for Judge Barrett in 2017, and I look forward to doing so again for Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. 3 years ago, I did not hear a single credible criticism, not a single one, of Judge Barrett based on her legal qualifications. And I haven't heard one at any time throughout this confirmation process. Now, Democrats have tried to make this process about anything other than Judge Barrett's qualifications. And alarmingly, they've made threats about what the consequences will be if we move forward. Now, first, they threatened to pack the Supreme Court if we confirm this nominee. But we all know they're talking about this long before Justice Ginsburg's passing. By way of example, my colleague from California, Senator Harris, said, quote, "We are on the verge of a crisis of confidence in the Supreme Court, and everything is on the table," unquote. That's a quote from March of this year. And Senator Harris isn't alone. She just happens to be the most prominent at this point. In fact, according to the Washington Post, 11 Democratic presidential candidates, 5 of whom were sitting United States senators, said they were in favor of or open to packing the court. Second, they threatened to eliminate the legislative filibuster if we confirm this nominee. Now, folks, they wanted to get rid of the 60-vote threshold long before this vacancy on the Supreme Court ever occurred. Again, I'll use Senator Harris by way of example. Quote, "I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal." That was in September of 2019. 18 Democrats who ran for President of the United States supported that move, including 6 sitting United States senators and 2 governors now running for Senate. Third, they've threatened to add states to the union if we confirm this nominee. We know that's been on the far-left wish list for years. These idle threats aren't going to stop us from carrying out the will of the American people, though, and confirming Judge Barrett. When we confirm Judge Barrett, this week, she'll be the 5th woman and the first mother of school-aged children to serve as a Supreme Court justice. She'll also be the only current justice to have received a law degree from an esteemed law school other than Harvard or Yale. I'll tell you, Hoosiers are extremely proud of Judge Amy Coney Barrett and the trail she has blazed for others. She's a role model for young women everywhere, including, I might say, my own 3 young daughters. I'm incredibly proud that our next Supreme Court justice will hail from America's heartland, from the great state of Indiana. I urge my colleagues to come together to carry out the will of the American people by swiftly voting to confirm Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court of the United States. Mr. President, note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
The senator is recognized.
I request consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to express my support for the confirmation of Judge Amy Coney Barrett as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. She's exceptionally intelligent, academically astute, and impeccably credentialed. She has a record of sound opinions and temperament as a judge on the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. Her life experiences provide her with valuable perspective and evident wisdom. Perhaps most important, she is a woman of unquestionable character and integrity, the presence of which is essential to our nation, as the confidence of the court itself is in the balance. I will be honored to vote to confirm her nomination. Mr. President, I also rise to address my concern regarding the division and contempt for others that is growing among many of our citizens. The causes of this malady are many and varied, but one to which I draw attention is the declining trust held by the citizenry in our many institutions. A democratic republic is highly dependent upon the confidence of its people in the institutions that lie at its foundation. These include churches, schools, governments at all levels, the press, corporations, markets, and most relevant today, the justice system and the courts. Absent public confidence in these institutions, a democratic republic will not thrive or perhaps endure. Fortunately, the Supreme Court enjoys a great deal of respect from the American people. Unfortunately, the third branch may be one of the few institutions of our democratic republic that is not experiencing a collapse in public trust. Our churches have been diminished by scandal and by politicization. Trust in local law enforcement has fallen as we've witnessed some officers who have sworn to protect our communities endanger the lives of citizens. While this is particularly true for citizens of color, the demonstrations by millions of Americans are evidence that the distrust is broadly shared. Trust in the FBI and the intelligence community, long admired for their integrity and professionalism, has withered with the attacks by politicians from both parties, though admittedly my party has been the more vocal. What a message it sends when the president accepts the word of the Russian president rather than the conclusions of our intelligence agencies. Even the CDC and the FDA have fallen in credibility, due both to inevitable human error and to blistering political attacks. The free press is not only protected by the Constitution, it's critical to the preservation of democracy. Here, too, charges of fake news and claims that the press is the enemy of the people, worsened by the media's constant amplification of divisiveness, have so diminished the trust many Americans have in the media that they instead believe bizarre, anonymous conspiracy theories on the internet. Now more than at any other time during my lifetime, it's essential that the Supreme Court retain the trust of the nation. It may be one of the very few, if not the only, of the institutions in which the great majority of Americans have confidence. That's why Judge Barrett's integrity, wisdom, and commitment to the rule of law is so important. She will be critical to the preservation of the public's perception of the legitimacy of the court. Judge Barrett wrote in the Texas Law Review that, quote, if the court's opinions change with its membership, public confidence in the court as an institution might decline. Its members might be seen as partisan rather than impartial, and case law as fueled by power rather than reason, end of quote. Consideration of institutional legitimacy has long been a factor in the court's deliberations, but I would argue that this factor should be given even greater weight today, as so many of our other institutions are diminished and under attack. This would be particularly true were the court called upon to decide a matter that would determine the outcome of a presidential election. In my view, it is of paramount importance that such a decision follow the law and the Constitution where it leads, regardless of the outcome, and thereby be beyond reproach, clearly non-political, and preferably unanimous. The Senate will soon send Judge Barrett to the highest court in the land. I'm confident that she is up to the measure of the times in which we now live. May God bless her and her family as they begin this chapter of service to our nation. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
Yes.
I would ask unanimous consent that the quorum
Without
call be
objection.
lifted. Mr. President, later today, we will confirm Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. By now, I don't need to tell anybody that she is one of the most highly qualified Supreme Court candidates in living memory. Her appearance before the Senate Judiciary Committee was a master class in what a Supreme Court justice should look like, which is probably why a majority of voters want the Senate to confirm this outstanding nominee to the nation's highest court. Mr. President, a CNN anchor recently pointed out that, and I quote, "In another age, Judge Amy Coney Barrett would be getting 70 votes or more in the United States Senate because of her qualifications," end quote. That's unquestionably true. But unfortunately, it's extremely unlikely that Judge Barrett will be collecting 70 or more votes later today. Because for my Democrat colleagues, this has never been about Judge Barrett's qualifications. Democrats were never going to support this nomination, no matter how supremely qualified the individual in question. The President could have nominated the wisest, most outstanding jurist in the history of the world, and Democrats would still be opposing this nomination, in large part simply because it was made by this President. Democrats had their talking points ready from the beginning, the same talking points that they trot out for every Republican Supreme Court nominee. The sky will fall if this nominee makes it onto the court, they cry. Minorities will suffer. Women will suffer. Americans will lose their health care. They've used that one a lot this time. Democrats would like to convince Americans that Republicans are trying to confirm Judge Barrett to the Supreme Court for the sole purpose of eliminating the Affordable Care Act and protections for pre-existing conditions. It's a ludicrous charge. Every Republican in the Senate supports protections for pre-existing conditions, but apparently that doesn't matter to Democrats. The truth is, Mr. President, Republicans have no idea how Judge Barrett would rule on any particular Obamacare case. The facts of each case are unique, with unique legal and constitutional issues. What we do know is that Judge Barrett will approach each case without prejudices or preconceived notions. We know that she will examine the facts of the case, the law, and the Constitution, and make her decision based solely on those criteria. Not on her political beliefs, not on her personal opinions, just the law and the Constitution, no matter which party drafted any legislation in question. Mr. President, that should reassure Democrats, but it doesn't. Because for many Democrats, their primary concern in confirming judges is not whether they will uphold the law, but whether they will deliver the policy outcomes that Democrats want. That's why some Democrats are threatening to resurrect the long discredited idea of court packing, should they return to the majority. They're not sure that they can rely on a Supreme Court with Judge Barrett to deliver the policy outcomes that they want. So they want to add justices to the Supreme Court until they can be sure that they'll get the results that they desire. One has to wonder where this will end. Let's say Democrats add 3 more justices to the court. Then when Republicans take the majority back, we add 3 more justices to counteract the Democrats' power grab. Then Democrats get back in power and add still more justices. It won't be long before the members of the Supreme Court are more numerous than the members of the United States Senate. Mr. President, in addition to trying to scare Americans by suggesting that Republicans are trying to take away Americans' health care, Democrats have also tried to delegitimize the process. They've tried to suggest that it's wrong for Republicans to take up this nomination in an election year because Republicans didn't confirm Merrick Garland when President Obama nominated him in an election year. Mr. President, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because the Republican leader, myself, and others have spent ample time demonstrating that confirming Judge Barrett is well within historical precedent. But I will say this. The Constitution of the United States gives the Senate the power to advise and consent to nominations made by the President. The Senate has full authority to accept or reject the President's nominations at any point in time during a Congress or President's term. There is no constitutional carve-out for election years. The minority party may not always like it when the majority confirms a nominee, which I completely understand, having been in the minority myself. But that doesn't mean that the majority party is doing anything wrong by proceeding with a nomination. I also have to ask, are Democrats seriously suggesting that if they were in the same position, if they were in the majority in the Senate and the President were a Democrat, that they would decline to approve a qualified jurist to the Supreme Court simply because the vacancy had occurred in an election year? I think everyone knows that if Democrats were in the same position, they would absolutely confirm a Democrat nominee to the court, as they repeatedly urged us to do in 2016, and they would be well within their constitutional rights to do so, just as Republicans are well within our constitutional rights to confirm Judge Barrett. Mr. President, before I close, I'd like to touch on another claim the Democrat leader keeps making, that Judge Barrett's nomination is somehow distracting Republicans from the COVID crisis, or that her nomination is preventing us from taking up COVID legislation. Mr. President, that is flat out false. The Senate is capable of focusing on more than one important issue at a time. In fact, it's pretty much a requirement of our job that we be able to do so. Has the Democrat leader forgotten that Republicans tried to bring up additional COVID relief legislation literally just days ago, and that Democrats, led by the leader, filibustered it? And that they did the same thing when we tried to bring up COVID relief legislation in September. Republicans have been ready to pass additional COVID legislation, Mr. President, for months. The only reason we haven't passed it already is because Democrats have refused to agree to any compromise legislation that could actually make it through the Senate and to the President's desk. I'm hoping that sooner rather than later, my friends on the other side will see the value in working together to deliver real relief to our fellow Americans. This disease doesn't recognize party differences, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues will realize that passing COVID relief shouldn't be a time for insisting on partisan priorities. Mr. President, it's unfortunate that Judge Barrett's nomination has been overshadowed by so much partisanship from Democrats. But ultimately, Mr. President, what matters is that we are confirming this outstanding nominee. As I said yesterday, I came to the Senate with the hope of putting judges like Amy Coney Barrett on the bench. Thoughtful, intelligent men and women with a consummate command of the law, and most of all, with a clear understanding that the job of a judge is to interpret the law, not to make the law. To call balls and strikes, not rewrite the rules of the game. Mr. President, I am very proud to cast my vote to confirm Judge Barrett, and I look forward to calling her Justice Barrett in the very near future. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. As august and impressive, Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. As august and impressive as this setting is, what's happening today is not normal. We've said it numerous times. But we should say it again because we need to prevent it from becoming normal. In fact, what's happening today is sad, surreal, even shocking. 8 days away from an election, in an unprecedented rush to confirm a Supreme Court nominee, we are taking the place of the next president and the next Senate in confirming the next justice, even as the American people are denied a voice and a say in that decision. What's happening here is not normal because our Republican colleagues have explicitly broken their word. We have submitted to the Judiciary Committee quotes from 17 of them promising that there would be no confirmation of a next justice during an election year. It's not normal because, in fact, historically, no justice has been confirmed after July in an election year. It's not normal because we are here in the midst of a pandemic, confirming a justice who would potentially decimate our healthcare system now, in the middle of a healthcare crisis. It's not normal because the administration has said, as recently as Sunday, through its chief of staff, there's no control over this pandemic. This abject surrender is shameful and disgraceful. And it is not normal because the American people have a right to expect from us in this body that we would address that pandemic and that we would pass another pandemic relief bill. It's passed the House. All we need to do is vote. And in fact, on Saturday afternoon, I came to the floor with a number of my colleagues and offered, by unanimous consent, measures that have passed the House by a bipartisan majority, but there was objection to moving forward. My Republican colleague, in objecting, said, it's procedural harassment. I beg to differ. It's democracy. It's democracy to address the needs of the American people. That is what is normal in the Congress of the United States, or at least it should be. The fact is that our Republican colleagues are shattering the norms and breaking the rules and breaking their word, and there will be consequences. There inevitably are consequences when one person breaks her or his word to another. But there's a larger significance here, which is that Amy Coney Barrett, as a member of the United States Supreme Court, will shift radically and dramatically the balance politically on that court. It is an unelected body with lifetime terms, which is the antithesis of the elected bodies that serve in the United States Congress or the elected president. And this radical shift will shatter the legal fabric of that court. Now, I know that my Republican colleagues will refuse to acknowledge it, but in fact it's part of an agenda, a right-wing agenda that has existed for some time to move the court to that radical extreme fringe. In fact, they have turned the United States Senate into a kind of conveyor belt of judicial appointments, not just to the Supreme Court, but to federal courts at every level. Dark money is the vehicle for turning the United States Senate into that conveyor belt. As we've documented as recently as Friday through a report that we produced showing how the NRA has been at the tip of the spear of a movement involving shell entities making contributions and receiving money and channeling it to members of this body who have confirmed those nominees so that that dark money produces appointees to the federal bench. Amy Coney Barrett is part of that conveyor belt. She is only the latest of the appointees who threatens to shift not just the Supreme Court, but the federal judiciary radically to the right. And the purpose is to achieve in the courts what our Republican friends and the radical right and the fringe elements of the Republican Party couldn't accomplish in the legislatures. They couldn't achieve in the state legislatures or in the Congress what they now seek to do in legislating from the bench through activist judges that will tilt our entire political system against the majority will. And the agenda is essentially to constrain and constrict and even cripple the healing and helping power of our federal government under the guise and the smokescreen of originalism. They want to restrict and constrain the vision of an expanding individual right to essential liberties. They want to constrict instead of expand an increasingly inclusive America. And that judicial philosophy is what underlies this appointment of Amy Coney Barrett. They want to legislate from the bench and achieve in the courts what they couldn't achieve in our elected bodies because they are losing in those elected bodies. As Shannon Watts, a leader of Everytown, said to me the other day, they are going to the courts not because we are weak in achieving measures against gun violence, but because we are growing stronger and stronger. In fact, there is a grassroots movement composed of Everytown and Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action, Giffords, Brady, Connecticut Against Gun Violence, Newtown Action Alliance, Sandy Hook Promise, all part of a grassroots movement that is moving America toward protecting against gun violence. But Amy Coney Barrett has a view of the Second Amendment that she has acknowledged in a speech. Sounds kind of radical. That's a quote. Sounds kind of radical. It sounds kind of radical because it is kind of radical. And that radical view is losing in elected bodies, in state legislatures, and local governments that are moving to protect people against gun violence. And we see the same phenomenon on health care, on reproductive freedoms, on voting rights. The majority of Americans want to expand the inclusiveness of America and the vision of individual rights and liberties, not roll them back, not turn back the clock to this originalistic textualism that underlies Amy Coney Barrett's philosophy. And she will bring that philosophy to the bench, as she has done on the Seventh Circuit as a member of the Court of Appeals there. That's the danger. And that's the alarm that we are sounding here. Now, the Affordable Care Act is about protecting people who have pre-existing conditions. But it is also about protecting children who are on their parents' health care policies until the age of 26. It's about lowering the cost of prescription drugs. It's about making more widely available health care by providing subsidies to folks who need the help. And it is about banning insurers from charging women more just because they are women. Pre-existing conditions affect 130 million Americans. In Connecticut, 1.5 million residents of our state, 52% of our population. Pre-existing conditions are diabetes and asthma and heart disease, blood pressure, and now COVID-19. Yes, COVID-19 is a pre-existing condition because of the damage that may be done to lungs, heart, livers, other organs. In the midst of a pandemic of COVID-19, this administration is putting on the highest court in the land a judge who would strike down that protection. Now, of course, they have a ruse. It's called severability. My Republican colleagues say, don't worry. The court can strike down one provision and keep the whole law or the rest of it in place. Severability. You sever the part that's unconstitutional. It's a doctrine of law. But that's not what the United States District Court held in striking down the Affordable Care Act in the case that is now before the United States Supreme Court, the same case that will be argued on November 10th, where Judge Barrett will sit, assuming that she's confirmed today. The United States District Court didn't hold it was severable. On the contrary, it struck down the whole law. The Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit didn't hold it was severable. The administration is not looking for severability. It says, strike down the law. The President of the United States says it couldn't come soon enough. Eliminate the Affordable Care Act in total, including the protection for people with pre-existing conditions. They've promised to replace it. The President's press secretary handed to Leslie Stahl after his 60 Minutes interview the supposed plan, a replacement, which was absurdly a collection, apparently, of past executive orders, other documents, completely irrelevant and inadequate as a supposed replacement. So this idea of severability is another ruse. And our Republican colleagues also say our fears are apocalyptic. The majority leader used that word yesterday, apocalyptic. Not apocalyptic if you have a pre-existing condition. Not apocalyptic if you care about those people who have pre-existing conditions. Not apocalyptic if you have lived through the excruciating pain and anguish and anxiety as the Curran family has of having a child with a pre-existing condition. Let me introduce you to Connor Curran, a 10-year-old. In fact, he just celebrated his 10th birthday in Ridgefield. I was with him on that day, who has Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I've told his story on the floor in this place numerous times over the course of these past years, since I first met him about 5 years ago. Connor is a hero. There are few in this body who could claim to have his courage and perseverance at that age, maybe at any age. His smile lights the world. His courage is matched by his parents. I introduced Connor to Amy Coney Barrett at the hearing because I wanted her to know the impact on real people and real lives, the real harm that would be done if the Affordable Care Act is struck down. Connor has survived this debilitating disease because of treatment that his parents couldn't have afforded without the Affordable Care Act. It's that simple. They wrote to me asking me to make a plea to Amy Coney Barrett. Please don't take away Connor's health care. They asked me to ask her to make a pledge. Doctors make this pledge. First, do no harm. First, do no harm. I don't know whether Amy Coney Barrett heard or saw Connor. Of course, his poster was there. I told his story. I don't know whether the impact of that story will move her, but my hope is that it will. And my hope is, or was, that it would move my colleagues. Because the real harm to real people is not only about Connor Curran, this brave boy who will lose his ability to walk, then his ability to hug, and then to hold hands, to play with his brothers. And in spite of all of it, he has demonstrated that perseverance and courage that I hope will move this body, even in this closing hour, to respect the importance of the Affordable Care Act. Others like Julia Lanzano, who has treatment for breast cancer because of the Affordable Care Act, and countless others who have that kind of treatment are enabled by the Affordable Care Act to do so. And it may seem to my Republican colleagues apocalyptic, but not to Connor Curran and his family. Tens of times, Republicans in the Senate have sought to repeal the Affordable Care Act. They failed. Now they are trying to do it from the courts, legislate from the bench through an activist judge like Amy Coney Barrett. They're rushing this nomination not only to strip away health care from people like Connor, but they also want to end a woman's right to decide and choose when and whether and how to have a family. I want to emphasize something to my Republican colleagues that I hope they hear. When you take away a woman's right to make that decision, when you turn women who seek an abortion into criminals, when you make doctors performing abortion guilty of crimes, you don't end abortion. You make getting an abortion more costly. You make getting an abortion more excruciatingly difficult, and most important, you make it more dangerous, literally dangerous. Hundreds of women died every year seeking unsafe abortions before Roe v. Wade protected their right to choose. I remember that era because I was a law clerk to Justice Harry Blackmun on the United States Supreme Court shortly after he wrote the majority opinion in Roe v. Wade. And we thought the issue was resolved. Women have the right to make that choice legally. But far from resolution, what we see is a continued assault on that right. Now Republicans have stacked the bench with activist judges ready to chip away at reproductive rights and even reverse Roe, chipping away at it through state legislatures, restrictions on clinics, the width of their hallways, the requirement for admitting privileges. We can be sure that victims of rape or incest will be forced to carry an abuser's child if those restrictions are upheld or Roe is reversed. And if you doubt it, let me introduce you to Samantha. One night in January 2017, Samantha went out with a few friends and coworkers. She woke up the next morning in a coworker's home, confused, scared, covered in her own blood. She'd been raped. And after she was raped, Samantha was, in her own words, a zombie. She just wanted the event to be erased from her memory. That March, Samantha took a pregnancy test, and then another, then another. They kept coming back with the same result, pregnant. After the horrible violence she faced, she simply couldn't process that she was now pregnant. She chose to have an abortion. When Samantha shared her story with me, she wrote, quote, "I knew that if I couldn't end this pregnancy, it would end me." Reversing Roe v. Wade will matter for Tracy, also from Connecticut, a woman I met, also courageous and honest. Tracy was diagnosed with stage 4 endometriosis, which caused an ongoing inability to have a healthy pregnancy. But she was, as she describes it, quote, "one of the lucky ones." She had access to care and was able to receive in vitro fertilization treatment to assist in getting and staying pregnant. But Tracy was scared when she saw that a group that sponsored an open letter signed by Judge Barrett had recently stated that they wanted to criminalize having a child through IVF. In a world without Roe, there will be nothing to protect against the law making it a crime for a woman to do what Tracy did and for a doctor to perform that medical procedure which enables her to achieve a lifetime dream of having a child. And sadly, we don't have to wonder what Judge Barrett's position on a woman's right to choose will be. She signed a letter calling Roe v. Wade infamous and called for, quote, the unborn to be protected in law, end quote. That's her legal view. Her position on the law. I didn't ask her in the hearing about her personal views or her religious faith. Those issues are private. Her position on the law, just as she left no doubt about her view of the Affordable Care Act when she wrote that Chief Justice Roberts stretched that measure beyond its true meaning in order to uphold it. I'm paraphrasing. Or said about King v. Burwell upholding the Affordable Care Act, that the dissent had the better of the legal argument. And in another letter signed by Judge Barrett, she called Roe v. Wade's legacy barbaric. We know what Judge Barrett will do about the Affordable Care Act and about reproductive freedoms because she has been screened and vetted. There's no mystery. Donald Trump has said he would impose a strong test, his words. And that strong test was to strike down the Affordable Care Act and overturn Roe v. Wade. We cannot go back. We cannot roll back these rights. We cannot turn back the clock to an America that banned abortion in many states, drove it underground, made vital health care services dangerous and even deadly. We can't go back to an America where the rich and privileged can find a way out of unintended pregnancy, but the rest of America is denied that access to health care. There is a racial justice element here because the ones who will suffer predominantly and disproportionately are women of color, women of lesser means financially, who live in those states and cannot travel to others like Connecticut, where Roe v. Wade is codified in statute. When I was in the state legislature as a state senator, I helped to lead that effort to codify it in statute. But Connecticut's law won't help the woman in Texas or Louisiana who is denied that right. And make no mistake, this threat is not some abstract, hypothetical notion in the future, some apocalyptic vision of what might happen in the United States of America. We are one step away. In fact, there are 17 abortion-related cases that are literally one step away from the United States Supreme Court. There are cases like Sister Song Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective versus Kent, a case currently before the 11th Circuit involving a challenge to a ban on abortion as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy, before many women even know they're pregnant. There are cases like Memphis Center for Reproductive Health versus Slattery, a case challenging an escalating ban on abortions at 6, 8, 10, 12, and so on weeks into pregnancy, depending on where the Sixth Circuit deems it appropriate for a woman to lose the right to choose for herself when and whether to have a child. There are additional cases involving bans on abortion later in pregnancy, when women can face the most severe health risks and rely on their doctors for accurate information and compassionate care. There are, quote, reason-based bans that merely exist as a pretext for interrogating and intimidating women who seek an abortion. There are cases like Planned Parenthood Gulf Coast versus Rebecca G., which challenge years of inaction by the state of Louisiana on a Planned Parenthood affiliate's application for a license to provide needed abortion care. And there are other challenges to red tape laws that require abortion providers to jump over obstacles, needless, senseless hurdles that serve no medical purpose but exist just to burden them and make necessary abortion services harder to obtain. And numerous other abortion laws designed to limit access, strictly to limit access in the supposed name of health care. Access to reproductive health care is already hanging by a thread in many states across the country. Judge Barrett's nomination imperils the access that remain. And these cases are just one step away from the highest court, at least 17 of them. One step away from the court that Amy Coney Barrett will join. Reproductive rights are not the only rights at stake in this nomination. Voting rights hang in the balance as well. For years, Republicans have decided that they're willing to suppress the vote if it helps them to win election. This fundamental assault on our democracy has taken many forms, and we've seen them across the country as recently as this election, ongoing in real time. Republican-appointed judges have worked with Republican-elected officials to allow suppression action to take effect and be sustained. These judges proclaim themselves to be originalists, but they betray provisions of the Constitution, the 14th and 15th Amendments that our ancestors fought a civil war to secure equality and the right to vote. The civil rights movement, a century later, secured the passage of the Voting Rights Act and made those rights real for many Americans. People marched, some died, to pass that law. But this conservative Supreme Court betrayed the legacy of Lincoln, Martin Luther King, John Lewis, when it gutted the Voting Rights Act in the Shelby County case. And this court continues to attack voting rights, and it will continue under Amy Coney Barrett. Howard Porter Jr., a black man in his 70s with asthma and Parkinson's disease, was a plaintiff in one of those cases decided just this month. Howard simply wanted to be able to cast his vote safely without contracting COVID-19. He wrote to the court that, quote, "So many of my ancestors died to vote. And while I don't mind dying to vote, I think we're past that. We're past that time," end quote. On a partisan vote, the conservatives on the Supreme Court disagreed. Amy Coney Barrett will join them, and rushing this nomination on the eve of the election means that she will join them, possibly to vote on the election itself while on the court. Is that view apocalyptic? Not if you believe Donald Trump, who said the reason why he wants a ninth justice is to decide the election, not the voters, the Supreme Court. He said the quiet part out loud, and so did a number of my colleagues in our Judiciary Committee meeting. He said, this election will end up in the Supreme Court, and I think it's very important that we have 9 justices. And when I asked Amy Coney Barrett if she would recuse herself from a case about this election as a result of these comments, she refused to answer or commit. I call on her to postpone her taking the oath of office until after the next president is inaugurated. Why not remove any doubt about conflict of interest, any question about the legitimacy of whatever decision may be necessary by the Supreme Court by postponing her investiture? I ask her to make that commitment and for my colleagues to join in that call and for the president to respect it. So this nomination is not just about health care. It's also about the assault on a woman's right to choose, on voting rights, and it's about whether governments can enact reasonable, sensible gun violence protection laws to keep America safe. I want to tell you finally about Natalie Barton. Natalie is 18 years old. She was 10 when her little brother, Daniel, was killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, on December 14, 2012. Daniel was 7 at the time. He was one of 20 innocent, beautiful children and 6th grade educators who were killed that tragic morning. I was at the firehouse not long after. I witnessed the unspeakable grief in the faces of parents and families whose children were gunned down. Families who realized that some of those children were not coming home. 8 years later, Natalie says that her grief is still real, and her crusade for gun violence prevention measures inspires me. So does the work of her parents and other families there in Newtown and across the country. Survivors I have met, families I have come to know and respect and admire. What happened at Sandy Hook, sadly, was not an isolated, aberrant incident. It's part of an epidemic, a scourge, a public health menace of gun violence. In the last 10 years, gun violence has taken more than 350,000 lives in rural communities and urban communities and every community in between. No community is immune. None of my colleagues' communities can claim they are immune. And Judge Barrett's view of the Second Amendment, that it would give felons, for example, the right to buy or possess firearms, that it would put the burden on the government to prove they're dangerous, a view that she acknowledges sounds kind of radical, would potentially result in striking down the laws that Natalie has crusaded to achieve, that Janice Rice of downtown Hartford, who lost her son, Shane, believes can help save lives, because in fact, those gun violence prevention measures can save lives. Universal background checks, closing the Charleston loophole, Ethan's Law, named after Ethan's song, who perished because of an unsafely stored weapon. These measures can help save lives. A ban on ghost guns, untraceable because they have no serial numbers. A ban on high-capacity magazines. These laws can help save lives. But with Amy Coney Barrett's nomination, every single gun violence prevention measure at every level of government is in grave peril, because she will join others on that court who believe with her in this radical agenda of striking down those measures. As Tabitha Escalante of March for Our Lives said to me the other day, nothing less than everything is at stake. And that's because, again, there are cases one step away, literally one step away from the highest court, including Duncan v. Becerra, where Judge Kenneth Lee on the Ninth Circuit became the first Trump-nominated judge to rule that a ban on high-capacity magazines violated the Second Amendment. That outlier opinion flouted the unanimous consensus of other federal appeals judges that have upheld large-capacity magazine bans in their states. And there are numerous other cases that involve measures that help save lives, one step away from being struck down. My Republican colleagues have the majority. They may have the votes to push this nomination through today, but they don't have the American people and they don't have history on their side. They're doing it because they can, because they have the votes. But Americans can do something too. They can vote. They can show they want gun violence protection measures and reproductive freedoms and the Affordable Care Act and voting rights and workplace safety. They don't want an America that rolls back to an originalistic view, a smokescreen that constricts rights and liberties. There is something larger than just one justice and one vote at stake here. Nothing less than everything is at stake. A shift in the balance of the court that will last for decades if we do not act to correct it. And believe me, there are appropriate measures that should be considered. The American people have the power in this election to speak out and stand up to protect their own health, the public health, and the health of our democracy. I fear for the Supreme Court's legitimacy. I revere the Supreme Court, having argued before it, having clerked on it. Its legitimacy depends on faith and trust. We must act to restore the credibility and legitimacy of the court, which has been so gravely imperiled. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Justice Ginsburg was the first Supreme Court justice I ever voted for, and a North Star for me and so many others whose futures were irrefutably made possible in part by her life and her work. I pledged I would do everything in my power to honor her last wish that the next president fill her vacancy, not just because Justice Ginsburg was a legal giant who can never be replaced, but because I understand, like she did, that making such a momentous decision so close to an election could exacerbate our republic's challenges and spin our democracy into chaos. That is why I've been fighting so hard to push my colleagues to stop this charade and to just wait a few weeks. We should not be voting on this lifetime appointment while the American people themselves are in the middle of voting, of telling us how they want this country's future to look. And this is all made even worse by the fact that we are in the middle of a pandemic. And instead of working with Democrats to pass serious relief our communities are calling out for, Republicans are refusing to do anything but jam this anti-healthcare judge onto the Supreme Court. Over the last 3 years, I've seen Republicans rubber stamp hard-right judicial nominees like it's all they came here to do. But watching them ignore the clear wishes of the American people, explicitly reject attempts to help families and communities get through this pandemic, and press on with this grotesque power grab is a new low for this body. It's a new low for our country and for the people we serve. As I've made clear, I will be voting against Judge Barrett's confirmation, just like I voted against her confirmation to the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, against Justice Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, and against so many other Trump-nominated judges who, whether they admit it or not, are part of a Republican strategy to roll back our hard-won progress. Judge Barrett clearly fits the same mold as the more than 200 partisan judges Senate Republicans have fast-tracked onto the federal bench who are anti-healthcare and anti-abortion, but pro-big business and pro-wealthy special interests. And this was all reinforced during the sham nomination process as Senate Republicans and Judge Barrett tried to downplay their own litmus tests. Judge Barrett was asked to affirm the constitutionality of the law that protects health care for hundreds of millions of Americans. She refused. She was asked to affirm the long-standing ruling of Roe v. Wade as a super precedent. Not surprisingly, given her record includes a statement called Roe, quote, barbaric, she refused. She was asked to affirm the constitutionality of the ruling that allowed same-sex marriages and opened up a new chapter of equality for LGBTQIA+ couples. She refused. She was asked to affirm that climate change is causing air and water pollution. Yet even on this matter of scientific fact, Judge Barrett refused to answer. And that was apparently exactly what Senate Republicans hoped she would do. The lack of transparency from Judge Barrett and Senate Republicans is concerning, not because we don't know where they stand, we do, but because they are so comfortable obfuscating cold facts about Judge Barrett's record and judicial philosophy, as well as their own previous statements, as if they're not real. For example, in 2016, they were adamant that when the Supreme Court loses a justice in an election year, the people's voices should be heard before the vacancy is filled. For 8 months, they refused to hold a hearing on President Obama's nominee, Merrick Garland. But now, even as the American people are in the process of voting, Republicans are trying to ignore their voices. Well, Mr. President, not on my watch. I recently asked people in Washington State to share their personal stories about what is at stake for their families. The response has been overwhelming, and the stories have been alarming. I've heard from people whose stories show how different life was before and after Roe v. Wade, and how much would be lost if reproductive rights are rolled back. I've heard from people who fear their right to marry or adopt a child or start a family could be lost. I've heard from people who are worried they will die if Republicans get their way at the Supreme Court and take away the health care and protections they rely on. Republicans may want to pretend the stakes are not this high, but they don't have to take my word for it. They can listen to their own constituents and look at their own records. For Republican senators to stand here and tell families not to worry is kind of like the captain of the Titanic passing out umbrellas and telling passengers it's all they need, with one key difference. Republicans have made clear from the start that hitting the iceberg is not an accident, it is the plan. Despite the fact that climate change is an existential threat, something the vast majority of the public understands, Republicans continue to cower to a president and special interests who insist it's a hoax. Despite the hard-fought progress for LGBTQIA+ rights, they've stood by this president who undermines them at every turn. Despite the fundamental importance of the right to vote, they've blocked our efforts to restore and secure those rights and protect our democracy. And despite what they would have you believe, Republicans have tried time and time and time again to end protections for people with pre-existing conditions and upend health care in our country. If the failed Trump Care vote from a very few years ago is too painful or too distant a memory for Republicans to revisit, they are, at this very moment, championing a lawsuit that would do all the harm of that bill and then some. And who's going to hear that lawsuit? The deciding vote could be a justice picked by a president who vowed he would only choose nominees who will rule against protections for pre-existing conditions, who thinks that would be a, quote, big win, who said just last week he hopes that happens. It's no mystery why President Trump nominated and Republicans are rushing to confirm a judge with a record of hostility to the Affordable Care Act. It is no secret that a victory for them would be a disaster for families across our country. And if you don't believe me, ask Mays from SeaTac, Washington, who lives with sleep apnea, asthma, prediabetes, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and hypothyroidism. If Republicans succeed in this lawsuit, she would lose her Medicaid expansion coverage and access to care, meaning her conditions could deteriorate, increasing her risk of diabetes, coma, or dying in her sleep. And if you don't believe Mays, then ask Rhiannon from Arlington, Washington, who has type 1 diabetes and could get kicked off her parents' insurance plan if Republicans win this case at the Supreme Court. As she wrote to me, quote, "Right now, the ACA is the only hope I have of living past 26. If you don't believe Rhiannon, ask Madeline, who has a medical condition which makes pregnancy fatal. For Madeline, affordable health care coverage that includes access to birth control, is absolutely essential, as is the right to an abortion. If Republicans get their way, insurance companies would no longer have to cover birth control, even though a pregnancy for Madeline would be life-threatening. And things get even worse for her if Republicans overturn Roe v. Wade. Last year, when Madeline learned that despite being diligent about her birth control, she was pregnant, she knew what she had to do. She had to get an abortion. It was safe, it was legal, it was totally her decision, and it was life-saving. But if Judge Barrett were Justice Barrett, if the right to abortion were a thing of the past, Madeline's pregnancy could have been a death sentence. As she put it, and I quote, "This isn't a right versus left issue for a lot of us. It is life or death. And knowing that is at stake is terrifying." Well, Madeline isn't the only person who's terrified. If Republicans win their lawsuit, over 130 million people with pre-existing conditions, like Madeline, could be charged more for their health insurance, have benefits excluded, or be denied coverage entirely. Over 20 million people like Mays and Rhiannon could lose coverage from Medicaid expansion, the exchanges, or their parents' plans. Insurance companies could exclude essential health benefits countless other patients rely on, like prescription drugs or maternity care or therapy or wheelchairs or much more. Half the country could be charged more for health insurance just because they're a woman. Seniors could face thousands more in healthcare costs with the return of the age tax and the Medicare donut hole. People with disabilities' lives could be upended if they lose access to home and community-based services that help them live independent lives, or if insurance providers can discriminate on the basis of disability by denying coverage or charging more. and people with expensive healthcare needs, cancer diagnosis, a medically complicated pregnancy, a fight with COVID-19, could be left with an enormous bill, since insurance companies won't have to cap patients' out-of-pocket costs, but will be able to place annual and lifetime limits on their benefits. And we cannot forget the communities of color who already face worse outcomes due to systemic racism in our healthcare system, who would be hit hardest by so much of the damage of the Republicans' healthcare lawsuit. And healthcare isn't all that's at stake for families, far from it. Fundamental rights and protections and opportunities for workers are on the line. The fate of immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers, families and dreamers who came to our nation in search of a better life and brighter future are on the line. And hard-fought victories for the LGBTQIA+ community are on the line. Matthew, in my home state of Washington, and his husband were able to marry, to adopt, and fortunate to be able to form a loving family. But that might not be possible for LGBTQIA+ couples like them in the future if the highest court in the land turns back the clock and refuses to see them as equal under the law. Mr. President, the bottom line is that this Supreme Court fight is not about politics. It is about the lives of hundreds of millions of people. And if Republicans don't believe my constituents, I invite them to ask their own. I encourage them to listen, because I guarantee people across the country know what Republicans have been saying, know exactly what Republicans are voting for, and they are speaking up about it. I'm here sharing their stories on the Senate floor, and Democrats brought their stories to the committee room so that Republicans have no choice but to hear them. And when we vote, Republicans will have no excuse to pretend they do not know exactly what's at stake. Instead, every one of them will have a simple choice. Will you listen to the families who are speaking up, the people who are saying to you in no uncertain terms that if you put this judge on the court, if you win this partisan lawsuit, it could kill me? Or will you ignore them? If Republicans truly want to reassure their constituents and want to show their listening, the choice is simple. Vote no on this nomination. And to those who choose to put this president and the profoundly lost Republican Party above anything else, to those Republicans who are capping these brutal last 4 years off with such a staggering show of fealty and partisanship and callousness, no, the consequences of this vote will be felt long after this president is gone from office, regardless of the outcome of this election. People of this country will not forget, and neither will your Democratic colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Without objection. Pursuant Rule 4, Paragraph 2, the hour of noon having arrived, the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer from the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. Holy God, as our lawmakers strive on this decisive day in history to accomplish your purposes, show them how to discern your will. May they renew their minds through the nourishment of your holy word. Lord, prepare them to be sober-minded and filled with your Spirit, accomplishing the task that receive your approval. Keep them from conforming to worldly impulses as they strive to ensure that their behavior will rightly represent you. May they conduct themselves with holiness, godliness, and civility, waiting for the day when you will return to establish your kingdom on earth. Lord, prepare us all to stand before you in peace, without spot or blemish. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, it's an honor and a privilege to speak on behalf of the confirmation of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court of the United States today. One of Judge Barrett's familiar themes, one that she has invoked in speeches when speaking about the Constitution and about the role of the federal judiciary, involves a line from Odysseus, involves a reference to the Odyssey. She says, and I quote, "The Constitution is like how Odysseus ties himself to the mast to resist the song of the sirens. He tells his crew, 'Don't untie me, no matter how much I plead.' That's what we've done as the American people with the Constitution. We've said, as the people sober appealing to the people drunk, when you're tempted to get untied, when you're tempted to get carried away by your passions and trample upon the First Amendment rights or minority rights, this document will hold you back," close quote. Judge Barrett points out a very critical matter here, an absolutely essential matter, which is, first of all, that the whole point of having a Constitution involves restraining and restricting government. As it relates to the judiciary, it involves acknowledging the necessarily limited, finite, and confined role of the judiciary. Sometimes when people refer to the three branches of the federal government, they'll get it backwards. Sometimes people will refer to the judicial branch as if it were the most powerful. This gets it exactly backwards. It was designed to be, and in fact is, the least dangerous branch of the three branches. That's not to say that it's not dangerous at all. Government generally is something that, while necessary, is also dangerous. Just like water or fire or wind or oxygen or any of the things that we depend upon for our day-to-day existence. Government, including the power of the judiciary, itself has to be managed carefully, and it has to be channeled. And if it's not, it will become dangerous. And so that's why we have a Constitution, is to restrain government, because government is force. Government is nothing more or nothing less than the collective, coercive use of force. We use it to protect life, liberty, and property. We use it to make sure that people don't harm each other, and to make sure that we are protected from our adversaries within and without our borders, our boundaries. But if we lose sight of what government does and what it doesn't do, what it can and cannot do, what it may and may not do, or what any branch of the government may do, we find ourselves in troubled waters. The reason I say that the judicial branch is the least dangerous of the three is that it doesn't possess the power to say what should be, only what is. The power of the legislative branch, where we serve, is the most dangerous of the three because we've got the power to prohibit conduct. We've got the power to prescribe policy. We make the law. Second most dangerous power is probably that which is held in the executive branch. It's been made more dangerous over the last 80 years as Democrats and Republicans alike have ceded more power to the executive branch, voluntarily relinquishing the role which is uniquely, distinctively, and by constitutional mandate ours, over mostly to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, or in some cases, the President of the United States or those who serve under his employ. But the judicial branch possesses neither the power of the purse nor the power of the sword. We've got the power of the purse. We spend the money. We prescribe the policy. The executive branch has the power to implement, enforce, and execute the laws, hence the power of the sword. The judicial branch possesses only the power to decide what the law says. In that respect, it's operating as if through a rear-view mirror. It's not saying what will come or what should be, but what already is. What the law, as it already exists, means. In order to do that, the judicial branch has to come to a conclusion that our laws consist of words, and those words have meaning. And that in order to tie themselves to the constitutional mast, in order to make sure that they themselves are able to resist the siren call of power, and to keep each of the three branches of government in check insofar as it's their prerogative to do so. They have to check back continually and check themselves constantly with the words of the U.S. Constitution and the words of the law itself. Yes, it matters. Yes, these things are easily ignored. These powers are easily abused. In fact, they often have been abused. There are a number of reasons for this. They have to do mostly with human nature itself. Human beings, while redeemable, are flawed. They crave power. They tend to act toward those things that make them more powerful if they're already in positions of government authority. That's why it's easy to understand why from time to time the courts stray. Now, I want to be very clear at the outset. The federal court system, notwithstanding its flaws, is the best of its kind in the world. There is no judicial system anywhere in the world that I'm aware of that is as respected or as consistently dedicated to the rule of law, to interpreting the law consistently and faithfully, as is our federal court system. The Supreme Court of the United States, while it has made some very bad decisions along the way, for the most part, gets things right. In fact, it's something that may come as a surprise to many Americans, that of all the decisions that the Supreme Court decides in a typical year, in modern times, it's most common that the Supreme Court decides those questions, either unanimously or with near unanimity. Most cases at the Supreme Court are decided either with a vote of 9-0 or 8-1 or 7-2, the overwhelming majority, in fact. These, keep in mind, are cases that, with very few exceptions, have proven difficult for the lower courts. They've caused some of the greatest legal minds in our country to address the same finite legal question and to come up with different results. And yet the Supreme Court of the United States, for the most part, decides these cases with unanimity or nearly unanimity. Why? Well, because most of the time, they tie themselves to the mast. They remember what is their charge. They remember that they're there not to decide matters of policy, but to decide questions of law. And they can't just reach out and say, I don't like this type of law, let's go after this type of law and attack it or undermine it. Or let's pursue this line of law that should be in place and isn't. They don't have that authority. They have to have a case or controversy, meaning one or more parties that can properly invoke the jurisdiction of the court, and they have to have an actual, live, ripe dispute between people who are actively affected by the law, and then and only then may the court act. From time to time, however, the court has been tempted to give in to the siren call, to make law. It isn't always with the same political objectives in mind, and those objectives can change over time. To cite one of many examples that we could point to today, I'm going to refer to a decision made by the Supreme Court of the United States in 1905 in a case called Lochner versus New York. In that case, the state of New York had enacted some laws governing minimum wage and maximum hour issues for bakery employees in the state of New York. The Supreme Court of the United States decided that those laws were bad. It didn't like them. And on that basis, it said, in essence, these laws are bad, and they're so bad that they must be unconstitutional. They're so bad, and they lack any legitimate purpose that we can see. We're therefore going to deem this part of the due process protections. The due process protections that are covered by the 14th Amendment to the Constitution and allow us to impose our judicial authority on state law and invalidate that state law. The reasoning essentially amounted to that. We don't see any good reason for this law. We therefore deem it incompatible, inconsistent, irreconcilable with due process, and we hereby strike it down as unconstitutional. This, in my view, was wrong. It was a problem. It was a political dispute that was becoming increasingly common as the progressive era was gaining momentum. Conservatives in the country were losing many of these battles in many lawmaking bodies, including, apparently, the New York State Legislature. They didn't like it. And so these particular jurists, on this particular day, chose to exercise their authority as jurists to strike down that law, even though it was really a political argument they were making. even though it wasn't within their jurisdiction. So they stretched the meaning of the law. They stretched out the concept of due process so that they could declare this to be a constitutional violation. They took debatable matters beyond debate. Not only beyond debate, but they took them outside the proper realm of state law jurisdiction and outside the context of legislation and debate surrounding such legislation within political branches of governments generally, whether state or federal. They said, this is now federal. We're going to make it federal such that you can't legislate in this area because we don't like it. And because we don't like it, we're going to say that it's part of the Constitution. It's part of your due process protections. Notwithstanding the fact that due process, as the name implies, is about process. It's about making sure that you have your day in court, making sure that you have access to tools connected to fundamental fairness on procedural questions, not an outcome. So in Lochner versus New York, the Supreme Court justices untied themselves, as it were, from the mast of the Constitution. They did so in a way that was harmful and unsustainable. They did so notwithstanding the fact that there was no logical endpoint to this. It was very difficult to conceive of any question of public policy that could not and ultimately would not come before the Supreme Court of the United States if you used their standard of analysis. This law doesn't really do anything good. It's not something that's got a legitimate purpose, so we're going to strike it down. Fortunately, the Supreme Court of the United States took many years to do it. It eventually saw the error of its ways. It eventually overturned Lochner versus New York. In many instances, we ought to look back at that moment and say, we don't really want the Supreme Court taking debatable matters beyond debate. That's how political accountability works in this country. If you have something that you don't like as a matter of policy, you ought to try to change it before the legislative body in which it's properly considered. Now, if it's unconstitutional, yes, it should be unconstitutional. I'm not one who focuses obsessively on judicial activism for fear that by focusing obsessively on judicial activism, we will perpetuate the idea that really what we want is judicial passivity. We don't want either. It is just as bad to invalidate as unconstitutional a law that is in fact not unconstitutional as it is to leave intact an unconstitutional law that is constitutionally defective. Both are equally repugnant to the Constitution. Both represent an effort by jurists to untether themselves from the mast of the Constitution and from the finite judicial role. Justice Scalia was someone who was nominated to the Supreme Court of the United States in 1986. He was confirmed overwhelmingly by a vote of 98-0, if I recall. Justice Scalia was someone who, while a law professor and later while serving as a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, had acknowledged the need for judges to keep themselves tethered to the mast, had acknowledged the need for them to focus on deciding cases based on the law rather than on the basis of favorable policy outcomes. This was at once a somewhat revolutionary idea at the time, and yet it wasn't overwhelmingly controversial at the time, given the fact that he was confirmed by a vote of 98-0 to the Supreme Court of the United States. But over the next 3 decades or so, while he served on the Supreme Court of the United States, Justice Scalia revived, he restored this concept, this constitutional understanding of the proper role of government and of the proper role of each branch of the federal government, including and especially the judicial branch of the federal government. During his service on the Supreme Court of the United States, he was able to mentor a number of law clerks, including Judge Amy Coney Barrett. Judge Barrett has explained that she believes in the same line of reasoning. She believes that judges and justices need to tether themselves to the mast of the Constitution. They need to confine their role to that involves judging. And they need to not covet and ultimately try to overtake the role of the elected lawmaker or the role of the executive. One has the power of policy and the purse, the other the power of the sword. But as Alexander Hamilton explained in Federalist 78, there is a profound difference between these powers. The legislative branch, he explained, has the power of will. It exercises will when it decides what should and should not be within the law. The power of the judiciary, by contrast, involves only the power of judgment to decide what the law says. That's the kind of jurist that we need today. Now, make no mistake, this is not a conflict that involves a desire to put on the Supreme Court of the United States people who will wage political warfare within the judicial branch from the conservative side. It's not that. It's not anything close to that. In fact, it's the opposite of that. We don't want Judge Barrett on the Supreme Court to be our advocate. We want Judge Barrett on the Supreme Court to decide law, to decide cases based on what the law says, to keep herself tethered to that mast, because it's through that mast that our rights are protected, that we're able to elect people who will exercise sound judgment in deciding what the law should be. And yes, we want them to strike down laws when they're unconstitutional, but no, we don't want them striking them down simply because of a policy disagreement. In fact, all of our political, our economic, and our civil rights end up being tied to this very feature within our government. They're all protected by the willingness of our jurists to keep themselves tethered to the constitutional mast, just as Odysseus insisted on being tied to his, notwithstanding how hard he might plead upon hearing the call of the sirens. He knew that it was important for him to stay on task, to stay focused on his job. Judge Amy Coney Barrett is an exceptionally well-qualified and talented legal mind and jurist. She's bright, she's articulate, she's, as we've seen, unflappable, and she's willing to set her mind on that course, to uphold and protect and defend that document that I believe was written by wise men raised up by Almighty God to that very purpose. That document, insofar as we've followed it, has fostered the development of the greatest civilization the world has ever known. I hope that it ever will be that way, because it's a strong and sure foundation upon which we've built. But we need people who believe in that foundation and are willing to tie themselves to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my entire statement be made part of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, during my time in the U.S. Senate, I've had right here the privilege of being part of the confirmation process for each justice currently sitting on the Supreme Court. Yes, each one. As such, over the years, I've had the opportunity to meet with many of the nation's most talented jurists. At this time, I consider Judge Amy Coney Barrett to be the most qualified Supreme Court nominee that I've encountered in my 34 years in the United States Senate. Let me explain. Education, that's important. Judge Barrett was born and raised in the New Orleans area. She's the eldest of 7 children, has been spoken of here. And if you take a look, Mr. President, at her scholastic credentials, you know she was an exceptional student. Judge Barrett graduated magna cum laude from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee, and was inducted into Phi Beta Kappa. She also graduated summa cum laude from Notre Dame Law School, where she was the executive editor of the Notre Dame Law Review and finished, Mr. President, first in her class. Look at some of her professional experience. This is important. Judge Barrett is no stranger to the courtroom. She has decades of exemplary professional legal experience that I believe deem her well qualified to sit as a Supreme Court justice. Following law school, Judge Barrett clerked for Justice Lawrence Silberman of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. He's a great jurist in his own right, Judge Silberman. 1 year later, she clerked at the U.S. Supreme Court for Justice Scalia, one of the renowned judges, gaining fundamental legal experience that would help shape her future legal career. From there, Mr. President, she practiced law and taught as a visiting professor at George Washington University Law School here in Washington. Judge Barrett went on to serve as a law professor for 15 years at her alma mater, Notre Dame University Law School. In that period of time, she was awarded Notre Dame Law School's Distinguished Professor of the Year Award 3 separate times. Most recently, in 2017, Judge Barrett was confirmed right here in the Senate as a judge for the United States Court of Appeals for the 7th Circuit. And during this time on the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, she authored 79, Mr. President, 79 majority opinions as a circuit court judge. Let's review for a minute the judicial philosophy and temperament of Judge Barrett. I think that's highly important. And while her education and professional experience are certainly noteworthy, it is her judicial philosophy and temperament that really set her nomination apart, I believe, from a lot of others. I'm a firm believer that any nominee to the Supreme Court must and should demonstrate that he or she consistently and honorably applies the law as it is written, impartially and equally to all individuals. Judge Barrett has time and again shown through her opinions and her statements that she will base her decisions on the law and the Constitution, not on personal policy preferences, as it should be. She has also, Mr. President, demonstrated a deep commitment to the Constitution and its protections established by our founding fathers. When considering potential nominees to the Supreme Court, Mr. President, I find one's judicial temperament to be vitally important. The American Bar Association Standing Committee on the Federal Judiciary, which consists, Mr. President, of 19 lawyers who conduct nonpartisan peer reviews of federal judicial nominees. It relies on confidential assessment of judges, lawyers, law professors, and deans, community leaders, and others with knowledge of the nominee. I want to share what some of them have said about her. For Judge Barrett, the committee invited 944 people to provide input into whether she's qualified or not for the Supreme Court. I'd like to share here in the Senate this afternoon just a few of the comments that the American Bar Association committee provided. They said about her, whip smart, highly productive, punctual, and well prepared, a brilliant writer and thinker, an intellectual giant with people skills and engaging warmth. The myth is real. She's a staggering academic mind. Judge Barrett has demonstrated, I'm quoting them again, stellar judicial temperament in all settings. She is often described as a good listener who makes time for people, whether they're law students, law clerks, colleagues, or friends. Of other note here are the comments from Randall Noel, the chair of the American Bar Association Standing Committee. And he said, Judge Barrett is incredibly honest and forthright. Judge Barrett is an exemplar of living an integrated life in which her intellect, integrity, and compassion weave the different threads of her life together seamlessly. Think about all this. He also says, all of the experienced, dedicated, and knowledgeable sitting judges, legal scholars, and lawyers who have worked with or against Judge Barrett had high praise for her intellect and her ability to communicate clearly and effectively. It is no surprise that the American Bar Association found Barrett's professional competence to have exceeded, Mr. President, their high standards for Supreme Court nominees. As a country, we should seek, I believe, to have judges who are thoughtful, fair-minded, and respectful. Judge Barrett exemplifies all of these traits. Mr. President, in conclusion, I believe that the role of the Constitution of advice and consent that we talk about here to the Supreme Court nominees to be one of my most important responsibilities here in the Senate. Judge Amy Coney Barrett is as qualified for the United States Supreme Court as any nominee, Mr. President, that I have encountered in 34 years here, and I have the utmost confidence that she will serve the court and this country with honesty and integrity. I look forward later today to voting to confirm her nomination and to encourage also my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor. Suggest absence will quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator from Louisiana.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I had the privilege to speak on the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett a couple of days ago for her both qualifications and the uniqueness which she'll bring to the court, which will serve our country well. Today, however, I'd like to speak on a different topic. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I rise to pay respects to those who have lost their lives, to those who currently have disease, and those who work so hard to save these patients. A little personal, my wife, Dr. Laura Cassidy, is a retired breast cancer surgeon, so it's an issue which has always been very near to our house. This year it is estimated there'll be almost 280,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer among women and about 2,600 among men, often not realize that men are affected as well. And about 49,000 women are estimated to contract ductal carcinoma in situ, or so-called DCIS. And about 43,000 Americans every year will die from breast cancer. Breast cancer, of course, is hardest on the patient, but the diagnosis has a ripple effect through the family. I mentioned my wife, Laura, is a retired breast cancer surgeon, and she would tell me that when she would deliver the diagnosis to a patient, she would look at the woman and say, "You have breast cancer." The patient would be stoic, and her husband would cry. And it points to the fact that while cancer is a terrible diagnosis for anyone, when that anyone happens to be the center of a family, it radiates out from her diagnosis to touch everybody in her immediate family, in the generation above, and perhaps a generation below. We've been inspired to make our gains against cancer in general, but against breast cancer in particular, for the centrality that women play in our society, and of course the deadliness of breast cancer. And so it takes courage to address the disease if you have the diagnosis, and resiliency and determination just seem to develop in those who are so diagnosed. The support of family and friends means a lot more to the patient than the family will ever know. So I encourage those who know somebody with breast cancer in particular we're speaking of, but any form of cancer, to reach out. Simply being there can make a tremendous difference in the fight to survive. Now let me say, there is always hope. In addition to early detection, there are steps that people can take to reduce their risk of contracting breast cancer. Age is the primary, the primary risk factor, Mr. President. My wife used to say, when speaking to a crowd, the primary risk factor for breast cancer is being a woman. To emphasize that all women have a risk for breast cancer. So don't just say, because I'm not this or that, I'm not at risk. No, recognize that all women have a risk. Age would be the next risk factor, being that the older you are, the more likely that you can develop. Women who have children after age 35 may be at higher risk. The more children a woman gives birth to may lower risk. But again, the primary risk of breast cancer is being a woman. So every woman should take the disease seriously and take steps to reduce her risk for developing breast cancer, increasing the chance that it is detected if she does develop, and increasing the chance for a successful treatment if it does develop. Now, there are steps you can take to reduce the risk. Regular exercise can reduce the risk by as much as 20%. Breastfeeding lowers the risk of breast cancer. Eating fruits and vegetables, especially carotenoids, which is in carrots, as you might guess from carotenoids, avoiding obesity, moderation in drinking alcohol, all can reduce risk, all should be practiced. Now, though a cancer diagnosis can be shocking, again, you can do things to detect it at an earlier stage and improve the chance of a successful outcome. The American Cancer Society advises women 40 to 44 to consult with their doctor for regular clinical exams and on guidance as when it's best to have a mammogram. Women who are 45 to 54 should have an annual mammogram, and those older than 54 and in good health should have a mammogram every 2 years. But again, check with your doctor. All these need to be customized for the patient. Patients should also do self-exams for warning signs. This could be the change in the look or feel of a breast or possible discharge from the nipple, the presence of a lump, swelling, discoloration, changes in size and shape are common signs. If these are present, she should consult with her health care provider. If someone doesn't know how to do a breast self-exam, look on the internet. There are all kinds of resources that can help somebody know if they're just not sure how to do. Lastly, the treatments for breast cancer continue to improve. The surgical, radiation therapy, and medical therapy is improving every year. A diagnosis of breast cancer is not a death sentence. It is the beginning of a treatment regimen which can cure. Now, by the way, let me diverge just a second from October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month to kind of the contemporary things that we're speaking of. My Democratic colleagues on the floor have been imagining how a Justice Amy Coney Barrett would rule on various topics, frankly saying things that are designed to cause fear, and they're doing it for political gain. But I think everybody on this side of the aisle, all Republicans, have a commitment to make sure that all Americans have health care and that they have coverage for pre-existing condition. Again, I'm a doctor who worked in the public hospital system for many years, but some stories particularly stand out. This is a patient of my wife's, and she was probably about 45, 3 children. Her husband had died or they divorced, I forget which. They lived in a very nice neighborhood in my hometown of Baton Rouge. She drove a nice car. But when her husband left, however he left, she had decisions to make. And she made the decision to go without health insurance so she could afford other things for her family. At some point along the way, she felt a lump in her breast. But without health insurance, she didn't know what to do. And my wife was a breast cancer surgeon in private practice, but eventually someone connected this patient with my wife. And when she came to see my wife, she had waited so long for evaluation that the cancer was growing out of her skin. It's called fungating, like a mushroom grows out, except it wasn't a mushroom, it was cancer eating through the skin. Now, and she had everything otherwise. Great house, good car, wonderful kids in parochial school. Now, it's that sort of example that touches us all, that lets all realize that there is a personal reason why we all care about everyone having access to health care, why we all care about folks having coverage for pre-existing conditions. I give congratulations to my colleague sitting in the chair, the senator from North Carolina, who has had a bill up that would address pre-existing conditions. But on several occasions, my Democratic colleagues have objected to your bill being passed that would protect those with pre-existing conditions. So I will end this paragraph where I began it. As I just digress a little bit from October awareness, Breast Cancer Awareness Month being October, I will point out that my Democratic fellow senators raising the issue of pre-existing conditions in the setting of Amy Coney Barrett seem to be doing it more for political gain, because the bill that my colleague from North Carolina offered would have addressed the issue, but they opposed it uniformly, as if they want an issue to campaign on, but not a solution to the problem. So let me conclude. As October comes to a close, let us reflect on breast cancer victims not only in the final days of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but throughout the year. Know the risk factors, know the warning signs, and screen regularly to catch early. Doing so saves lives. It is important for the person who may have breast cancer. It is important for us all. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yesterday came to the floor and spoke about the forest fires in Colorado, and luckily we've had a great deal of snow on some of the most problematic conflagrations, and it has slowed the fires down tremendously and has given us a chance to fight back and make some containment progress. And so the news on the fire front is generally a good news story today, with more challenges to come down the road. So this morning I come to the floor to talk about the nomination of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to be placed on the United States Supreme Court. That will be the third Supreme Court justice that I have had the honor and privilege of voting on this Congress and the previous Congress, including Neil Gorsuch, Colorado's own Neil Gorsuch. We've heard a lot of discussion about the Federalist Papers and our founding fathers and the intent and the role of the Senate, the language of the Constitution that points out that the President shall nominate and with the advice and consent of the Senate, place justices throughout our judiciary. We've heard Federalist 69 by Alexander Hamilton. The President is to nominate, and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to appoint ambassadors and other public ministers, judges of the Supreme Court. In Federalist 69, Hamilton goes on to compare the power of appointment that the President has, the Chief Executive has, to that of the King of Great Britain, even comparing the power of appointment to the Governor of New York, Alexander Hamilton in Federalist 69 did. And he stated that both the King and the Governor of New York at that time had a greater power of appointment than the President, due to the requirement of advice and consent and the ability of the Governor of New York to actually cast a vote on the matter himself. To quote Alexander Hamilton, in the national government, if the Senate should be divided, no appointment could be made. He pointed out that the President has a concurrent authority in appointing offices, and the President is not the sole author of these appointments. It's clear in Alexander Hamilton's writings that this power was intended to be diluted, that it was to be balanced amongst the chambers, that the judicial branch was viewed as the weakest of the three branches of government, not because it wasn't equal in power, but because it didn't have some of the mechanisms that the other two branches do to protect it. And while the President makes that appointment, it is this chamber, the sole duty of this chamber in the Constitution, to agree or disagree with that nomination. We saw that disagreement occur in 2016, where this chamber did not give its consent to a nomination. Later, Neil Gorsuch, Colorado's Neil Gorsuch, was confirmed to the Supreme Court. And just a matter of a little more than a month ago, we lost a trailblazing leader in Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, leaving open another seat on the Supreme Court that we are now asked to fill. Federalist 78, also written by Alexander Hamilton, has been referenced many times on the floor and this past year, and particularly during this debate. Wrote about the Constitution being fundamental law, that it's the will of the people, and that the courts are the only true guardians. The only true guardians of the Constitution, that the Constitution is the highest man-made law, that any legislative act to the contrary must be held void by the courts, since, and I quote, "the interpretation of the laws is the proper and peculiar province of the courts." That it was the guardian of the Constitution. When Madison was talking about this in the first Congress, he introduced, of course, the amendments that became what we call the Bill of Rights today. He said that the courts would, quote, "consider themselves in a peculiar manner the guardians of those rights. They would be an impenetrable bulwark against every assumption of power in the legislative or the executive. They will be naturally led to resist every encroachment upon rights expressly stipulated for in the Constitution by the Declaration of Rights." And that idea of this guardians of the Constitution that the court plays is a hallmark of our democracy today. And whether or not a justice has the support of a member of this chamber, I don't believe that anyone would deny that role that our courts must play, and that is that role as guardian of the Constitution. But it is clear in the confirmation hearing for Judge Barrett that some people believe the guardian of the Constitution takes on a different hue, that there is more to that role than simply looking at the law and making a decision based on the law. As some called it, I believe it was Justice Scalia, and perhaps paraphrased by Justice Gorsuch, that a judge's role is to call balls and strikes. I would add to that, it is not their role to call the pitch. But what we saw during the Judiciary Committee hearings, of course, was a viewpoint of some that a judge should be more than calling balls and strikes. A judge should be, in effect, a super legislator. That a judge should accomplish things that this chamber, this Congress, has failed to do. That if there is a shortcoming in a policy, that a judge or justice would look the other way and fill in that policy, or write that policy, or proactively create that policy. That, again, going back to what we have known throughout this country as the guardians of the Constitution. Guardians of the Constitution don't make up policy. They don't fill voids of new policies that the legislators didn't do or couldn't do because they couldn't get it through their chamber, so they decided they would count on a judge to do it somewhere else. That's not the role of the courts. It's certainly not the role of a guardian of the Constitution. A guardian of the Constitution is somebody who looks at the law and makes decisions of the law, upholds and protects that will of the people, the fundamental law of the people. And of course, an activist judge, an activist justice, would be reaching into the law to fit their own personal opinion or beliefs, to craft something that they believe is perhaps more in line with what they thought somebody wanted, more in line with their own opinions, instead of looking at that letter of the law. And I think it's important that we keep in mind that's not the role of the courts. If this chamber can't pass a policy or a law, if it can't have its own victory in carrying the day in an argument, it's not up to a judge or a justice to fill in the blank. They have to rule and carry out the law. And so that's a real key distinction that we saw during the Judiciary Committee debates. That role of policy maker that some wish Judge Barrett to be versus that role of protector, that guardian of the Constitution, calling balls and strikes. I look at any nominee for the courts, whether it's a district court or appellate court or a Supreme Court, through a lens of, are they going to protect that Constitution? Are they going to uphold the Constitution? Are they going to fight to defend it, that guardian of the Constitution? Are they going to protect and do the same with the law outside of the Constitution, the laws, the statutes that this body enacts, passes, signed into law by the president? Will that judge or justice uphold and defend that law? Not make that law, not change that law, but uphold the law. And of course, that guardian of the Constitution role that they will play. There's no doubt that Judge Barrett's qualifications are immense. Her qualifications as a member of our great American community, somebody with a beautiful family, it's mind-boggling. Jamie and I have a challenge with our 3 kids, making sure they get to school on time, making sure they're getting their homework done. I can't imagine 7 children while also carrying the schedule that their family does. But it's a testament to the incredible power and leadership of their family, their dedication to being upstanding citizens of this nation and giving back to this nation with this new pursuit. We know the keen intellect that has been shared with this country over the last several years in the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. We know her time as a law professor and have had the opportunity to look over a decade plus worth of work. And we know that she is a person of faith in our communities and has come under incredible attacks because of that faith. And we know in this chamber that our Constitution actually forbids the kinds of attacks that we have seen on her faith. Our Constitution makes it clear there is no religious test. Our Constitution actually makes it very clear that you cannot vote or deny public service appointment to someone because of their religious beliefs. We've seen it done, we've seen it tried, especially over the last Congress. We saw it done at the Budget Committee with the nomination of Russ Vought to be the Deputy Director of the Office of Management and Budget. When a colleague of ours basically said, because of his deeply held Christian beliefs, that he was not qualified to be a public servant in this country. And I hope the American people are hearing what is happening in some of these debates. That Amy Coney Barrett is attacked because of her faith, but it's not just limited or isolated to her. There are others who are more and more accustomed or who feel more and more empowered, emboldened to use a person's faith to deny them their vote to a position in our government. That is an unconstitutional test that some in this chamber are starting to rely on. And I hope the American people will use this opportunity to see through it, to reject it, and to get back to the values of our Constitution and the intent of that language. I had a conversation with Judge Barrett, the chance to visit with her, and I talked about those 3 qualifications to uphold the Constitution. Will you fight to protect the Constitution? Will you protect the law? And will you avoid being that activist legislator? Will you avoid legislating from the bench? And received her commitment that is exactly the kind of judge that she will be, somebody to be that guardian of the Constitution, the protector of the law, to call balls and strikes. I talked to her about the importance that I know that the vote that I cast for her is something that matters not just next year or the next year, but 10 and 20 years from now as she is on that court, that same view will remain. And she assured me that it will because of the same reason that I want it to. That's the future of our kids and their kids. And she knows it means everything to her children as well, to protect our nation's laws and Constitution and to avoid that attempt, that desire, that pull at the heart to legislate, even if even if you want to come out with an opinion that is different than your own interpretation of the law, you have to follow the law. And that's what she has assured me she has done. She has assured me that there are moments and rulings that she has issued that she would have preferred a different outcome, personally. But that's not what the law required. And that's why she ruled the way that she did. In talking to my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, they talked about her understanding of the law, and watching the hearings you could sense the deep commitment and devotion to the law. There was a time several decades ago when President Ronald Reagan went to introduce Justice Sandra Day O'Connor to a group of federal judges at the White House. And Ronald Reagan, in his speech, talked about what it means to be a judge. He talked about the exacting standards of integrity, fairness, and intellect that's required for a federal judgeship, that it provides reassurance to all of us that our ideals of liberty and justice are alive and well. He went on to talk about the most important quality that we could have in a judge, and that was wisdom. That wisdom is the quality that we look for most. And I think you can sense the great deal of wisdom in Amy Coney Barrett. He went on to say that we demand of our judges a wisdom that knows no time, has no prejudice, and wants no other reward. We entrust judges with our ideals and freedom, and our future depends on the way that judge defines it. It requires the lonely courage of a patriot. And he went on to say that a judge is a guardian of freedom for generations yet unborn. And so I hope that my colleagues will support the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett. If you could take the politics out of the place, she would probably have a unanimous vote. Unfortunately, the politicization of this nomination is going to prevent that. But I just urge my colleagues to look past the politics, to look past the partisanship, and to vote for a truly qualified justice who is committed to the law, to the Constitution, who is committed against activism on the bench, and who will make sure that our country, for generations to come, has a protector, that guardian of the Constitution, with the wisdom to get the job done. I urge my colleagues to support Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and I am honored in just a few hours to know that I will be able to cast a vote in support of Justice, soon-to-be Justice, Amy Coney Barrett. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my full statement be added to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. My my staff. I want to thank my staff, Elliot, who's here on the floor, Brad, Cirillo, Seth, and Brad for all the work that they've done as we've gone through the nomination process. And I was reviewing my prepared remarks this morning, and then I was reflected back on a very important moment during the Judiciary Committee hearing where Senator Cornyn asked, he said, if you can see among all of us, we have 3-ring binders, we have staff behind us, we've taken weeks to prepare, and you're about to go through some 20 hours of questions. Would you mind sharing with us your notes? She lifted a blank notepad that was given to her by the chairman. It had nothing on it. She came to that committee fully prepared to answer any question from the 22 members of the Judiciary Committee purely from what's up there. And she did an extraordinary job. The reason she did an extraordinary job is because she's had an extraordinary career, both as a student, beginning as a student, then going to Rhodes College, where she was magna cum laude, then going to Notre Dame School of Law, where she graduated first in her class. She went on to be a professor at Notre Dame, and she was multiple times voted the distinguished professor by a broad spectrum of liberal and conservative students. She's also proven as a judge with some 600 cases going through the Seventh Circuit that she has an encyclopedic knowledge of that law. There were so many times when members on the other side of the aisle would try and trip her up or ask her a question. She had no notes to refer to. She got the specifics of the case right, and what she demonstrated throughout the entire hearing process, which I attended, was that she does her job by doing two things: looking at the plain letter of the Constitution, understanding the limits of that the laws can have within the bounds of the Constitution, and rule accordingly. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in Judiciary Committee were constantly, it was clear to me, after weeks of attacking Amy Coney Barrett, not directly, but through surrogates, that they were trying to demonize this person before they ever came before the committee, like they did with Justice Kavanaugh. But each and every time they asked her a question, she brought them back to the boundaries of the Constitution and the question of law before, in her case, the circuit court. And there was just no way to trip her up. So then what happened? Then they started talking about how you're going to go to the Supreme Court and you're going to overturn the Affordable Care Act. They asked her questions that they knew she couldn't answer, and Justice Ginsburg, pursuant to the Ginsburg rule, they have no intention, no responsible judge would go before the Judiciary Committee and tell you how they're going to rule on a future case. It's actually a violation of their code of conduct. So she told them in so many instances, and what was interesting with some of the members on the other side of the aisle was, on the one hand, they would say you cannot overturn this president or that president, and in the same breath, they would say, but we want to make sure you overturn this president or that president. And every time, Amy Coney Barrett was calm and composed and demonstrated to everybody in that committee that she's going to be objective, she is going to be fair, and she is going to stay within the lines of the Constitution and the matter of law that's before. Now, I think that it's very important to have a judge like that on the Supreme Court. Our religious freedoms are at stake. Our Second Amendment rights are at stake. We do have people that want activist judges. I don't want an activist judge, period, not for a conservative cause or a liberal cause. I want a judge that I know if I someday go before the Supreme Court or any American, I want to know that I have a judge there who's going to be fair, who's going to be thoughtful, who's going to be impartial, and will always have a concern for both sides of the argument, but at the end of the day, know that they have a responsibility to judge objectively. Now, Mr. President, I've had a couple of opportunities to meet with Amy Coney Barrett. And the last meeting that I had with her in the Capitol, just a few steps away from where we are right now, I brought 2 pocket constitutions with me. And I said, I have 2 granddaughters. One will be 3 next week. The other one's a little over 2 months old. And I said, would you mind signing these constitutions for Sawyer and Willow, my granddaughters. And she said, certainly. She opened it up and she signed their name and just said, dream big. When they get a little bit older, not old enough yet, I'm going to get them to understand, excuse me, the significance of that quick note from an incredible jurist, somebody who dreamed big and realized her American dream, a mother of 7 school-age children, 2 adopted from Haiti, 1 with special needs. She's going to be the first Supreme Court justice female on the Supreme Court with school-age children. She has 7 of them. She's able to manage the stresses and the challenges of being a working mom while she served with distinction on the 7th Circuit, while her husband works as well. She's realized her American dream. I believe that she's going to make sure that everybody else has the freedoms to do the same thing. I think Judge Amy Coney Barrett is going to go down in history as one of the great justices on the U.S. Supreme Court. It is a shame, as you just said in your comments a moment ago, that this is even a divided decision. In a less political time than we find ourselves today, I suspect that she'd have the unanimous support of this body, much the same way that Justice Ginsburg did when she came before the Senate. But today, I'm looking forward to voting for Judge Amy Coney Barrett. I'm looking forward to watching her build on what's already a very strong legacy. I'm looking forward to making sure that we continue to have a court that's independent, impartial, focuses on protecting all of our constitutional rights and freedoms. And I know, without a doubt, Amy Coney Barrett is going to be one of those stewards in the U.S. Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the pending confirmation vote of Amy Coney Barrett to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. To fill the vacancy created by the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who we lost in September of this year. Justice Ginsburg was a champion of women's rights and civil rights, and she is going to be sorely missed on that court. Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution provides that the President shall nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint judges of the Supreme Court. One of the Senator's most solemn responsibilities is to evaluate the nominees' qualifications, as well as the process the Senate uses to provide their advice and consent for a lifetime appointment to our highest court. I believe on both substance and process, this nomination should be rejected. First, on process. Let's talk about fairness. Let's talk about the integrity of the Senate. Let's talk about living up to your own words. Let's talk about using the same rules for Republicans that you used for Democrats. Let me remind my colleagues what happened in 2016 in the Senate during President Obama's final year of a term in office in a presidential election year. Justice Scalia died in February of 2016. Within just a few hours after the death of Justice Scalia, Leader McConnell unilaterally announced that the Senate would not consider a replacement for Justice Scalia until after the November 2016 presidential elections, which established a year-long vacant Supreme Court seat. The Republican leader's action, backed by his caucus, set a very clear precedent. Under no circumstances do Senate Republicans consider a Supreme Court nominee in a presidential election year. It did not matter that in March 2016, President Obama appointed Merrick Garland, a respected D.C. Circuit judge with bipartisan support. They would not meet with Judge Garland, hold a hearing, or allow a vote on him for 293 days. In 2016, the presidential election was nearly 9 months away. 4 years ago, our Republican colleagues said 9 months was not time enough. Leave it up to the voters. We will do this whether it's a Democrat or Republican in the White House. The Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, said, and I quote, "Mr. President, the next justice could fundamentally alter the direction of the Supreme Court and have a profound impact on our country. So, of course, the American people should have a say in the court's direction." The American people may well elect a president who decides to nominate Judge Garland for Senate consideration. The next president may also nominate somebody very different. Either way, our view is this: give the people a voice in the filling of this vacancy. The American people are perfectly capable of having their say on this issue, so give them a voice. Let's let the American people decide. The American people should have a voice in selection of the next Supreme Court justice. Therefore, this vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president. That was the Republican leader. Several Judiciary Committee members made similar statements after the death of Justice Scalia. Senators Grassley, Graham, Cornyn, Lee, and Cruz signed a letter to Leader McConnell, which read in part, "We are in the midst of a great national debate over the course of our country will take in the coming years. The presidential election is well underway. Americans have already begun to cast their votes. As we mourn the tragic loss of Justice Scalia and celebrate his life's work, the American people are presented with an exceedingly rare opportunity to decide in a very real and concrete way the direction the court will take over the next generation." The letter from my Republican colleagues concluded, "We believe the people should have this opportunity because our decision is based on constitutional principle and born on the necessity to protect the will of the American people. This committee will not hold hearings on any Supreme Court nominee until after our next president is sworn in on January 20th, 2017. Current Judiciary Committee Chairman Graham explicitly addressed this point in 2016. In March 2016, Senator Graham, then a member of the Judiciary Committee, said, "I want you to use my words against me. If there's a Republican president in 2016 and a vacancy occurs in the last year of that first term, you can say, Lindsey Graham said, let the next president, whoever it might be, make that nomination, and you can use my words against me." And you would be absolutely right. We are setting precedent here today. Republicans are, that in the last year of a presidential term, that you're not going to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court based on what we're doing here today. That's going to be the new rule. And I've repeatedly stated the election cycle is well underway, and the President of the Senate is not to confirm a nominee at this stage in the process. And by the way, Senator Graham reaffirmed that in 2018. In the case of Justice Ginsburg's death and vacancy in 2020, we are about 40 days away from a general election, not 9 months. And mail-in voting in record numbers have already begun in several states. And of course, early voting has started in many states also. We are proceeding to a final vote on this nominee for a lifetime appointment just days before Election Day. And millions of Americans have already cast their ballots. Once again, within an hours of Justice Ginsburg's death, Leader McConnell unilaterally decreed that the Senate would fill the vacancy before the election. Leader McConnell said that President Trump's nominee will receive a vote on the floor of the Senate. So I implore my Republican colleagues to stop this blatant hypocrisy now. Let's follow the McConnell rule and let the American people pick the next president and Senate so they can weigh in on this decision, just as Senator McConnell argued in 2016 when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland for Justice Scalia's seat. Let the Senate honor Justice Ginsburg's legacy by continuing to fight for the rights she fought for her entire career, both as a litigator, circuit judge, and finally as a Supreme Court justice. Let us honor Justice Ginsburg's dying wish. My most fervent wish is that I will not be replaced until a new president is installed. President Trump's agenda is quite clear when it comes to his strategy for the Supreme Court. President Trump has repeatedly said he would appoint justices in the mold of Justice Scalia. As President Trump said on the campaign trail, when asked what kind of justice he would nominate, we're going to have a very strong test. We want a strong conservative people that are extremely smart. Scalia is a terrific judge. Clarence Thomas, you look at him. He's been a stalwart. He's been terrific, and we have others. President Trump also talked about the type of justices he did not like when he went on the campaign trail. He said, I'm disappointed in Roberts because he gave us Obamacare. He had 2 chances to end Obamacare. He should have ended it by every single measurement, and he didn't do it. So that was a disappointing one. Everybody thought he was good. He was a Bush appointee. He was somebody that should have, frankly, ended Obamacare, and he didn't. When President Trump announced Judge Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court, Barrett herself highlighted the ideological parallels between her and her mentor, Justice Scalia. She said about Justice Scalia, his judicial philosophy is mine too. Judge Barrett was a Supreme Court clerk for Justice Scalia. Justice Scalia was one of the most staunchly conservative members of the Supreme Court. Justice Scalia voted to strike down key parts of the Affordable Care Act. He frequently called for overturning Roe v. Wade. He opposed marriage equality. He voted to gut the protections in the voting rights in the Shelby case. He voted to gut our campaign finance laws in Citizen United case. He made it harder for workers who were discriminated against by their employers to seek justice in court, and further stacked the deck in favor of wealthy business owners and corporations over working class individuals. By nominating Judge Barrett, President Trump is attempting to bring Justice Scalia's judicial philosophy back to the mainstream and our nation's highest court. Placing Judge Barrett on the Supreme Court puts at risk so many of the rights and protections Americans have fought for and gained. So let's look how the law could change if Judge Barrett is confirmed. That's the second reason to oppose this nomination, her judicial philosophy, in addition to the flawed process. You cannot always predict how a Supreme Court justice will act after her confirmation, but Judge Barrett has given us clear views on her philosophy. So many of the American rights are on the line, but let me start with talking about the Affordable Care Act. Judge Barrett has made her views quite clear about the Affordable Care Act. In 2017 Law Review article, she concluded that the ACA is unconstitutional. She wrote, Chief Justice Roberts pushed the Affordable Care Act beyond its plausible meaning to save the statute. Judge Barrett argued that the Chief Justice Roberts' approach to NFIB versus Sebelius, which was joined by Justice Ginsburg, expressed a commitment to judicial restraint by creatively interpreting ostensibly clear statutory language, and that its approach is at odds with the statutory textualism to which most originalists subscribe. In another Supreme Court case, King versus Burwell, the Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision, joined by Justice Ginsburg, affirmed health insurance tax credits for millions of families. Nearly 9 million Americans depend on these tax credits for coverage. Barrett criticized the decision, stating, I think the dissent has the better of the legal arguments. And elsewhere she wrote, Justice Scalia is criticizing the majority's construction of the Affordable Care Act and NFIB versus Sebelius and King versus Burwell protested that the statute known as Obamacare should be renamed SCOTUS Care in honor of the court's willingness to rewrite the statute in order to keep it afloat. By this measure, it is illegitimate for the court to distort either the Constitution or a statute to achieve what it deems a preferable result. It's clear to me, and it should be clear to all of us, that Judge Barrett has a clear bias against the Affordable Care Act. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he would appoint judges who would overturn the ACA, and has consistently done so in terms of his appellate and trial court nominations. Judge Barrett appears to meet President Trump's litmus test. I mention these cases to underscore the importance of the Supreme Court justice in the lives of all Americans. So much is at stake in the filling of Justice Ginsburg's vacancy. Your health care is literally on the line. The Affordable Care Act that President Trump has tried to repeal, and the Republicans tried to repeal in this body, but have failed, they're now going to take it to the Supreme Court. A hearing is scheduled this November 10th in the case of California versus Texas, just 1 week after the general election. This is a real risk for tens of millions of Americans who depend on the law for their health care coverage and other benefits. 20 million Americans could lose their health care, and people with pre-existing conditions could lose those protections. That's 133 million Americans during the corona pandemic. That's what is at stake. We are talking about pregnancy, cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, behavioral health disorders, high cholesterol, asthma, chronic lung disease, heart disease, and numerous others that have been held to be pre-existing conditions before the protection in the Affordable Care Act. And you can now add COVID to those precondition for 8 million Americans and counting. That protection is in the Affordable Act. This is on the line before the Supreme Court this November. If the Affordable Care Act is struck down, insurers could bring back annual and lifetime limits on coverage. Adults coverage by Medicare expansion will lose vital health services. Young people will be kicked off of their parents' insurance, and insurers could sell skimpy plans that don't even cover essential health benefits like prescription drugs or emergency room visits, mental health, and substance use and maternity care. The Affordable Care Act increased access to care for millions who were previously uninsured or underinsured. Through Medicaid expansion, 13 million low-income Americans now have dependable, comprehensive health coverage. In Maryland alone, over 1.3 million low-income individuals depend on Medicaid, including 512,000 low-income children, 107,000 seniors, 152,000 individuals with disability. That is just in Maryland. We must protect the Medicaid expansion population and other uninsured and underinsured populations from the Trump administration's effort to eliminate their access to affordable care. It is at risk. I have similar concerns about women's health care issues. Judge Barrett has already gone on record in opposition to reproductive rights and freedom, so it's clear to me that she would try to roll back the clock on those rights as a Supreme Court justice. In a 2013 speech she entitled Roe at 40, Judge Barrett explained that Republicans are heavily invested in getting judges who will overturn Roe. She wrote that the framework of Roe is essentially permitted abortion on demand, and Roe recognizes no state interest in the life of the fetus. In a 2003 article, Judge Barrett suggested that Roe v. Wade was an erroneous decision. Recall that President Trump has already said he would only nominate justices who would automatically overturn Roe v. Wade. Judge Barrett appears to have met this litmus test as well. Indeed, Judge Barrett may hold an even more extreme record when it comes to reproductive rights than I've already stated. She refused to say at her confirmation hearing whether Griswold versus Connecticut was rightly decided, in which the court held that the Constitution guarantees a right to marital privacy and that a law criminalizing the use of contraception violated that right. Now note that Justices Roberts, Alito, Kagan, and Kavanaugh all discussed the Griswold case at their confirmation hearing, yet Judge Barrett said that the Griswold's correctness, quote, is something I cannot opine on. Judge Barrett's views on immigration also raises concerns. Our most vulnerable individuals are at risk, as well as with the naming of a new justice to the Supreme Court. Let me talk about one specific group. On June 18th of this year, in a 5-4 decision written by Chief Justice Roberts and joined by Justice Ginsburg, the Supreme Court held that the Department of Homeland Security violated law when it rescinded the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival DACA program. There are approximately 643,000 DACA recipients, these are our dreamers, in the United States. And approximately 29,000 are healthcare workers, essential workers, who are serving us during COVID-19 pandemic, who have saved lives and eased suffering. But for the 5-4 decision, those individuals' lives could have been totally disrupted, and they could have been ordered to leave our country. These are individuals who know no other home but the United States of America. They're our neighbors and friends. The next justice could very well determine the fate of the dreamers. Unfortunately, Judge Barrett already has demonstrated a judicial track record which is hostile to immigration. In Cook County versus Wolf, Judge Barrett authored the dissenting opinion from a ruling that struck down the Trump administration's cruel public charge rule. The rule basically penalized immigrants for exercising their legal rights to use benefits that Congress has made available. And in the case of Yafai versus Pompeo, Judge Barrett wrote the majority opinion and held that the U.S. consular officials have virtually unchecked authority to deny visa applications to those seeking entrance to the United States. It was pointed out in the minority opinion that the majority has created a constant, dangerous abdication of judicial responsibility that would lead immigration officials to deny visas on the basis of impermissible bias. So let me turn to the rights of the LGBTQ community. In the Oberfeld versus Hodges case, joined by Justice Ginsburg, the Supreme Court held that the Constitution guarantees same-sex couples the right to marry in a 5-4 decision. Unfortunately, Judge Barrett has demonstrated hostility to marriage equality and the LGBTQ rights more generally. In speeches, Judge Barrett seems to be critical of the Supreme Court's decisions in Oberfeld, indicating she was worried about the who decides question when it comes to the courts or legislature deciding who can marry and start a new family. But fundamental rights under the Constitution should not be up for debate. Every American should have the same rights, benefits, and obligations of marriage regardless of their gender or who they love. Notably, Judge Barrett referred to sexual orientation as sexual preference in her testimony, implying that sexual orientation is a choice instead of an immutable characteristic. As Justice Kennedy concluded in Oberfeld, no union is more profound than marriage, for it embodies the highest ideals of love, fidelity, devotion, sacrifice, and family. In forming a marital union, two people become something greater than once they were. As some of the petitioners in this case demonstrate, marriage embodies a love that may endure even past death. It would be misunderstood, these men and women, to say they disrespect the idea of marriage. Their plea is that they do respect it so deeply that they seek to fulfill its obligations themselves. Their hope is not to be condemned to life of loneliness, excluded from one of civilization's oldest institutions. They ask for equal dignity in the eyes of the law. The Constitution grants them that right. I hope we agree with Justice Ginsburg, but I'm afraid that's a view that is not shared by Judge Bennett. Judge Bennett was critical as well as the extension of civil rights laws to protect transgender people, saying at an event that it does seem to strain the text of a statute to say that Title IX demands it. However, the Supreme Court held otherwise in Boxstead versus Clayton County, where Justice Gorsuch, joined by Justice Ginsburg, held for the court in a 6-3 decision that prohibition of employment discrimination on the basis of sex should read to include gender identity and sexual orientation. Judge Barrett has issued several disturbing findings that indicate a cramped and narrow view on civil rights laws designated to protect American workers from discrimination based on race or age. In EEOC versus AutoZone, Judge Barrett voted against rehearing a panel decision that ruled against an African-American employee whose company involuntarily transferred him to another store based on race. The EEOC had charged that AutoZone had an unlawful practice of segregating employees by race when it assigned African-American employees to stores in African-American neighborhoods and Latino employees to Latino neighborhoods. The dissent argued that the court upheld a separate but equal arrangement that is contrary to the Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education, when the court interpreted the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to find that separate facilities can't be equal. The dissent wrote, "The case presents a straightforward question under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Does a business policy of segregating employees and intentionally assigning members of different races to different stores tend to deprive an individual of employment opportunities on the basis of race?" The panel answered this question, no, not necessarily. I cannot agree with that conclusion. Once again, Judge Barrett was on the side of denying protection against racial discrimination. In Kleiber versus Care Fusion Corporation, Judge Barrett sided with the majority that Age Discrimination and Employment Act only protects current employees from discrimination due to disparate impact and not outside job applicants, a very narrow view. And then there's Judge Barrett's views on gun safety that I find deeply concerning. Judge Barrett's record strongly suggests that she would strike down common sense gun safety laws even as Congress and the states continued to try to combat gun violence, which kills nearly 40,000 Americans every year. According to the Center for American Progress, from 2008 to 2017, over 6,200 people were killed with guns in Maryland. And from 2014 through 2018, there were 42 mass shootings in Maryland, killing a total of 45 people and injuring 156. That's just in one state. The next Supreme Court justice could hold a decisive vote should Congress or the states adopt common sense gun safety laws to curb gun violence, such as requiring universal background checks, banning assault weapons, or banning high-capacity magazine clips. In Cantor v. Barr, the Seventh Circuit held that a law barring felons from possessing a firearm did not violate the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court previously held in the District Court versus Heller that the Second Amendment conveyed an individual right to bear arms separate from the right of the militia to do so. Even Justice Scalia, Judge Barrett's mentor and President Trump's role model for an ideal justice, wrote in his majority opinion for the court in Heller that nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on the long-standing prohibition on the possession of firearms by felons. Yet Judge Barrett's dissent in Cantor and concluded that the bar on gun possession should only apply to violent felons. She argued that the majority was treating the Second Amendment like a second-class right. She went on to note that the government could deny nonviolent felons the right to vote, but not the right to bear arms, because history does show that felons can be disqualified from exercising certain rights, like the right to vote and serve on juries, because these rights belong only to virtuous citizens. So ultimately, Judge Barrett bizarrely seems to treat voting rights as a second-class right compared to gun ownership. That's pretty extreme. I've always expected in America we could move forward in protecting individual rights under our Constitution. That in each Congress, in each session, the Supreme Court would advance those rights for individual protection under the Constitution of the United States. The filling of this Supreme Court vacancy could very well reverse a trend of protecting rights and denying many in our community their rights. The Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights has sent a letter to the Senate signed by a diverse group of 150 organizations in opposition to the confirmation of Judge Barrett. The letter urges the Senate to oppose the confirmation of Judge Barrett and allow the president, duly chosen in 2020 general election, to fill the existing Supreme Court vacancies. Groups opposing the nomination include the Alliance for Justice, Human Rights Campaign, NAACP, NARAL, Pro-Choice Maryland, National Council of Jewish Women, National Employment Law Project, National Organization for Women, People for American Way, SEIU, United We Dream, Violent Policy Center, and the list goes on and on and on. On October 15, 2020, the Leadership Conference reiterated its opposition to the Barrett nomination with a letter from over 400 state and local officials asking the Senate not to confirm a new justice until after Inauguration Day. The Leadership Conference ends their letter by saying, "It is shameful that instead the United States Senate is rushing through a nominee who is likely to eviscerate the Affordable Care Act and deprive millions of people of access to health care, destroy reproductive freedom by gutting Roe v. Wade, and suppress our right to vote, making it harder for Americans to have their voices heard in our democracy." I am gravely concerned that the rush and sham process the Senate is using here will undermine the public's faith in the independence and legitimacy of the Supreme Court as a fair and impartial body. As a group of former federal judges recently wrote the Senate, our citizenry is sharply polarized, a foreboding sign for the health of any democracy. The judicial confirmation process has increasingly become dangerously politicized. Injecting a Supreme Court confirmation fight into this noxious mix will ultimately change and diminish the public's faith in this vital institution. Public opinion polls indeed show that a supermajority of Americans want the winner of the upcoming election to fill the current Supreme Court vacancy. I again reference Leadership Conference letter opposing Judge Barrett's nomination, which states Judge Barrett's extreme record on the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, along with her ideology, driven writings and speeches, demonstrate that she is incapable of rendering equal justice under the law. After reviewing Judge Barrett's full record, statements, and committee testimony, I am not convinced that Judge Barrett would administer impartial justice and guarantee equal protection of the law and equal justice under the law. So therefore, I must vote against her nomination. She is certainly not a mainstream jurist. Let's follow the McConnell rule that the American people pick the next president and Senate so they can weigh in on the decision. Just as Senator McConnell argued in 2016, with President Obama's nominee of Merrick Garland for Justice Scalia's seat. Let the Senate honor Justice Ginsburg's legacy by continuing to fight for the rights she fought her entire career as a litigator, circuit judge, and finally as a Supreme Court justice. Let us honor Justice Ginsburg's dying words. My most fervent wish is that I will not be replaced until a new president is installed. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the floor.
President.
Senator Forgan.
Mr. President, everything that has happened since the untimely passing of the legendary Justice Ginsburg is a clear reminder that much of what goes on in Washington, D.C. is simply not on the level. Right now, our country is hurting. Mass death, mass unemployment, mass hunger and suffering among children. The two sides in Congress ought to be addressing those challenges together. Now more than ever, while so many are so fearful about tomorrow, the rules that the Senate goes by and the agreements the Senate makes need to stand for something. That's how I felt when I negotiated for the $600 per week unemployment insurance boost in March. The Treasury Secretary for the Republicans agreed to it. But then at the last minute, Republican senators pretended otherwise and tried to vote it out of the bill. Think about that. There was an agreement between both sides. And the one thing that Senate Republicans wanted to do was to break the agreement and keep workers from getting that extra money to pay the rent and the food bill at a time when they had been laid off through no fault of their own. Another example is unfolding right before our eyes. Until a few weeks ago, Leader McConnell and Chairman Graham would have told you it was essentially the 11th commandment carved in stone. no election year Supreme Court appointments. Again, Republicans went back on their word. If the cure to COVID-19 was partisanship and rule breaking, then Senate Republicans might be on to something with their low stunt on the high court. But it's not. Now, the American people have a much more sensitive radar for unfairness than Senate Republicans. When I was home during the 2-week period here recently, I went to counties that Donald Trump won decisively and counties that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. Folks I talked to in both communities, in both areas, said the person who wins the 2020 election should be the one that chooses the court nominee. And in this case, the American people know what's at stake for them because they see the consequences of rule breaking. If Judge Barrett is confirmed and does what Donald Trump has repeatedly said he requires of a nominee, help him throw out the Affordable Care Act, here's what happens. Tens of millions of Americans will suddenly lose their health care during a pandemic. COVID-19 becomes a pre-existing condition used by insurance companies to once again discriminate against consumers, take America back to the days when health care was for the healthy and wealthy. Even the nominee herself shows this process on judicial nominees is so dysfunctional and so broken, it doesn't come close to being on the level. Amy Coney Barrett may have established herself as the Babe Ruth of saying pretty much nothing. Now, everybody understands that nominees typically clam up during these hearings. I don't expect Judge Barrett to disavow Trump health care policy. I wouldn't expect to agree with all of a Trump nominee's positions. But unfortunately for our country, this hearing was a new low. For example, one of my colleagues asked whether Judge Barrett was aware that the president had committed to nominating judges who would throw out the Affordable Care Act, a statement that was part of news accounts all across the country again and again and again and again. Back in 2015, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "If I win the presidency, my judicial appointments will do the right thing, unlike Bush's appointee, John Roberts, on Obamacare," unquote. The day after Judge Barrett's nomination, Donald Trump tweeted, and I quote, "Obamacare will be replaced with a much better and far cheaper alternative if it is terminated in the Supreme Court." But Judge Barrett answered when my colleague asked about whether she had heard about anything resembling Donald Trump's views on this. She said, and I quote, "I don't recall hearing about or seeing such statements. That wasn't something that I heard or saw directly by reading it myself," unquote. She also said she couldn't recall whether senators brought it up during their conversations with her. So I say to the Senate today, does anybody think that was an authentic answer? Everybody who occasionally looks at the news knows that Donald Trump wants to tear down the Affordable Care Act. He famously promised the far right that his judges would take all the far right positions. He routinely attacks Republican-appointed justices for opinions that he dislikes. The never heard it, never saw it argument advanced by Judge Barrett, that she doesn't follow the news apparently at all, didn't talk with anybody about the health care debate that has been front and center in American politics for a long, long time, is hard to mesh, and I understate this, with reality. You don't reach the heights of the academic and legal profession by ignoring the news of the day for years and years and years on end. So if you watch Judge Barrett's hearing, it's clear what this never heard it, never saw it argument is all about. It's about denying that there is any real threat to the Affordable Care Act, to protections for pre-existing conditions, to cheaper medicines for seniors. Judge Barrett certainly put on a Hall of Fame performance in ducking and dodging and weaving her way out of even the simple, routine questions about existing law, the stuff that's guaranteed to come up in every nomination hearing. For example, and this one just stunned me when I heard it, she wouldn't say whether Griswold in Connecticut was decided correctly. That is the landmark 1960s case that affirmed the right of married women to have access to contraception. It's one of the key Supreme Court decisions that gets directly to the right of privacy and to the rights of women to make decisions about their own bodies and their own lives. The decision in Roe versus Wade follows directly from the decision in Griswold. Even Justices Thomas, Roberts, Alito, and Kavanaugh, not exactly the left wing of American judicial considerations, said Griswold was decided correctly. Judge Barrett refused. And that matters because there is a far-right campaign working to undo both of those decisions, which would be devastating to a woman's fundamental freedoms in our country. She dodged serious questions on the legality of in vitro fertilization, which has helped millions of parents achieve their one dream, having a family. The judge refused to say whether she believed the landmark decision on marriage equality was decided correctly. The one case she was asked about enshrined marriage equality. She dodged a question on whether U.S. presidents should even commit to a peaceful transfer of power. She went on to say voter intimidation. On the issue of voter intimidation, she wouldn't answer whether it was illegal. That's not an open question. It's a case of black letter law. She was given what I thought was a slam dunk opportunity to confirm that a president cannot unilaterally change the date of the election. That one's not open to interpretation. The law is clear that he cannot. Judge Barrett wouldn't say so. Mr. President, it's not like this nominee has been shy about sharing her views. For example, she bashed the opinion by Chief Justice Roberts that upheld the Affordable Care Act. She said, and I quote, "It pushed the Affordable Care Act beyond its plausible meaning to save the statute." That decision is the reason that 130 million Americans with pre-existing conditions are protected today, why insurance companies can't impose caps on people who need costly health care, why seniors no longer get stuck in the prescription drug donut hole, bankrupting their savings. Judge Barrett put her name on a letter that talked about overturning Roe versus Wade because it was about a barbaric legacy. She also lectured on the subject. She failed to disclose the letter and some of those lectures in her disclosures to the Judiciary Committee. Again, I understand that nominees are always careful in these hearings. But nomination hearings are providing less and less substance. That's been the case for a long time. And over the last few weeks, Judge Barrett set a new low. Years ago, Chief Justice Roberts talked about the job of a Supreme Court justice and said it was about calling balls and strikes. My question is, how can you be trusted to call balls and strikes if you spend your nomination hearing playing hide the ball? This rush job doesn't qualify as advice and consent. In my view, you look at Donald Trump and Republicans rushing this confirmation, you look at all the ducking and dodging of basic questions, and it's not hard to see the politics behind it. At a moment when there are millions of Americans across the country wondering how they're going to pay the rent, how they're going to afford medicine, whether they're going to be able to safely hug their elderly parents again, Senate Republicans are laser focused on locking in political power in the courts. That's what this is all about. Senate Republicans somehow think this is a Houdini Act, suddenly making the threat to the Affordable Care Act disappear. It's not working. And my view is the American people understand that the rush to fill the Ginsburg seat is about a lot more than health care. Republican nominees for the courts always come before the Senate and talk about how it's the text of the laws as written, respecting precedent, respecting the original meaning of the Constitution. What happens when they join the bench? They throw out longstanding precedents, restrict individual rights, push forward with an agenda that favors special interests and the powerful. For example, Judge Barrett gutted a consumer protection law from the bench by essentially ignoring the text of the law itself, making it easier for debt collectors to prey on the vulnerable. Judge Barrett threw out precedent to deny $332 in damages to a woman who was injured in a medical procedure. The woman was actually unable to afford a lawyer, and she mistakenly used the wrong word to describe the money she was owed. Judge Barrett used that mistake against her. She ignored another existing precedent to take away a jury award from a teenager who was repeatedly raped by a prison guard. She sided with a company that segregated employees by race. In another case, she came up with a twisted interpretation of the Age Discrimination and Employment Act to allow discrimination against older job applicants. None of that had anything to do with calling balls and strikes or respecting the laws as written. Those rulings favor the powerful and corporations over people who don't have clout and don't have vast sums of money to protect themselves. President and Senate Republicans have packed the courts from the top on down with far-right judges who excuse these kinds of ideological rulings. They blocked Democratic judicial nominees for years. They had a plan to remove seats from the D.C. court rather than considering the sitting Democratic president's nominees. Now the president has pushed through an immense number of nominees, given how many seats Republicans left open through obstruction. Some of these judges have been deemed not competent for the job by nonpartisan legal groups. It's done incredible damage to the legitimacy and the independence of the judiciary. And virtually all of them tell the same story about originalism and sticking to the text in the tradition of Justice Scalia. Justice Scalia is considered to be the ultimate example of what is considered originalism. Judge Barrett recently said his judicial philosophy is mine too. Judge Scalia, in fact, packed his opinions with ideology. He wrote that the decision granting same-sex couples the right to marry was, quote, a threat to American democracy that robs the people of the freedom to govern themselves. He wanted to throw out the Affordable Care Act. He helped gut the Voting Rights Act in a ruling that's led to massive voter disenfranchisement. What's behind all this talk about originalism and sticking to the text of the laws as written is a political agenda, plain and simple. Taking away people's health care, disenfranchising voters, entrenching minority rule, giving corporations more power over their employees, legalizing discrimination against the LGBTQ community and against Black, Hispanic, Asian, and other groups of Americans. It's about cementing government control over women's bodies. Republicans could never enact these deeply unpopular policies through legislation, so they want the Supreme Court to enact their agenda for them. And I want to close by way of saying all of this is contrary to what Justice Ginsburg spent her career fighting for. It's exactly what the big rush to fill the Ginsburg seat is all about, and how this process torpedoes any opportunity for the Senate to come together on other big issues. My Democratic colleagues and I have been pleading with the majority, essentially going and saying, look, let's work together on a major COVID package, virtually pleading that we work in a bipartisan way to help people on what I have heard again and again at home is their number one concern. Mitch McConnell said, however, that it was, quote, too complicated to get done. Last week, I brought forward a bill on enhanced unemployment insurance, a lifeline for jobless workers. It was blocked. 2 days ago, Democrats brought forth a series of bills, including proposals addressing domestic violence, election security, and child care. All blocked. This nomination to Senate Republicans comes first, and absolutely everything else is on hold, gotta wait, and we see really no genuine interest to do the hard work of putting it together. So this nomination and this process are not on the level. Republicans are again breaking their word to hand the Supreme Court to the far right. And I know that because I've heard from so many Oregonians about it. Oregonians who are worried about losing their health care, their vote, and so many of their fundamental freedoms. They're worried about what this means for the future of the country. This debate is about the Ginsburg seat. Justice Ginsburg was not just an iconic fighter for the rights of the powerless and the vulnerable. She always said what she meant, and she meant what she said. We did not get that from Judge Barrett. I oppose this nomination.
Mr. President.
Senator for New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in opposition to the nomination of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. I'm truly disappointed that my Republican colleagues have chosen to ram through this partisan nominee in the middle of a pandemic when an election is underway and tens of millions of Americans have already cast their ballots. The Senate should be focused on a bipartisan COVID-19 relief package to help Granite Staters and Americans across this country who are struggling to pay the bills and put food on the table during this pandemic. Instead, Leader McConnell's only priority has been to push through a nominee who will fundamentally alter the balance of the court and affect the lives of generations of Americans, all just days before ballots will be counted to decide the next president of the United States and the makeup of this very body. And the stakes in this nomination could not be higher. I want to read an excerpt from an email I received from a constituent. This is from Dave in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Dave writes, "What is at stake with this Supreme Court nomination? Among the topics that have stricken the deepest sadness, pain, and fear in eyes, minds, and hearts are the goals of this administration to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, a woman's right, and he says in quotes, and only her right, to make decisions about her body and her life, and the rights of the LGBTQ community." Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to include the full text of this email in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. The President and his allies here on Capitol Hill are trying to tear down the health care law that has helped provide millions of Americans with coverage in the middle of the greatest public health crisis in a century. And they've pressed forward with this reckless attempt, even though they don't have a plan for what to do when as many as 23 million Americans, in New Hampshire more than 100,000 Granite Staters, would lose their health care coverage. So I want to repeat that. This administration and congressional Republicans have no plan for what to do if millions of Americans were to lose their health care coverage if the Affordable Care Act is overturned. And we've seen for the last 6 years, congressional Republicans have tried to repeal the ACA numerous times, and they have failed every time because the American people raised their voices and made it clear that they want to keep the Affordable Care Act and strengthen it, not repeal it. Well, now we're seeing the administration and congressional Republicans try to do what in the courts they were not able to get done in Congress, to overturn the Affordable Care Act. And we've seen Judge Barrett, she's made her feelings very clear about the ACA. She disagreed with decisions to uphold the ACA the last 2 times it came before the Supreme Court, and she wouldn't answer questions about the health care law during her confirmation hearing. Striking down the ACA would deal a crushing blow to our most vulnerable populations during this pandemic. If the court strikes down the Affordable Care Act in its entirety, Granite Staters and Americans across the country will lose access to Medicaid expansion. Medicaid expansion is a critical source of coverage for millions of Americans, and in New Hampshire, for thousands of Granite Staters who have lost their jobs during this pandemic. And in fact, what we've seen is that enrollment in Medicaid expansion in New Hampshire has increased by more than 11,000 enrollees since the start of this pandemic, as we've seen job losses mount. For these individuals and all of the more than 60,000 Granite Staters who are covered through Medicaid expansion, the loss of the ACA in the Supreme Court overturning the ACA, would eliminate a critical lifeline for coverage during this public health crisis. And in New Hampshire, if we lose Medicaid expansion, we also lose our most important tool for combating the opioid epidemic. Without the ACA, we'll go back to a time when insurance companies have sweeping power to undercut coverage. They'll be allowed to charge women higher premiums than men for the same coverage. The health insurers would be able to remove essential health benefits like prescription drugs or maternity care. They would be allowed to jack up premiums or deny coverage altogether for individuals with pre-existing conditions. More than 8 million Americans, including nearly 10,000 Granite Staters, could be denied coverage because they've previously contracted COVID-19, which could now count as a pre-existing condition. And without the ACA, seniors could once again find themselves stuck in Medicare's donut hole for prescription drug coverage at a time when we're seeing drug prices soar. And in her confirmation hearing, Judge Barrett even refused to say whether the Medicare program is constitutional. With Judge Barrett on the Supreme Court, the health coverage that the ACA, Medicare, and other federal programs provide will be under a constant threat. And sadly, women's reproductive rights are also on the line with Judge Barrett's nomination. When he ran for president in 2016, Donald Trump said that he would appoint judges who would overturn Roe v. Wade. Well, we're seeing that very clearly with Judge Barrett's record. It shows that President Trump is trying to do just that, overturn Roe v. Wade. And Amy Coney Barrett's dissenting opinions while serving on the Seventh Circuit have shown that she is comfortable with laws that make it difficult or nearly impossible for a woman to exercise her right to make her own reproductive health decisions. Judge Barrett has even publicly supported an organization that's opposed to in vitro fertilization, a procedure that has helped millions of American couples start a family. Almost 50 years of precedent upholding a woman's right to control her own body are in jeopardy because Republicans are playing politics with the Supreme Court and packing the court with extreme justices. There are nearly 20 abortion-related cases that are currently one step away from reaching the Supreme Court. A partisan court would likely disregard long-standing precedent in these cases and put women's health and well-being at risk. And let's be very clear. Repealing Roe v. Wade is not going to reduce the number of abortions if history is any indication. What it does is increase the number of abortions in the country. Unfortunately, the Affordable Care Act and women's reproductive rights are just two of the many areas of American life that a partisan Supreme Court could dramatically alter. Equality for LGBTQ Americans is another major concern. Millions of gay and lesbian Americans have been married since the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage. But in a recent dissent penned by Justices Thomas and Alito, these justices challenged the constitutionality of that decision and called for it to be revisited. And when asked in her confirmation hearing about the precedent of the Supreme Court decision to legalize same-sex marriage, Judge Barrett was evasive. So you can understand the anxiety and fear that same-sex families are experiencing as they watch the Republican-led Senate rush this nomination. The stakes are also incredibly high for voting rights, for worker protections, for common-sense gun laws, for so many other issues that are in jeopardy with the appointment of Judge Barrett. Now, I know the die has been cast. We saw that yesterday with the 51-48 cloture vote. But I believe this effort to politicize the Supreme Court is a decision that those who care about our democratic institutions will come to regret for many decades to come. And if today's vote is the same as yesterday's, 51-48, this will be the closest vote for a Supreme Court justice in our nation's entire history. We should not be doing this today. We should be focusing on what the American public is most concerned about: help with the coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Senator from Nevada.
I rise today because the health care of millions of Nevadans and tens of millions of Americans is in danger. Their health care is endangered because in just a few weeks, the Supreme Court will consider a case that could overturn the Affordable Care Act completely. This means that the next Supreme Court justice will decide whether individuals with pre-existing conditions could once again be denied health care coverage. The fact is, this administration has tried for years to overturn the Affordable Care Act. First, they attempted to repeal the ACA through legislation. They failed repeatedly because Congress and the American people do not support their schemes to take away our health care. Then, they changed their strategy and are trying to use the courts to dismantle our nation's health care system. Now, with an election just 1 week away, Senate Republicans are scrambling to confirm a new Supreme Court justice in order to tip the balance of the court in favor of their lawsuit aiming to destroy the Affordable Care Act. Rather than waiting for the outcome of the election, which is already underway, and follow the precedent that they themselves established in 2016, the McConnell Rule, my Republican colleagues are rushing to put Judge Amy Coney Barrett on the bench. Not only does Judge Barrett support the President's position on dismantling our nation's health care law, but if confirmed, she could very well be the deciding vote to undo the Affordable Care Act and take health care away from millions of Americans. Judge Barrett's hostility towards the Affordable Care Act is on the record, and we've seen a long and extensive paper trail outlining her opposition to the ACA. Her past comments, well, they paint a bleak picture of what the Affordable Care Act's future would look like with a Justice Barrett on the bench. To put it simply, this administration's attempt to use the court to take away Americans' health insurance and raise the cost of care, especially at this moment, during a global pandemic, is not only cruel and reckless, it is deadly. I've met many Nevada families. I've heard stories from men, women, and children whose lives would be just devastated without the Affordable Care Act. Cancer survivors, people with diabetes, asthma, cystic fibrosis, and countless other pre-existing conditions that affect families. These are real Nevadans whose health care would be jeopardized if the ACA were no longer the law of the land. I always tell my constituents that I carry their stories with me to Washington. They inform the actions and the decisions that I take, and so I want to take some time to share some of the stories that I've heard, stories from Nevadans whose lives have been saved and who enjoy quality of life because of the Affordable Care Act. Stories from Nevadans who are outraged about what's happening, who have reached out to my office to make their voices heard, and countless stories of how allowing the ACA to be dismantled would impact their lives. First, I want to share a letter from Jen, who lives in Henderson, Nevada. Jen's husband is one of the 1.2 million Nevadans estimated to be living with a pre-existing condition. Like many people, Jen is worried about the health of her husband and the future of her family if the Affordable Care Act is eliminated. Here's what Jen wrote. Dear Senator Rosen, I'm watching the confirmation hearing for Amy Coney Barrett, and I'm listening to the conversation around the ACA. I'm scared to death that it will be overturned and what it means for me and my husband. In February 2019, at only 38, he had a devastating stroke, and he had to stay in the hospital for 4 months. If he hadn't had insurance, we would never have been able to afford his care. I'm scared of losing that protection for pre-existing conditions. He'll need specialists for the rest of his life, as well as physical, occupational, and speech therapy. We cannot afford his care otherwise. I'm so scared. Please help. Unfortunately, Jen's situation and concerns are far too common. Many Nevadans and Americans across our country are worried about a future where they could lose their life-saving coverage. There's another letter from a Nevadan who lives in Spring Creek who's worried about their own continued health care without the protections the ACA provides. I've had asthma my whole life, and it's severe. I finally have good insurance, and I need it desperately. This will affect millions of us. I've lived through not having insurance, and it almost killed me. The insurance companies at that time were asking higher premiums than what I made. End quote. Nevadans across the state are absolutely terrified about the possibility of losing care because of this nomination. I received a letter from a brave Nevadan who lives in Minden, a small town in the western part of our state. She wanted to share with me her health struggles, her fears for the future. She said this, I've been fighting a rare, aggressive form of breast cancer for the past 4 years. I still have numerous surgeries to undergo, and part of my ongoing battle against this devastating disease. I worry about how the loss of pre-existing conditions, protections would adversely affect my treatment plan, my everyday financial security, and my ability to get health insurance in the future should I lose what I currently have. The Affordable Care Act has opened the door to health care for Nevadans all over my state, communities big and small. These are real people with real struggles, real families who desperately want the best possible care for their loved ones. That's all. That's all. They want the best care for their loved ones. Don't we all want that? What's at stake here is life or death for far too many Nevadans and too many Americans across this country. Assuring the health of our loved ones should be an essential, basic human right. It's thanks to the Affordable Care Act that more than 200,000 Nevadans get coverage through the ACA's expanded Medicaid program. It's thanks to the Affordable Care Act that over 77,000 Nevadans have coverage through the Nevada HealthLink Insurance Exchange. And it's thanks to the Affordable Care Act that over 19,000 Nevadans under the age of 26 get to remain covered through their parents' health insurance plans. All of these people, that's 1 in 10 Nevadans, could lose their health insurance if the Supreme Court overturns the ACA. All of them could face overwhelming costs and denials of the care that they both need and deserve. Not to mention, it's thanks to the ACA that there are an untold number of people who can still get coverage because insurance companies can no longer put lifetime caps on their health care coverage. Before the ACA, an insurance company, well, they could limit how much they would pay for your medical bills over your lifetime. One constituent from Las Vegas voiced her concerns that without ACA protections, we would see a return of lifetime caps on coverage. She said this, "I'm concerned about the potential elimination of the Affordable Care Act. In addition to the potential elimination of pre-existing conditions, no one seems to address the issue of lifetime limits, which were eliminated under the ACA. For those with long-term illnesses, they stand to risk loss of medical insurance while battling catastrophic illnesses. My husband, well, he's been battling colon cancer for several years. If the lifetime limit were to be reinstated, we would no longer be covered for any of his chemo or other cancer-related treatments. I'm sure that the insurance companies would jump at the chance to stop coverage for those with extraordinarily high medical expenses." End quote. The American people, well, they want us to protect their care. The American people want us to protect them. They do not want to see the Affordable Care Act eliminated. The fact is, our health care coverage is better now than it was before the ACA was enacted. Insurance plans now have to cover those 10 essential health benefits, and we have fought hard against junk plans that claim to provide coverage but aren't there when you need them the most. In addition to that, many middle-income Nevadans can access affordable care because of the much-needed tax credits that the ACA provides. I've spoken with and heard from countless Nevadans, and I can say with certainty that no issue matters more to people of my state than their health and safety and the health of their loved ones. The Affordable Care Act has not only given families the peace of mind that comes with quality health coverage, but has literally saved lives. Without the critical protections the ACA provides, we risk going back to the days when big insurance companies could deny insurance coverage based on pre-existing conditions. Repealing the Affordable Care Act would have dire consequences for hardworking Nevada families and families across our country. Healthcare shouldn't be a partisan issue. We have an obligation to protect the health of our constituents. We need access to health care more now than ever, and taking critical protections away from Nevadans would be a disaster for our state, and it would be a disaster for our country. I heard from another constituent, Carol, who lives in Pahrump, who highlighted the risk of this nomination during the current challenges our nation faces due to the pandemic. Carol wrote to me saying this, "Our country is in a public health crisis right now, one that gets worse by the day. In this moment, we need our legislators to protect our families, to provide relief and support, and to do the job we elected them to do. We do not need to rush through the nomination of a Supreme Court justice who is on the record as hostile to the law that provides our health care protections." Well, Carol is right to point out that we're in the middle of a catastrophic pandemic that has left more than 225,000 Americans dead. Not only that, but this pandemic could put millions of Americans at risk of being denied coverage because of a new pre-existing condition, COVID-19. Just imagine being someone who suffered through even a mild case of COVID-19, only to have their coverage taken away because of this new pre-existing condition. And just this week, we're seeing the highest positivity rates across the country we've seen thus far. Instead of developing a clear national strategy for combating the coronavirus or crafting comprehensive legislation to assist Americans in need of a lifeline during this difficult time, This administration and Senator McConnell seem to be preoccupied with rushing through a Supreme Court nominee who is outwardly hostile to the Affordable Care Act. Since coming to Congress, I've made it my mission not only to preserve the Affordable Care Act, but to expand care for all Americans. I've worked to increase access, lower costs, and improve quality of care. In fact, one of my first actions as a senator was to join my colleague, Senator Joe Manchin, in introducing legislation to demand that the Senate intervene to defend the Affordable Care Act in court. Instead of joining me and my colleagues in working to protect Americans' health, this administration is too busy playing politics with people's lives and is singularly focused on taking away your care, my care, our care. Our health care is at stake. Our lives are at stake. Before the Senate confirms a lifetime appointment to our nation's highest court, the American people's votes should be counted and their voices should be heard. This is how the American people feel. A constituent who lives in Reno wrote to me saying that President Trump has promised to appoint justices who will overturn Roe v. Wade and undermine access to health care. Certainly not what I want and not what the majority of your constituents want. He continues, the election is already underway and we should be given the power to decide which president nominates someone for this seat. The Senate should be focused on addressing the COVID-19 crisis, not fast-tracking a Supreme Court nominee. End quote. We are only 9 days away from an election. But let's be clear. The election has already started, and millions of Americans all across our country have already cast their ballot. They've mailed in their ballots, and early voting is happening in many places as we speak, including my home state of Nevada. We should allow the American people to have their say at the ballot box before the Senate considers a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court, one that will determine the future of access to quality, affordable health care in the United States for everyone. I'm sure that the other senators, well, they're hearing the same stories from their constituents, like the ones I've shared today, and I truly hope that my colleagues really listen to them, that they really hear the pain, the anguish, and the anxiety that so many Americans, well, that they're feeling just right here in this moment. Their lives, their health care, they're going to be directly impacted by our decisions. I will not support the nomination of a Supreme Court justice who does not support the Affordable Care Act. I will vote against Judge Barrett's nomination. I yield my time.
Mr. President, Senator from Oklahoma. For the past several years,
heard some pretty remarkable stories from the other side of the aisle and from the national media. We heard from an Atlantic article that the president called service members killed in action losers, spread all over the place, till it was refuted flatly by 14 different officials that were on the trip. We heard claims that the Trump administration had deployed federal troops to Portland. They were taking over the streets of Portland until leadership of ICE and of DHS came to Congress and reported what actually happened, starting with there were no federal troops that went. There was federal law enforcement there, but it's because it's a federal building that was under attack. And they weren't just aimlessly roaming the streets arresting people, though they did arrest the people that threw Molotov cocktails at the building. I've heard that the post office cannot handle the increased volume of mail, and the Trump administration's intentionally trying to slow the post office down so mail can't come in, saying with frantic, breathless voices, it could be 100 million ballots coming in the mail, and can the post office handle it? Until you find out that 2 weeks before Christmas last year, the post office handled 2.5 billion pieces of first-class mail just that 1 week. Certainly they can handle 100 million ballots coming in over a month. I heard last summer that the president had taken away toothbrushes from children at the border. So a group of us were actually at the border the very next week and went into that exact facility saying there are no toothbrushes there available for the children, and saw a storeroom full of toiletries, yes, including toothbrushes. I read the story and followed up with the ICE leadership about Muslims in our ICE detention facilities being forced to eat pork, tormenting them with feeding them pork against their faith, until we actually followed up on the facts of it and found that story was completely false. It seems every day, sometimes multiple times a day, there's a new accusation that comes out to attack the Trump administration and to be able to challenge them on every angle of every direction you can possibly do it. And then for the presiding officer, you know this full well because I sat in that same chair for 2 hours last night during our 30 hours of continuous debate following Senate rules to conclude a confirmation of a Supreme Court justice. And I was quite amazed at some of the things that I heard while I sat in the chair. I heard things like, well, Amy Coney Barrett should have never even come out of the judiciary because Democrats boycotted coming actually to the hearing, and if they don't come to the hearing, the nominee cannot come out. The Republicans have broken the rules. In fact, some of my colleagues went dangerously close to say, because they broke that rule, we're going to break the next rule and pack the court. Except they leave out one little thing, that's happened multiple times before, that it did follow the rules. There wasn't a breaking of the rule in the committee. In fact, one of the members speaking last night even said so far as they broke the rules, except the parliamentarian ruled them in order, and so the parliamentarian was wrong as well. At least 7 times since 2006, most recently in 2014 when Democratic Chairman Leahy sent a circuit court judge and 2 district judges to the floor out of committee when only 1 member of the minority was present, not fulfilling, quote unquote, the rule. Republicans did not break the rule as they came out of committee with Amy Coney Barrett. I heard over and over again that there's never been a time like this that ever anyone's brought a Supreme Court nominee during an election year like this, except when you actually go back and look through the history, which I've recounted on this floor before, and multiple of my colleagues have recounted the actual history. But then last night I heard once again, even Abraham Lincoln, the month before the election, could have put in a nominee for the Supreme Court, and he chose not to wait for the election. And all I could do was sit with my mask-covered face in the presiding chair and smile and think about the Washington Post article that came out just a few weeks ago when Senator Harris gave the same lesson about Abraham Lincoln in the Supreme Court. And the Washington Post, the day after, wrote an article titled, "Kamala Harris's Little History Lesson About Lincoln's Supreme Court Vacancy Wasn't Exactly True." No, Abraham Lincoln didn't hold back and say, I'll wait till after the election. That's not how that occurred. The Senate was not even in session during that time period. And Abraham Lincoln, in the middle of a civil war, was waiting it out, trying to be able to keep his fractured Republican coalition together and not fracture it by naming someone. In fact, he shrewdly ended up naming one of his opponents in the Republican Party as the nominee that would come after he was reelected. It's interesting to me how things seem to get twisted around in some of this debate. I heard last night during the debate time that Amy Coney Barrett refused to be able to answer the questions, the most basic questions about what she believes about things. The shocking thing about it is Amy Coney Barrett did the exact same thing Ruth Bader Ginsburg did during her nomination, and that every other nominee has said. They've said, I'm a judge. I can't tell you how I'm going to rule on it because it has to be based on the facts of the case. It's not something I can just make up on the spot. In fact, this is what was quoted from Justice Ginsburg when she was Judge Ginsburg at the time and going through the nomination process. She said to this from Judge Ginsburg, I come to this proceeding to be judged as a judge, not as an advocate, because I am and hope to continue as a judge. It would be wrong for me to say or preview in this legislative chamber how I would cast my vote on questions of the Supreme Court may be called upon to decide. Were I to rehearse it here, what I would say and how I would reason on such questions, I would act injudiciously. Judges in our system are bound to decide concrete cases, not abstract issues. Each case comes to the court based on particular facts, and its decision should turn on those facts and the governing law, stated and explained in light of particular arguments the parties or their representatives present. A judge is sworn to decide impartially, can offer no forecasts, no hints, for that would show not only disregard for the specifics of the particular case, it would display disdain for the entire judicial process. For some reason, Justice Ginsburg was celebrated by the left for not saying how she would rule, but Amy Coney Barrett has been shown disdain to say she's not telling exactly how she'll rule on every single issue. The most painful thing that I heard last night when I was in the chair, and that I've heard over and over again in the dialogue, has been a sad personal destruction and deception, pushing Amy Coney Barrett over and over again as a closet racist and segregationist. I'm disappointed that even this candidate is being challenged as a racist, quiet segregationist. It is the firebomb thrown into the middle of a dialogue. Over and over again, she was challenged by saying, what would she do with Brown versus Board of Education? As if quietly she's a segregationist. Over and over again, her concept on originalism was pushed. And here's how it was framed in the debate on this floor. She's an originalist. That means she's backward looking. That means she's supportive of those white men who supported slavery and would not allow women to be able to vote. Because in their perspective, that's what an originalist is. They want to go back to slavery and segregation and removing the rights of women to vote. Even last night saying originalists go back to the time of child labor. It is a smear, it is a personal attack, and it is an act of desperation. It is an attempt to be able to terrify the American people that this mother of 7 is to be feared because she will take away your health care, she will take away your rights, she will remove every option that protects the rights of individuals in a free society, and as was stated last night, she is afraid of we the people. We have a responsibility in this body to be able to set the tone for debate. We disagree on things strongly, and so do the American people. But this should not be a place of smears and personal attacks and disdain for each other and for labeling people something that if we were to sit down face to face and I were to ask the members on the other side in this chamber, do you really think that Judge Barrett is a racist segregationist? I have every confidence that the members on the other side would say no, but it plays well to the base. What have we become? Future Justice Barrett, now Judge Barrett, was labeled over and over again as a person who doesn't have her own mind, who is running big dollar donors in the Federalist Society and is just a puppet of the right. Someone actually that was labeled to be groomed by the right for this position, as if that judge has not studied, worked, and prepared her entire life to serve. She has her own mind. She is well prepared. She is eminently qualified. And she's not a secret racist segregationist coming to take away health care from Americans. She's a judge that's heard 600 cases, that graduated first in her law school class, that taught law for 15 years at Notre Dame University, and is well prepared. And yes, does have this originalist view of the Constitution, meaning you can't just look at it and make it say what you want to. People on this floor can try to put words into her mouth, which she has not said, as I heard over and over again, like her desire is to suppress voters. But you cannot change how well prepared she is for this task in this moment. I'm grateful that America continues to produce great leaders and great individuals that work hard in their personal life, that study, prepare themselves to be ready to do whatever God calls them to do, and that are intensely focused on serving their fellow Americans in the best way they possibly can. We ask of justices one thing, at least I do: follow the law. It seems my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are terrified that someone may just come follow the law, and that policy arguments may have to be debated back in Congress again. Well, I hope that's true, because there are policy arguments we need to resolve as a country. But let's resolve them in this chamber, not in the one across the street. The one across the street, let's keep it non-political. Focus on just helping Americans follow the law. I look forward to voting for Amy Coney Barrett later on tonight. And I look forward to the day when false accusations are seen for what they really are. Let's do the right thing, and let's do it the right way. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, are we in the midst of a quorum?
We are not.
Mr. President, I rise today out of grave concern with the direction of the Senate as an institution and with the choices being made on behalf of the American people. By almost every account, our economy remains severely wounded by the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Cases are still rising. Matter of fact, a record was set just in the last couple days. Small businesses are unfortunately closing at an accelerating rate. Foreclosures and evictions are on the rise. Jobless benefits for many have run out. And our state and local governments are running dangerously low on resources to assist teachers, first responders, firefighters, and so many others. But rather than focusing on the immediate needs of the American people and acting to remove the uncertainty being felt by families across this country and in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Senate is preparing to pursue a partisan exercise to fundamentally alter the composition of our Supreme Court. This comes as we are just a week away from November 3rd, when Americans will go to the polls to cast their ballots in a presidential election. In my state, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, literally almost 2 million Virginians have already voted. President Trump and the majority leader are jamming through, at this moment, a divisive nominee to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat on the Supreme Court, Judge Amy Coney Barrett. The Senate has never confirmed a Supreme Court nominee this close to Election Day. The election is in a week. Nearly 60 million people have already voted. And while they eviscerate Senate precedent and rush towards a Supreme Court nomination, they delay passing the kind of critical legislation in terms of additional COVID relief that would help millions of Americans make it through the economic crisis. Think about that. Every day we wait to pass a comprehensive COVID stimulus bill, more people than necessary will get sick, some will die, businesses will be lost, families will lose their homes, and millions of unemployed workers will continue to wonder how they're going to make ends meet. So why has the president rushed Judge Barrett's nomination through the Senate? The president is jamming through this nomination because there is so much on the line with this Supreme Court vacancy. On November 10th, just 1 week after the election, the Supreme Court will hear a case that could invalidate the Affordable Care Act and rip health care coverage away from more than 20 million Americans. 20 million Americans in the middle of a pandemic. The president and my Republican colleagues here in Congress have already tried and tried again and tried again and failed to repeal the Affordable Care Act through Congress. Now they've turned to our nation's Supreme Court in a purely political effort that could devastate our nation's health care system. They've offered no replacement plan that will adequately protect individuals with pre-existing conditions. And millions of Americans will then be set to lose their health care coverage should the ACA be overturned. Now, I've come to this floor many times and acknowledged the ACA is not perfect. There are places where it could be improved. But in the years since its passage, I've heard from countless Virginians that have benefited from the law. Individuals that have gained access to health care coverage for the first time. Cancer patients that can no longer be kicked off their plans or denied coverage. 8 million Americans who've now got COVID, who've got now a pre-existing condition. I've talked to small business owners and entrepreneurs that are now able to get coverage on the individual exchange and consequently start that business that otherwise they couldn't take the risk to start. And so many of Virginia's seniors who've seen their drug costs go down thanks to important reforms in the ACA. Now, that in and of itself, being considered by the Supreme Court a week after election, would be more than enough reason to wait and delay and let the American people first have their say. But that's not all that's at stake in future cases before the Supreme Court. This court, a court that will disproportionately be moved out of the mainstream, we're looking at everything from reproductive rights to voting rights to rights for LGBTQ people. All of this hangs in the balance. Given those stakes, the American people have a right to have their voices heard before the confirmation of a new justice. Now, in 2016, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell set a standard when he refused to consider President Obama's Supreme Court nominee 10 months prior to the election. Now, I strongly objected to the Majority Leader's actions in 2016. But he's the Majority Leader, he had the votes, and now that's the precedent by which we should govern this Supreme Court nomination. Because the truth is, we can't have one set of rules for Democratic presidents and a different set of rules for Republican presidents. Our system of checks and balances has held strong and lasting for more than 200 years. And it was simply not meant to bear the brunt of such cynicism and hypocrisy. The Senate should get to the real needs of the American people, a deal that I know Secretary Mnuchin and Speaker Pelosi are quite close to. Let's split the difference and get it done. We should not be considering a Supreme Court nomination before Inauguration Day. Yet the Majority Leader is continuing forward with votes on Judge Barrett's nomination. Judge Barrett's record is clear, and so is my vote. I'm voting no. There's too much at stake. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask for there to be a vitiation of the quorum call.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to serve as an Associate Justice on the United States Supreme Court. This is no ordinary nomination, and it comes at no ordinary time in the life of our nation. We are in the midst of a global pandemic that has already claimed more than 225,000 American lives. We are a mere 8 days away from a presidential election. Donald Trump announced his nomination of Judge Barrett even before we could fully mourn the death of the great Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And Senate Republicans then rushed this nomination to the Senate floor. In doing so, they violated the rule that their leader, Mitch McConnell, imposed in 2016, which kept Merrick Garland off the Supreme Court after President Obama nominated him in February of that year to fill the vacancy that arose with the death of Justice Antonin Scalia. That rule was clear. That rule was concise. That rule was definitive. The Senate would not consider a nomination to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court during a presidential election year. Many of my Republican colleagues echoed Leader McConnell's pledge. In fact, my colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham, who chairs the Judiciary Committee, admonished us to use his own words against him if he went back on his promise. Quote, if there's a Republican president in 2016 and a vacancy occurs in the last year of that term, you can say that Lindsey Graham said, let's let the next president, whoever that might be, make that nomination. But the majority has ignored the McConnell rule and broken their promises to follow it as they engage in the outright theft of yet another seat on the United States Supreme Court. You can't spell shameful without sham. And that's what Senate Republicans have turned this Supreme Court nomination process into, a sham. What else is unprecedented about the circumstances surrounding the Barrett nomination? Well, in Donald Trump, who made the Barrett nomination, we have a president who has repeatedly refused to commit to a peaceful transition of power should he lose the upcoming election. And in Donald Trump, we have a president who has openly stated that he needs Judge Barrett on the Supreme Court to cast a crucial vote if cases arising out of a disputed election reach the court like Bush versus Gore did after the 2000 presidential election. In Donald Trump, we have a president who has vowed to appoint to the Supreme Court a justice who would vote to overturn Roe versus Wade and take away a woman's reproductive rights and freedom. Even before he was elected in 2016, he pledged, quote, I will appoint judges that will be pro-life, yes. In Donald Trump, we have a president who has expressly promised that he would only nominate a justice who would vote to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, and coverage for pre-existing conditions. President Trump made that another bright line litmus test for this nomination. In Donald Trump, we have a president who has told us that he needs Judge Barrett on the bench to rule in the Affordable Care Act case. The Supreme Court is scheduled to hear on November 10th, 1 week after the election, a case that will decide the fate of that law and the availability of health insurance for millions of Americans suffering during a pandemic and well afterwards. If Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court and votes the way Republicans expect, nearly 3 million people in Massachusetts with pre-existing conditions could face higher costs, fewer benefits, could have trouble finding insurance coverage. Massachusetts was the model for the Affordable Care Act. But if Donald Trump and his Supreme Court nominee have their way, more than 335,000 Bay Staters enrolled through the Medicaid expansion could lose their coverage. And as we experience the highest number of one-day coronavirus deaths since the spring, we have a Republican-led Senate that has been unwilling and unable to work with their party's own president to craft desperately needed legislation that would provide relief to the hundreds of millions of Americans who are suffering during this pandemic. Americans who are out of work through no fault of their own. Americans whose small businesses, the engine of our economy, are struggling or going under. Americans who can't get the medicines, the testing, the protective equipment, or medical care they need. Americans who right now are lacking the access to online learning and the promise of an education. For weeks and weeks, Senate Republicans would not lift a finger to help our workers and our families during this crisis. They would rather our states and our cities go bankrupt, our students go without Wi-Fi, poor students, black, brown, poor children in our country without the internet at home and without the funding to provide it to those kids. Right now, at the height of the pandemic, there are going to be millions of children who do not have access to the tools they need to be in the 3rd grade, to be in the 5th grade. And even today, our nurses go without the masks which they need. Yet, when it comes to filling a vacancy on the Supreme Court and confirming a far-right justice, these same Republicans made the Senate move with a speed that would make Usain Bolt jealous. Jamming through this nomination in this fashion is unprecedented. It renders this process and this nomination illegitimate, period. If Judge Barrett is confirmed, it will only serve to further erode the stature and the legitimacy of the Supreme Court in the eyes of the American people. Now, everything to which I've just pointed, the pandemic, the election, the corruption, are just the place settings. It's the table onto which Donald Trump has served up the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett. Judge Barrett is a proud originalist and textualist in the mold of her mentor, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, one of the staunchest and most arch conservatives ever to serve on the United States Supreme Court. And as Judge Barrett put it at her own confirmation hearing, Justice Scalia's judicial philosophy is mine too. As Judge Barrett describes so-called originalism, it means she's supposed to interpret the Constitution's text and understand it to have the meaning it had when the Constitution was ratified. But interpreting the Constitution in that manner has been used over and over to deny rights to women, to communities of color, and to the LGBTQ individuals, members of our society who had no rights when the Constitution was ratified. Originalism is racist. Originalism is sexist. Originalism is homophobic. For originalists, like Judge Barrett, LGBT stands for let's go back in time, a time when you couldn't marry who you love, when you couldn't serve in the military if you were trans, a time when rights were not extended to gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, or intersex individuals. Originalism is just a fancy word for discrimination. It has become a hazy smokescreen for judicial activism by so-called conservatives to achieve from the bench what they cannot accomplish through the ballot box. And an elected Congress, and as a result, they roll back individual rights through judicial decisions. The activists, originalists, judges on the Supreme Court, and lawyers in its legal community are poised to repeal the Affordable Care Act, deny reproductive freedom, and repeal same-sex marriage. They will welcome a Justice Barrett and a 6-3 conservative majority with open arms. So we know a lot about Judge Barrett's judicial philosophy of originalism. What about her application of it and her views? Well, in early 2017, 4 months before Donald Trump nominated her to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, she wrote a law review article in which she criticized Chief Justice John Roberts' majority opinion in NFIB versus Sebelius, which upheld the Affordable Care Act. She made clear she didn't think much of Justice Roberts' opinion, arguing that he, quote, pushed the Affordable Care Act beyond its plausible meaning to save the statute. We know from another law review article that Judge Barrett, like many originalists, does not give precedents the respect that it deserves. In 2013, she wrote that because a justice's duty is to the Constitution, there is, quote, more legitimacy in enforcing her best understanding of the Constitution rather than a precedent she thinks clearly is in conflict with it. In other words, she believes that her own interpretation of the Constitution is more important and more legitimate than precedent such as Roe versus Wade. We know from her dissenting opinion in Cantor versus Barr that she believes a felony conviction shouldn't necessarily result in losing the right to own a gun, but she's okay with felony convictions taking away the right to vote. It should make it easier for a felon to own a gun than to vote. That's the kind of result that Judge Barrett's originalism gets us into. So, on many of these issues, Amy Coney Barrett has shown us that she couldn't be further in spirit from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late great justice whose seat on the nation's highest court that she will fill. While Justice Ginsburg always had us looking forward, Amy Coney Barrett and her originalism will always have us looking backwards, and backwards is precisely the direction in which this nation should not be going. So what we know from Amy Coney Barrett's own words is very troubling. Yet then, at her confirmation hearing, we learned that there are many basic, fundamental legal issues on which she would not say a word, and she would keep her views hidden. At her confirmation hearing, Justice Barrett declined to answer questions about such important propositions as whether it's unlawful to engage in voter intimidation. Spoiler alert, it is. On questions whether the president can delay a presidential election. Newsflash, he can't. Questions about whether presidents should commit to a peaceful transition of power. Listen up, they should. Questions about whether Obergefell versus Hodges, the landmark Supreme Court decision recognizing the right to gay marriage and making marriage equality the law of the land, was correctly decided. No doubt about it, it was. Questions about whether the non-discrimination provisions of the Affordable Care Act protect LGBTQ people from discriminatory treatment in health care. Of course they do. Questions about whether Roe versus Wade was correctly decided and is a super precedent. It was and it is. Questions about whether Medicare is constitutional. Of course it is. Questions about whether climate change is real and whether human beings cause it. It is, and we do. On these and so many important issues and questions, Judge Barrett refused to give the obvious and indisputably correct answers. But based on her judicial philosophy, her writings, and her record, I have little doubt where she really stands. And that is the same corner with right-wing reactionary jurists who are far outside the mainstream of American jurisprudence. And finally, there is another question that Judge Barrett would not answer, whether, if confirmed, she will recuse herself from the Affordable Care Act case and any election cases that reach the Supreme Court. There's a federal statute that governs the recusal decision. It requires recusal in situations where a judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. President Trump himself put Judge Barrett's impartiality at issue when he confessed that he needed Judge Barrett on the Supreme Court to decide any election disputes. He did it when he said he'd only appoint a justice that would vote to overturn the health care law. And after reviewing Judge Barrett's record and listening to her testimony before the Judiciary Committee, it's becoming clear that we have a binary choice. We can have the Affordable Care Act, or we can have Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court. We can have the ACA, or we can have ACB, but we can't have both. Judge Barrett needs to do the right thing and recuse herself. I will conclude by noting the irony that Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Mitch McConnell were both on the same page as to this nomination. In 2016, Senator McConnell gave us his promise that the Senate would not fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court in a presidential election year. And after she passed we learned that it was Justice Ginsburg's dying wish that she not be replaced until a new president is installed. So let us hold Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham to their words and honor Justice Ginsburg's fervent wish. No confirmation before inauguration. But if Republicans succeed here today in their effort to confirm yet another conservative Supreme Court justice just days before the presidential election, as soon as the Democrats take back control of the Senate in January, we must abolish the filibuster and expand the Supreme Court. We cannot allow such corrupt partisanship to take precedence over justice and liberty in our country. I will vote against the confirmation of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court and urge my colleagues, all of my colleagues, to do the same. Mr. President, I yield back.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start by giving a quick history lesson. And I'll begin with just two numbers. These two numbers speak to how extraordinary it is that we are here today debating and voting on a nominee for the United States Supreme Court. The first number is 4. 4. That's how many Supreme Court vacancies have arisen after July 1st and before Election Day in a presidential election year. Only 4 times in the history of this country has a Supreme Court vacancy arisen within 4 months of a presidential election. The next number, I think, is very important to remember, and that number is 0. 0. That's how many times these vacancies were filled. In fact, similar to this vacancy, President Lincoln had a Senate majority when a vacancy arose just weeks before Election Day in 1864. And what did he do? He chose to wait. President Lincoln thought nominating a justice so close to an election would delegitimize our institutions and harm the republic that he was fighting so hard to preserve. That's the precedent that President Trump and Senate Republicans have disregarded as they quickly plotted to fill this seat just hours, if not minutes, after Justice Ginsburg's passing. In addition to breaking with this historical precedent, Republicans are also jamming through their nomination in the middle of a pandemic that is gripping our country. Instead of prioritizing Michigan first responders, small businesses, workers, teachers, and families and healthcare professionals that are still suffering through the effects of the coronavirus pandemic, Senate Republicans and the President are instead laser focused on jamming through a Supreme Court nominee for a lifetime appointment. This is more than just political gamesmanship. This nominee will significantly impact the lives of Michiganders and folks all across our country. We know that the Supreme Court is set to shortly consider a case that has far-reaching ramifications for people's health care. The Trump administration is arguing in court that the Affordable Care Act should be overturned in a case that will come before the Supreme Court in November, just 7 days after Election Day. If the Trump administration gets its way in this lawsuit, we could go back to the days when insurance companies once again called the shots on people's health care. Over 4 million Michiganders with pre-existing health care conditions could be denied coverage. Seniors could be charged more for prescription drugs. Lifetime and annual limits on coverage could make costs unaffordable and, as a result, force families into bankruptcy. Before the passage of the Affordable Care Act, medical debt was the #1 reason for personal bankruptcy. People faced financial devastation simply because they got sick. Women could again be charged more for being a woman because a potential pregnancy is a pre-existing condition. We have come way too far to be turning the clock backwards. For the Trump administration to be pushing this lawsuit is reckless and dangerous, especially during the worst public health and economic crisis in generations. But that's not all that's at stake. A woman's right to make her own health care decisions and reproductive freedom is at stake. Workers' rights against corporate special interest are at stake. Environmental justice is at stake. Access to the ballot box is at stake. Attempts to end the corrosive effect of money in campaigns and elections is at stake. And LGBTQ rights are at stake. Those are just some of the many issues that a Supreme Court justice with a lifetime appointment will be ruling on for decades to come. Judge Amy Coney Barrett's nomination has extremely far-reaching consequences. We are just a few days from Election Day. Already over 2 million Michiganders have voted, and many more are voting as I speak here today. With all that's at stake, Michiganders deserve a say in who nominates and confirms the next justice to our nation's highest court. And the fact that Michiganders are being denied this opportunity is simply unacceptable. Therefore, I cannot support this nomination process. It should wait until a new president and Senate take office following an election to take place in only a few days. So for this reason and many others, I will not be voting for Judge Barrett's confirmation and will cast a no vote. So, Mr. President, here we are. Instead of bringing folks together to find common ground on coronavirus relief, our country is being forced to go through a divisive Supreme Court nomination process. It simply did not have to be this way. I continue to stand ready to roll up my sleeves and put together a comprehensive, bipartisan, and meaningful COVID relief package. Ask any Michigander what they're worried about today, and you're going to get the same answers from them. They're worried about being able to put food on the table or a roof over their head. They're worried about getting or keeping a job to support their families. They're worried about catching a virus that has killed over 7,000 of their fellow Michiganders and over 220,000 people all across our nation. They are worried if they survive a COVID infection, it will compromise their health for the rest of their lives. They will have a pre-existing condition. So I ask, why isn't this pandemic the Senate's top priority right now? When we passed the CARES Act, we came together. We put politics aside and passed a real comprehensive package that helped keep millions of people stay afloat. We need to summon that spirit again. Michiganders are counting on us. Americans across this country are counting on us. Mr. President, I implore my colleagues to drop what we are doing and let's come together and pass a meaningful bipartisan COVID relief package, and let's get that done now. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I rise today as more than 220,000 Americans are dead from the coronavirus. There are more than 4 million fewer jobs than when Donald Trump took office. We are still squarely in the middle of this pandemic and an economic crisis the likes of which we have not seen since the Great Depression. In recent weeks, cases of the coronavirus have risen dramatically in my home state of New Mexico and, frankly, across the entire country. Everyone is rightly worried about whether our schools and our child care centers and our small businesses can acquire the resources and the equipment they need to reopen safely. We still don't have enough resources or even a national plan for testing and contact tracing, much less for treatments and the eventual nationwide distribution of a FDA-approved vaccine that would allow us to finally get a handle on this virus. And if we don't pass real economic relief in the coming weeks, many families in New Mexico will face desperate choices between paying their bills, keeping a roof over their heads, or putting food on the table. And yet, here we are, using valuable time on a Supreme Court confirmation process that should have never been taken up before the election. Senate Republicans say they aren't going to negotiate another coronavirus relief package. They say it's more important to ram a Supreme Court nominee through a broken and nakedly political process than it is to help the people that we were all elected to serve. Clearly, nothing, not even the lives and livelihoods of the American people, will get in the way of their power grab designed to reward their biggest donors and the most extreme interests. Well, let me say this clearly. I disagree. There is still so much we need to do to stop the spread of the coronavirus and support families, workers, businesses who are struggling and rebuild our communities. Let's move to that urgent action. But with Senate Republicans refusing to do that, let's discuss in real terms what they're doing instead. Considering and confirming Supreme Court nominees is one of a senator's most solemn duties under the Constitution. We are supposed to take it seriously, deliberately. But Senate Republicans have thrown out the rule book. It started when, with nearly a full year remaining in President Obama's final term, Senate Republicans refused to even hold hearings on Merrick Garland, the nominee to replace the late Justice Antonin Scalia. Then they dismantled the rules that had ensured that both parties would have a seat at the table on Supreme Court nominations. And then they bull-rushed the vetting process for Justice Kavanaugh's lifetime appointment to the court, despite multiple credible allegations of sexual misconduct. After all of that, I suppose it should have come as no real surprise that Majority Leader McConnell waited less than an hour after the announcement of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death to say that he was going to push the envelope even further. So here we are. Leader McConnell and Republicans are now forcing the Senate to rush through another partisan Supreme Court confirmation battle, mere weeks, now mere days, before Election Day. They are shamelessly discarding their own precedents, breaking their own rules, abandoning their own words. And they are trampling on the legacy of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Before her death, Justice Ginsburg told her granddaughter that her most fervent wish was that her seat wouldn't be filled until after the next president is inaugurated. Justice Ginsburg served on our nation's highest court for nearly 3 decades and worked for decades before that to move our country's laws towards greater equality. She understood that the American people must trust that the Supreme Court justices are acting above the partisan politics of the moment. The next presidential election is now less than 2 weeks away. Millions of Americans have already voted for their next president and their next senators. I believe that these Americans deserve a voice in this process. In the words of Majority Leader McConnell himself, as reported in the Washington Post on February 18th, 2016, quote, "Given that we are in the midst of a presidential election process, the American people should seize the opportunity to weigh in on whom they trust to nominate the next person for a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court." The Senate should follow that precedent and should allow voters to decide who should fill this Supreme Court seat. So what has changed for Majority Leader McConnell? Well, in the last decade, the court has made razor-thin 5-4 rulings on women's rights, on LGBTQ rights, on workers' rights, immigration, voting rights, civil rights, climate change, and much else. Now, my Republican colleagues will say that these decisions were made by activist judges and that all they want are judges who will call balls and strikes. But what they really want are judges who will make those calls consistently biased towards wealth and power rather than towards people. For all the talk of activist judges, it is my Republican colleagues who are right now attempting to add one whopper of an activist to the Supreme Court. Next month, the Supreme Court will take up President Trump's case to eliminate the Affordable Care Act in its entirety. That's right. In the middle of this pandemic that has now killed more than 220,000 Americans and infected millions more, the Supreme Court is taking up a case that could eliminate health care coverage for millions of Americans. Now, Judge Barrett refused to answer questions about the Affordable Care Act during her confirmation hearings last week. But her views on the health care law are clear, and they are exposed in the public record. Judge Barrett has repeatedly and publicly criticized the Affordable Care Act. She has said that the Supreme Court should have already invalidated it. If Senate Republicans have their way, she will have the opportunity to do just that. And what would it mean if the Supreme Court overturns the Affordable Care Act? It means bringing back discrimination, higher costs, even outright denial of coverage for more than 800,000 New Mexicans living with pre-existing conditions like heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and now COVID-19. I am particularly worried about what this would mean for the people in Indian country who have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. In New Mexico, tribal nations have experienced heartbreaking losses, and healthcare resources in the tribal communities have been incredibly strained. I have lost friends and mentors in Indian country, and I know others who are still struggling to recover from this virus. I can't even imagine how much worse this situation could become if the health coverage provided by the Affordable Care Act were ripped away. When we passed the Affordable Care Act, I fought hard to include a permanent reauthorization of the entire Indian Health Care Improvement Act, which supports the care provided to Native Americans through the Indian Health Service. An estimated 290,000 American Indians and Alaska Natives also gained health coverage through the Affordable Care Act's Medicaid expansion. All of that is at risk if the Supreme Court overturns the Affordable Care Act. If Judge Barrett is confirmed, she will also attack other important Supreme Court precedents, from Roe v. Wade to the recent marriage equality decisions. Now, she dodged questions on these issues during her hearing, but her academic and judicial record make clear Judge Barrett's extreme beliefs and philosophy. In her hearing last week, Judge Barrett also refused to take a firm view on climate change. Now, we have major wildfires burning right now in northern New Mexico in October, Colorado, California, seeing much of the same. We don't have time to debate the undisputed facts and realities of climate change, especially with a judge that would strip us of the tools needed to address it. Tellingly, Judge Barrett also refused to agree to recuse herself from any decisions related to the upcoming presidential election. Now, given that President Trump considers Judge Barrett his justice, this creates a dangerous conflict of interest. It's also a very real threat to the foundation of the Supreme Court as an equal and independent branch of government. Meanwhile, instead of attempting to tear down our democracy, the House of Representatives has passed multiple coronavirus relief bills over the last 6 months that would help workers and families, and they are already willing and able to negotiate with the President, to negotiate with Leader McConnell, to come to some sort of bipartisan agreement. But Majority Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans have walked away from the negotiating table, leaving us with nothing but false promises, sham bills to provide themselves a little political cover before an election. We all know the real story here. Behind closed doors, Majority Leader McConnell is actively discouraging negotiations on a bipartisan relief bill. Let me say this to Majority Leader McConnell and all of my Republican colleagues. If voters re-elect your Republican majority and President Trump, there will be plenty of time to move forward with a real and legitimate Supreme Court confirmation process. Right now, we should be focusing all of our energy on delivering the aid that Americans so desperately need. Protecting the health and the economic well-being of Americans, that is what our country expects of us. That is our duty. Let's get to it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri.
Madam President, some months ago, July of this year, I came to this floor shortly after the conclusion of the Supreme Court's most recent term to lament the ongoing judicial activism, the judicial imperialism that we have seen from this court over this past term and from the Supreme Court for years on end. I quoted the late Justice Scalia, who said, "The imperial judiciary lives." And I said on the floor of the Senate, it was a shame to say, but undeniable, that the imperial judiciary continued to live in this country, a judiciary intent, a Supreme Court intent on legislating from the bench, on making up laws that went along with no regard for what the people actually wrote in their statutes or in their laws. And I particularly lamented the position of religious conservatives, people of faith, who had seen in this past term from the United States Supreme Court decision after decision tossing aside the concerns of religious conservatives and faithful Americans, who had watched the Supreme Court legislate, departing from the text of written laws with barely any concern for the effects on religious liberties. In fact, tossing aside concerns about religious liberty, religious freedom, the effect on religious institutions with one or two lines and opinions. This is what we had been seeing from the United States Supreme Court, and religious conservatives had come to a place of asking, what is it that we're fighting for? What is it that we have been working for and voting for all of these years? Is anybody actually listening to us? Do our votes really matter? Well, those are the questions that religious conservatives were asking in July of this year. And that is why the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court of the United States comes as such historic and welcome news to people of faith in this country, to religious conservatives, and to all who believe in the rule of law in America. The nomination of Amy Coney Barrett is truly historic. This is the most openly pro-life judicial nominee to the Supreme Court in my lifetime. This is an individual who has been open in her criticism of that illegitimate decision, Roe versus Wade. This is a nominee who has been open about her faith and her faith commitments and the way she and her husband lived their lives immersed in their Catholic faith and raised their children in their Catholic faith, and want others to have the freedom to be able to do the same. And her nomination, and I anticipate her confirmation tonight in just a few hours on this floor, will show that there's nothing wrong with any of that. In fact, people of faith should be welcome on the Supreme Court of the United States. People of Judge Barrett's convictions should be welcome on the Supreme Court of the United States. And in just a few hours, in the vote of this body, we will confirm that that is indeed the case. And I have to say that Judge Barrett's own positions, her convictions, give me great confidence that she understands the difference between judging and legislating, that she will not be a judicial imperialist, as I've talked about on this floor in months past. Now, I said earlier this year that I would not vote for a Supreme Court nominee who did not understand the difference between judging on the one hand and legislating on the other. I would not vote for a judicial imperialist, and I specifically singled out Roe versus Wade and said that I will not vote for a Supreme Court nominee who does not understand that Roe was an act of judicial imperialism. And indeed, I want to see record evidence that the nominee understands that Roe was an act of judicial imperialism and understands this difference between legislating from the bench and actually adhering to the Constitution and the laws. Well, I'm proud to support the nomination, the confirmation of Judge Amy Barrett, because her record makes abundantly clear that she understands the role of a judge, that she understands the role that the Constitution assigns to the judiciary. It is not the role of legislating. It is not the role of imposing policy preferences or personal views. It is the role of following the law. And her record indicates that she understands that she is committed to following that role and committing to revive it, that approach, that constitutional approach to judging, that she will fight for it and revive it on the Supreme Court of the United States. And so I am delighted to support her nomination. I am delighted to have someone of her convictions. I am delighted to have someone who has taken the stances that she has taken as a legal practitioner, as an academic, and as a judge. And yes, that includes her position on life, and yes, that includes her position on Roe. And so, Madam President, I would just say that tonight we will set a precedent that people of faith, people of the convictions that Judge Barrett has and shares are welcome in this country in every office. They are welcome on the highest court in the land. And we need not ask people of convictions to give up those convictions in order to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. We need not say, oh, you have to scrub your personal views. Oh, you have to pretend that you don't have religious faith, or you have to pretend that it doesn't matter to you. You've got to renounce your past record. We don't have to do any of that. What we have to ask them to do is to understand the difference between judging and lawmaking. What we have to ask them to do is to understand their role that the Constitution assigns them. We have to ask them to be committed to following the law. And I am convinced, based on her record, that Judge Barrett will do exactly that. For those reasons, I am delighted to support her confirmation, and I look forward to this historic vote in just a few hours' time. I yield the floor.
From Missouri.
I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Madam President?
Senator from New Jersey.
Are we in a quorum?
We are, Senator,
Then
in a
in
quorum.
that case, I would like to request to vitiate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleague from Iowa, I'm grateful. Madam President, I rise today to speak on the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett. I rise in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of an election process in which over 50 million Americans have already voted, to speak with the simple call that we should wait. We should not be doing this as a body. Now, that's not a radical statement. It's a statement that's been said by pretty much every member on the Democratic side, but it's also a statement that's made by many people in the Republican Party before we got to this juncture. It was said around the time that Merrick Garland was up for nomination by President Barack Obama, 269 days before an election, and people said that we were in an election season, that we should wait. But this is not a typical election season. This is an election that is going on where the people are coming out to speak on an array of issues. There is a profound urgency in the air. It's not a partisan urgency. America is seeing record turnout because they know what's at stake in this election. There are issues that are driving people to the polls, and in this context, our president is doing what has never been done before. The only time that this had a chance to be done before was when Abraham Lincoln had a vacancy on the Supreme Court in the midst of an election, this close to an election. And Abraham Lincoln, one of our greatest presidents of all time, made a powerful choice. He had the power to move. He had the power to nominate, but he showed a restraint on power. He showed, in a sense, what we would call an act of grace. He knew that in the midst of an election, when people were coming out to speak, that it was better to wait. This grace is also what was called for by Ruth Bader Ginsburg on her deathbed. She didn't know who would win this election, but she thought it was best to call to the better angels of our nature, that sometimes the greatest demonstration of power is when we do not use it. That this precious democracy, this great experiment that has endured for this period of time has sustained itself on acts of decency and grace. And most importantly, on trust, trusting people, trusting Americans, trusting voters. Now, we haven't always gotten it right, but this fundamental ideal that when people are exercising their voice, the people in this body should listen. Over 50 million Americans. We are days, in fact, hours away from the actual election day, but the process has started already. People are speaking, but we are refusing to listen. And I fear that what's driving many people to the polls are some of the very issues that this Supreme Court justice will be in a position to hear. We know that Donald Trump spent the last 4 years trying to overturn the Affordable Care Act. He made a promise to only appoint justices who would overturn it. He promised that he would nominate a judge who would, and I quote, do the right thing, unlike Bush appointee John Roberts on Obamacare. This is clear. We know that the Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, controlling this floor, has spent years trying to overturn the Affordable Care Act. In fact, between the House and the Senate, there have been over 70 votes to overturn the Affordable Care Act. And we know that there is a case that will come before the Supreme Court on November 10th that could very well determine whether or not over 600,000 people in my state and 20 million people across the country can keep their health coverage. So this is not a secret. The American people know what's going on. They see what's happening here, and many of them, I believe, are going to the polls to speak about the issue of health care. And instead of waiting and trusting to hear and listen to the will of the people, we are here right now. Folk are scared. We are, in a sense, walking through the valley of the shadow of death, the fourth largest mass casualty event in the history of our country, and the death rate is rising every single day. That's why so many Americans have been speaking out and calling out, because they know what this nomination could very well mean for their lives and for that of their family members. They know what a world without the ACA would be like, and for a president to nominate someone, a president hostile to the ACA, a Supreme Court justice who has spoken to this, they know what this might mean. We know that for 3.8 million New Jerseyans and 130 million Americans who have pre-existing conditions, people with diabetes, cancer survivors, people with diseases like my dad had, Parkinson's, it could mean being charged more or denied coverage completely. This is a terrifying reality. Folk who are going to the polls, waiting in hours online, know what it could mean that once again more people are being bankrupted by outrageous medical bills. They know what it could mean for lifetime caps on care for children with complex medical conditions. They know what it would mean for a family with a child who survived a medical procedure and another medical procedure and another medical procedure, surgery after surgery, being told, if you want your child to live, pay for it yourself. So many Americans know what it would mean for seniors not being able to afford life-saving prescriptions, making the dangerous decision to cut pills in half or ration their insulin. So many Americans know that losing the ACA could mean real tragedy. New Jersey, over 600,000 people losing their health care in the middle of a pandemic that in my state has already killed 16,000 of our first responders, of our neighbors, in many cases our friends and our family members. And these are numbers, these are data, these are statistics, but each one is a human life. Each one has dignity. Each one has family. I know, for example, Michelle Lewis from Palisades Park, New Jersey. When Michelle lost her husband, John, suddenly last year, she also lost the health coverage she had through his job. But she was able to get coverage through the Affordable Care Act's marketplace and qualify for a subsidy that made it more affordable for her. Today, she's insured and she can manage her diabetes and her heart disease and her autoimmune disease because of her coverage. She said that if she lost her affordable health care, she would have to sell her home and be in financial crisis. Losing the ACA for Merritt Bowman, who's a 49-year-old dad with twin boys and a football coach from New Jersey, he said that before the ACA was passed, he didn't even go to the doctor because he was afraid he couldn't afford it, putting his own health in danger. After the ACA, he was able to get affordable coverage. And when he felt sick a few years back, he made a doctor's appointment and was diagnosed with diabetes. Today, thank God, his condition has improved. But he said, and I quote, "Now I have a pre-existing condition. My insurance covers my medications, my equipment to monitor my diabetes. If that's taken away from me, what's going to happen? I can't afford those things on my own." I know this reality. We must know this reality. We must listen to Americans right now who are saying openly, I'm going to the polls because of my fears on health care. And yet we are going through, instead of waiting to listen to our fellow Americans, showing that grace that they should decide, we are rushing forward. What about protections that are granted people, like those under Roe v. Wade? What about that? Decisions that we should let voters decide. We should listen to the American people. What about protections for workers? What about protections for organizers? What about voting rights? All of these issues in the midst of an election deserve to be decided by the people. The American people know what's at stake right now because we know that Donald Trump nominated Judge Barrett with a very specific agenda in mind. He told us very clearly. We know that Donald Trump wants the Affordable Care Act to be overturned, and he would appoint judges that he believed would do that. We know Donald Trump wants Roe v. Wade overturned. He has explicitly told us that. We know that Donald Trump wants us to question the validity of an election because he has questioned the validity of an election that is ongoing right now. I never imagined I would have a day in my life as an American citizen. I watch other countries, but I never thought in my own we would have a leader that would question the validity of an election, going as far as to say that if I lose, this election was rigged, it was illegitimate. That does real damage to not just this moment in time, it does damage to our very institutions, our processes that are essential for this democracy. It is dangerous language. The behavior of this president is so dangerous that his own cabinet members, former cabinet members, have called it out. I know the strength of our nation, but our institutions must be protected. They must be preserved. The processes that ensure this democracy continues to go on, that our truth goes marching on, have to be protected. And when you have a president that calls into question our very election processes and literally says that if I lose, it's illegitimate, and then says, I won't even commit to a peaceful transfer of power, that should raise alarms. And that's why people within his own party, people that served in his own cabinet, people respected in this entire body, like General Mattis, former Secretary of Defense, have said that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. And it is in that context, in the middle of a national crisis, that we're in the midst of an election, and we can't even get a Supreme Court nominee to commit themselves to the idea of the peaceful transfer of power, who the president himself has said he is rushing to the highest court in the land because he believes that this election may be decided by that judge. And that judge won't even commit to recusing themselves under these circumstances. Is that strengthening our democracy? Is that girding trust in our country's processes? Or is it weakening them? Because it clearly is doing damage to what is necessary for the endurance of our country and our ideals. These aren't just my words. These are the words of people on both sides of America's political divide. And yet we are not showing restraint in this moment. We are not showing that grace. We are rushing for short-term gain for one political party at the long-term damage to our nation. I don't understand why this is not something that arises worry and concern. A president who so easily trashes some of the most valued and sacrosanct ideals. I remember the hurt I felt when peaceful protesters in Lafayette Park were turned upon. I remember a note I was forwarded from a college classmate, if I have it correct, about her son being hit with a rubber bullet. I remember journalists that I've learned and gotten to know in these very hallways telling me about the horror of seeing the panic and the screams and the running as the gas and the rubber bullets hit. I saw how our president seemed to utilize the military themselves to menace what is one of our most important constitutional protections, the right to protest peacefully. I have seen 4 years now as too many people have remained silent in the face of erosions to our constitutional norms. As a president has so willingly trashed that which people on both sides of our political divide have worked so hard to build up, I stood right there down near the president, raised my hand like so many of us have, like all of us have, to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And to not see us right now, in the midst of a potential constitutional convulsion, in the midst of a potential constitutional crisis, where our president himself is not committing to the peaceful transfer of power, where there are people organizing to do harm to elected leaders, kidnap them, when you could go online right now and look at groups calling out to people with special forces training to go to polls and perhaps cause mayhem. I don't understand why we don't share a bipartisan, deep concern for what is happening right now in our country. And how this moment in American history fits into the concern that moving forward right now causes danger, causes harm. And I would be remiss to not mention that amidst it all, we are in the midst also of a racial awakening in our country. We saw what are perhaps the largest demonstrations in our nation around issues of racial justice. All 50 states, towns and communities from all backgrounds, people marching and protesting around race issues. It's led to millions of Americans to learn more about our own history, discovering things like the Tulsa massacre, discovering things like the Colfax massacre, going to the incredible museum in Alabama for lynching, where thousands of Americans were lynched in our country, discovering our history and how it ties directly to the present. Amidst all of this, we know that issues of race and the law will continuously come up before the court until we have justice rolling down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. And in the midst of all of this, even my conversations with this nominee, I was surprised that they could not speak to one article, one law review article, one column or one book they've read about issues of race and the law. When we are still in a nation that has such bias in its outcome, where just by the color of your skin is directly correlated with longer sentences, more likely to get to the mandatory minimum, more likely to get the death penalty. Where we see no difference between blacks and whites in America for using marijuana or selling marijuana, but blacks are almost 4 times more likely to be arrested for possession of marijuana, getting criminal convictions for doing things that 2 of the last 3 presidents admitted to doing. And in the midst of all of this that has activated so many Americans and many of them to the polls today, I couldn't get even a dialogue going about issues of race. And when I specifically asked about a case, Judge Barrett's case in Smith versus Illinois Department of Transportation, this case involved a black traffic patrol driver who had been fired by the Illinois Department of Transportation. This employee claimed that he had been the subject of a hostile work environment and that his supervisor had called him the N-word. Judge Barrett ruled against him, saying that despite documenting being called the N-word by his supervisor, the employee had failed to make the case that he had been fired in retaliation for complaints about race discrimination. When I asked Judge Barrett why she ruled that a supervisor using a vile and derogatory term, one that carries with it a history of racial subjugation and violence like the N-word, did not constitute a hostile work environment. I mentioned that Judge Kavanaugh, in a similar case, ruled that it did. I was surprised after her answers to go back and read the case that she had muddied the fact in the case. In fact, she blatantly mischaracterized a key fact in the case. Judge Barrett said, and I quote, "He didn't tie the use of the N-word into the evidence that he introduced for his hostile work environment claim." When in fact, the employee's reply brief states, and I quote, "Appellant's position is that the combination of the N-word and the acts identified immediately above did create a hostile work environment." She mischaracterized her own ruling, claiming, and I quote, "So the panel very carefully wrote the opinion to make clear that it was possible for one use of the N-word to be enough to establish a hostile work environment claim if overplayed that way," when in fact, her opinion stated something different. Quote, "The N-word is an egregious racial epithet. That said, Smith can't win simply by providing that the N-word was uttered." Again, even Justice Kavanaugh stated that being called the N-word by a supervisor suffices itself to establish a racially hostile work environment. Again, in this context, at a moment that our country is moving in numbers we have not seen before, we have a justice that mischaracterizes a case, doesn't speak directly to the facts as plain as they were, and can't engage in a substantive conversation about any scholarship whatsoever around race in America. I'd like to read an excerpt of the letter from Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP. He writes, "It is disturbing enough that Judge Barrett declined to rule that use of this vile epithet constituted a racially hostile work environment, but her misrepresentation to the Judiciary Committee about the basis for her ruling raises serious questions about her truthfulness and candor under oath that extended far beyond this particular case." I would like to enter for the record a letter from the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation signed by 18,000 Americans in opposition to the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to serve as Associate Justice on the Supreme Court of the United States.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I appeal again, one last time, to the conscience of the Senate. This is not a time to proceed. This is a time for grace. It's not a time to proceed. It's a time to firm up the foundations of our republic. It's not a time to proceed. It's a time to listen to the American people. It's a time to listen to the voters lined up now. It is a time to listen and wait. I know there's a lot of Americans who are concerned right now, not with the one nominee, but with how this process has gone. It is a process that is eroding people's trust and their faith in the institutions. They don't see fairness in this. They look at the own words of Republican senators and don't understand how hypocrisy like that can stand. One standard for one president, another standard for another. But I want to tell everyone who is hurting right now, everyone who is worried about our republic, everyone who is concerned in this moment about their health care and their voting rights and their nation, that this is not a time to give up. There will be difficult days ahead, but it's not a time to give up. We know that health care is at risk, but it's not a time to give up. We know that women controlling their own bodies, sacrosanct as that ideal is, and under threat as it now is, it is not a time to give up. Where LGBTQ rights are under threat, but it is not a time to give up. We cannot give up in the cause of our country. And it's not a right cause or a left cause. It is a right and wrong cause, that we can be a nation that builds for posterity a functioning republic that can elevate the best of human ideals like grace. We cannot give up in this moment. We cannot meet darkness with darkness. We cannot surrender to cynicism about our systems. We have to keep pressing forward. I still believe that our nation's history, as speckled as it is with wretchedness and pain, is still a story that is a testimony to the overcoming of injustice and the better securing of it. I still believe that we do live in a nation that the truth does prevail in the end. I still believe that even when wrongs are done, they can be righted. I still believe that though this may become today a moment of shame, that we can reclaim in this nation the ideals of our founders, those testimonies to grace, the commitment to each other of their sacred honor, that we still can take a body politic, wounded and injured, and in our country find healing, find redemption, and find grace. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as we speak, over 60 million Americans have voted. The Republican majority is ignoring, even laughing at their wishes. Despite what the American people want and who they will vote for, this Republican majority is ramming this nomination through only because they can. Might makes right in their view. That is so wrong. That is so against the American principle of democracy and rule of law. And so I will move to adjourn so that we consider this nomination after the election that is now ongoing, not before it, not 8 days before it. So therefore, I move to adjourn and to then convene for pro forma sessions only, with no business being conducted at 12 noon on the following dates, and that following each pro forma session, the Senate adjourn until the next pro forma session, Tuesday, October 27th, Friday, October 30th, Tuesday, November 3rd, Friday, November 6th. Further, that if there is an agreement on legislation in relation to the COVID pandemic, the Senate may convene under the authority of S. Resolution 296 of the 108th Congress. Finally, that when the Senate adjourns on Friday, November 6th, it next convene at 4:30 Monday, November 9th, and that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed.
That motion would require consent and is not in order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Yeas and nays are ordered. The question is, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the Senate? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Aye.
Ms. Baldwin.
I knew you would know what to do again.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornick. Mr. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Ms. McSally, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Burr, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Enzi, Ernst, Fisher, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Inhofe, Kennedy, Loeffler, McSally, Moran, Murkowski, Perdue, Romney, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Tester, Thune, Toomey, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Cardin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, King, Leahy, Manchin, Menendez, Murphy, Murray, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Udall, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Wyden. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Roberts, aye. Does that work for you? No. No?
I haven't even read it yet.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no.
He knows what to do.
Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Carper? No.
Has any senator not voted? Does any senator wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 46. The Senate sustains the decision of the chair. The senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I ask the question, as I have for several weeks now, why are we here? What I hear from my constituents in Delaware, as I heard earlier today, an event at Westside Health, why is this Senate in session now, in the midst of a nationwide pandemic, focusing on rushing through a nominee for the United States Supreme Court rather than doing everything we can to work across the aisle to craft a solution to the problems, the crises facing our nation? Tens of millions of Americans unemployed. Hundreds of thousands of businesses permanently closed. Schools all over the country either not yet open or just barely open. and thousands upon thousands of Americans who died alone, in pain, uncomforted by family, uncertain of how they came to be in this place, uncared for by their country. 8.5 million infected, 220,000 or more dead. We are in the middle of a tragic pandemic and a recession made worse by our president's bungled mishandling of that pandemic. And instead of coming together and providing the relief that all of our states, all of our people are calling for, we are doing this. We are doing this. Instead, my Republican colleagues are walking over a dangerous precipice. They're doing something that, according to Chairman Graham of the Senate Judiciary Committee, was unthinkable just 2 years ago. In the last 10 days before a presidential election, in the last month before a presidential election, they are ramming through, for a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court, President Trump's nominee, in a rushed and partisan process in the midst of an ongoing presidential election. Why? Why are we here, and why are they doing this? I've heard a lot of talk from my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee and here on the floor about justices and how they're not policymakers, that they are distinct from politics, about abstract methodological terms and ideas like originalism and textualism, about judges and justices as neutral arbiters whose decisions couldn't possibly be predicted. But you don't work this hard to confirm a Supreme Court justice in the middle of a pandemic while a majority of American states are voting and tens of millions have voted, while Election Day is just 8 days away, and a third of us are up for election because you care most about abstract ideas or neutral principles. You don't go against your own promise, after you've claimed as a matter of high principle justices shouldn't be confirmed during presidential elections, and after you blocked a highly qualified nominee for exactly that reason, because you care most about neutral arbiters and judicial methodology. No, this race to fill this seat is about power. It is about political power. It is about knowing the American people have turned against the president, especially because of his failed, flawed, ultimately disastrous response to this pandemic. We are not turning the corner, as he declared just this week. We have a record high number of cases in dozens of states, an outbreak uncontrolled, unmanaged, and leadership uncaring. My colleagues know the election is upon us. Many are up for re-election. And so when Justice Ginsburg tragically passed away just a few weeks ago, President Trump and my colleagues saw one last opportunity, one last chance to decide the balance of the Supreme Court, not just for a year or a term, but for decades to come, and to entrench a hard right majority whose views are far outside the American mainstream. As my Democratic colleagues and I have been laying out on the Judiciary Committee and in speeches here on this floor, that hard right turn will have lasting, serious, significant, even devastating consequences for the American people. And after digging into and studying Judge Barrett's record as a law professor, as a judge, her writings, her speeches, her opinions, I am convinced that she will come to the Supreme Court with both a deeply conservative originalist philosophy in the style of Justice Scalia and a judicial activism even further to the right that will put at risk long-standing rights the American people hold dear in nearly every aspect of our modern lives. Simply put, Judge Barrett, as Justice Barrett, I am convinced, will open a new chapter of conservative judicial activism unlike anything we've seen. Why would I think this? First, Judge Barrett was handpicked by President Trump after he made clear he wants a new justice to overturn the Affordable Care Act, with potentially catastrophic consequences for a majority of Americans protected by the ACA. Everyone watching at home has heard my colleagues say for the last decade their top priority is repealing the Affordable Care Act. Every Republican senator on the committee talked publicly, repeatedly, about their desire to get rid of the law, and they have voted that way. So has our president. But despite their best efforts, he and my Republican colleagues failed to get the votes here on the floor of the United States Senate. So now they're taking their last best shot at overturning the ACA and trying to do it through the Supreme Court. This is where Judge Barrett comes in. As she admitted during my questioning, Judge Barrett has written in no uncertain terms. She thinks Chief Justice Roberts got it wrong in his ruling 8 years ago upholding the ACA against constitutional challenge. She wrote this article just 3 years ago in 2017, and soon thereafter found herself on President Trump's shortlist for the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the Justice Department, under President Trump's leadership, has joined the challenge to the ACA, now back in front of the Supreme Court, and that will be heard by the court just 1 week from the election, 2 weeks from today, tomorrow. President Trump and his administration are arguing in no uncertain terms the court must get rid of the entire ACA. Now, my Republican colleagues have said this is fear-mongering. This is a different case and a different issue. But to anyone who thinks this characterization of this challenge is far-fetched, just read the brief. Read the brief filed by the Solicitor General of the United States, or the brief signed and co-signed by 18 Republican state attorneys general. President Trump himself lashed out at Chief Justice Roberts over and over again for upholding the Affordable Care Act and its protections for a majority of Americans, and he pledged as candidate Trump his nominees would do the right thing and overturn the law. And here, in the last minute of the last act of the Trump show, he may, at long last, have his chance. But it isn't just the Affordable Care Act that's on President Trump's Supreme Court agenda. He made clear he wants a nominee to do three things: overturn the ACA, overturn Roe versus Wade, and perhaps most chillingly for the future of our democracy, hand him the election if there is a dispute in the courts that makes its way to the Supreme Court. On that second point about overturning Roe, Judge Barrett steadfastly refused to say whether she thought Roe was correctly decided because it is the subject of legislation, of litigation, currently contested. But she refused to say as well whether the foundational case Griswold versus Connecticut, decided 55 years ago, that protects the right to privacy, the right to use contraceptives by a married family in the privacy of their own home. She refused to say whether that was right. And in the recent past, even indisputably conservative nominees chosen by Republican presidents such as Chief Justice Roberts and Justices Alito and Kavanaugh have said, of course, Griswold was rightly decided, is settled precedent. So I found Judge Barrett's hesitation, even refusal to say so, chilling. More broadly, and this is important, Judge Barrett's approach to precedent itself suggests she will lead the way in reversing longstanding cases upon which our rights rely. Precedent's been called the foundation stone of law. Precedent protects the rights and freedoms that many Americans rely on today. The right to be safe in your home from government intrusion. The right to marry whomever you love. The right to control your own body. But I've come away convinced that Judge Barrett, if confirmed to the court, would be even more willing than Justice Scalia to overturn those precedents with which she disagrees. And this is rooted in things that she has written and said as a law professor and a judge. She's made clear judges and justices should feel free to overturn cases they believe were wrongly decided, regardless of how many people have ordered their lives around those decisions and have come to rely on them. She even said that those with her conservative originalist philosophy have abandoned a commitment to judicial restraint. As I made clear in my questioning, the cases that could be in jeopardy with a Justice Barrett on the Supreme Court cover a vast range of issues. Issues which together affect hundreds of millions of Americans' lives, from health care to education to consumer protection to marriage equality to criminal justice. In the past several decades, the Supreme Court decided more than 120 cases by a 5-4 margin, with Justice Ginsburg in the majority and Justice Scalia in the dissent. So just as a matter of analysis, just to help folks see the scope and reach of the consequences of the decision to be made here tonight, we looked at what would happen if Justice Ginsburg in the majority were replaced by somebody with Justice Scalia's philosophy or farther right. These cases include not only the key ruling on the Affordable Care Act, NFIB versus Sebelius, but also Obergefell versus Hodges, which upheld, based on that privacy jurisprudence that started all the way back in Griswold, upheld the idea that marriage equality is the rule of the land. Grutter versus Bollinger, which upheld race-conscious admissions policies at universities. Tennessee versus Lane, which held state governments must comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Arizona State Legislature versus Arizona Independent Redistricting Commission, which upheld the constitutionality of nonpartisan redistricting. Massachusetts versus EPA, which allows the EPA to regulate greenhouse gases, and Roper v. Simmons, which prohibits executing people for crimes committed while they were children. Think about the scope and reach of it. Cases that touch labor rights to Native American rights, consumer rights to environmental protection. Yes, our comments on the floor and in the committee focused on the Affordable Care Act. They focused on reproductive rights and privacy. But the scope and reach of the consequences are breathtaking. Even to this day, I fear that we as a nation have not fully reckoned with the impact that a 6-3 conservative court will have on so many aspects of our lives. As to President Trump's third demand, that a justice chosen by him help decide the election, I was deeply dismayed to hear Judge Barrett refuse to commit to recusing herself from any case involving an election dispute. President Trump is the reason I asked that question. President Trump himself is actively undermining the integrity of our election. He's spreading baseless rumors about voter fraud, encouraging voter suppression, engaging in a disinformation campaign so egregious it's hard to believe it could be coming from an American, let alone an American president. His statements have been so indefensible that when my colleagues asked Judge Barrett whether the president should commit to conducting a peaceful transition of power if he loses an election, a question, an obvious no-brainer, a matter of basic civics, Judge Barrett said she couldn't respond because President Trump's statements have turned this fundamental tenet of our democracy into a partisan political question. Before now, to my knowledge, no president has ever demanded that his nominee to a Supreme Court case, to a Supreme Court seat, be rushed through so that that justice, that ninth justice, could look at the ballots, as he has said, and hand him an election. And never in our history has the United States Senate confirmed a Supreme Court justice in circumstances like these just 8 days before a final election date in an ongoing presidential election. So at the very, very least, given President Trump's unprecedented, overreaching, inappropriate comments about the election and her nomination, I asked Judge Barrett that she would recuse herself in the event of an election dispute. To be clear, nothing is stopping her from making that commitment, and she would not do so. Recent events have made clear this issue is anything but hypothetical. Just last week, the U.S. Supreme Court divided 4-4 on a question arising from Pennsylvania. and came to the brink of adopting a novel, even radical theory advanced by Republicans in Pennsylvania that would empower the Supreme Court to override a state Supreme Court's interpretation of their own state laws and constitution in a way that would disenfranchise thousands of voters. A new Justice Barrett joining that court could well provide the fifth vote in support of this outrageous theory, which her mentor, Justice Scalia, accepted in Bush v. Gore. And to no one's surprise, the Pennsylvania Republican Party is again preparing to file in the Supreme Court a renewed claim. In light of this conflict of interest, in light of the appearance of bias, her involvement in this case could have lasting, negative, devastating consequences for the independence of the court and our democracy. So I urge my Republican colleagues to consider, before voting to confirm tonight, the very real impacts their actions will have, not only on millions of our constituents, but on our democracy and this institution itself. As for me, I will be voting no on the confirmation of Judge Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
The senior senator from Texas.
Mr. President, that was quite a speech from our friend from Delaware. I'd have to, if I had to categorize it, I'd say this is really the Chicken Little argument. The sky is falling. Amy Coney Barrett, this is the end of civilization. This is the end of the world as we know it. The irony to me, and frankly the hypocrisy of the argument, is that if the shoe were on the other foot, Senator Schumer, who has said everything is on the table if we win the majority, court packing, making D.C., making Puerto Rico states, that they would somehow show this superhuman self-restraint and not fill this seat. Mr. President, this is entirely consistent with the practice, given the fact that the President Trump's term, his first term, doesn't run out until January the 20th of next year. All the senators elected are serving through the end of this year, at least. And so it is somewhat entertaining, but beside the point, to suggest that this good judge, this really extraordinarily decent human being, is part of some vast conspiracy to subvert the Constitution and overrule all these precedents that the senator from Delaware considers sacrosanct. Well, I'm happy with the fact that tonight the Senate is set to confirm an exceptionally well-qualified nominee to the Supreme Court. Judge Amy Coney Barrett is as impressive as they come. America saw it. Initially, they didn't know her, but when they came to know her through her testimony on the Judiciary Committee, she became very popular. In my state, 59% of the people in a recent poll said they wanted us to confirm Judge Barrett now, before the election, 59%. And it's no wonder why. She graduated first in her class from Notre Dame Law School. She clerked for the District of Columbia Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, practiced law before transitioning to academia, where she has written and taught constitutional law, federal courts, and statutory interpretation for nearly two decades. And of course, for the last 3 years, she served with distinction on the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. Her time in both the classroom and the courtroom have given her understanding of the law that few can rival. Over her confirmation hearing, she skillfully answered questions about legal doctrine, constitutional issues, and myriad precedents without so much as having a page of notes in front of her. As impressive as Judge Barrett's deep knowledge of the law is, it's only part of what I believe makes her an ideal candidate for this Supreme Court. Now more than ever, the judiciary, along with the rest of our other elected officials, tend to function not by what the law says, but through a lens of personal and political bias. It's polarizing. We know that people are highly agitated, including my friend from Delaware, and trying to stoke the turnout of their partisans in the run-up to the election. But it should go without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that judges don't do that. They can't do that and still be judges. In order for the High Court to serve the proper role under our Constitution, it has to be made up of men and women of great integrity, of restraint, and self-discipline, who will discharge their duties on the bench free from bias, which means you don't announce the decision in a case before you've even heard it. You don't offer predictions or promises of how you will decide these contentious matters, which I know frustrates our friend from Delaware and others. But Judge Barrett is not only committed to doing this, not clouding her decisions by personal or political motivation or favor for any party, she has a record to back it up. During her time on the Seventh Circuit, she has joined with her colleagues in 95% of the 600 cases she's decided. 95% consensus on the three-judge panel. That's no record of an outlaw or a radical or somebody who's going to disregard their judicial oath. She has consistently shown in each of these decisions a fidelity to the law and an impartiality, which are essential qualities for a Supreme Court justice. But despite the judge's unassailable qualifications, our Democratic colleagues have repeatedly tried and failed to make this nominee out to be a radical, suggesting that she would violate her oath, the same oath to uphold and defend the Constitution that we take as senators. But there's nothing in her background or her character which would suggest she would do something so brazen and so wrong. Some folks on the left have attacked her because of her Catholic faith. They've also tried to convince the American people she's on some sort of crusade to take health care away from American families. How ridiculous is that? Or that she would slowly chip away at our freedoms and our liberties. The reason we've seen such hysterical attacks that are completely out of touch with reality is that this is all they have. They've got nothing else. There is no legitimate reason to oppose the nomination of Judge Barrett. Her stellar credentials and deliberate body of work prove that she understands the role of a judge, as important as it is, but as limited as it is under our constitutional system. And I think that is part of what terrifies our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You see, they become accustomed to a Supreme Court that is more political than judicial, that feels free to make policy judgments, to bail out the Congress or those who have either lost the vote or lost an election. That's why our Democratic colleagues have repeatedly pressed her to commit to an outcome in cases before the court. She won't do it, and she shouldn't do it. And she didn't do it. They ask her everything from health care to abortion to climate change. They want to know right now, before she's even on the court, before she's even heard the case, how she would rule. Well, Judge Barrett rightly declined. She invoked what's known as the Ginsburg Rule from the 1993 confirmation hearing presided over by Joe Biden when he was chairman of the Judiciary Committee of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Now, Ruth Bader Ginsburg had been a lawyer with the American Civil Liberty Union and been known for her pioneering work on behalf of women's rights. But she held some personally pretty radical views. And so the senators, out of curiosity, if nothing else, wanted to ask her about those. And she declined, as she should have, because she said it's inappropriate to make predictions or provide hints of how I might decide cases in the future. This is the most basic principle of our judicial system. Judges are not legislators. They shouldn't advocate for policy outcomes or promote a specific agenda, and they certainly shouldn't commit to an outcome on a hypothetical case during the confirmation process. How would you feel if the judge who you came before had previously said, well, if I hear a case like that, I'm going to decide against this litigant, this party to the lawsuit? That would be outrageous. And she shouldn't and didn't do that. Neither did Justice Ginsburg. Chief Justice Roberts reminded us last year we don't have Obama judges or Trump judges or Bush judges or Clinton judges. And I agree that is the ideal. Men and women in black robes can't stick their thumb on the scales of justice and supply wins to any cause, any individual, or any party. It's antithetical to our constitutional system. So I hope this process will help begin a way to guide our courts back to their proper function in our Constitution, and to remind all of us of what has rightly been called the crown jewels of our Constitution, and that is an independent judiciary. Judges whose pay can't be cut during their tenure in office, and they serve for life if they want to. That's the ultimate in political independence. Those are the crown jewels, because judges apply the law that Congress writes, interpret the precedents of other courts, and interpret the Constitution. To give an unelected individual the power to make policy and to have an agenda to accomplish their personal or political goals would be the opposite of what our Constitution comprehends. So there's no question that Judge Barrett has a brilliant legal mind, a deep respect for the Constitution, and an unwavering commitment to the rule of law. Her resume and her record are spotless. How do I know that? Well, if it wasn't, you would have heard about it. It's spotless. Her character is beyond reproach. And virtually everyone who's worked with or learned from Judge Barrett has offered their full-throated endorsement of her nomination. All the evidence points to one simple fact. Amy Coney Barrett is exceptionally qualified to serve on the Supreme Court. I have faith in Judge Barrett's ability to fairly interpret the law and apply it to cases before her. Nothing more and nothing less. Mr. President, I believe Amy Coney Barrett will be an outstanding Supreme Court justice, and I'm proud to support her nomination.
Mr. President.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, we're faced with three basic questions. And the first question couldn't be more basic. Why are we here? If you told the American people that the United States Senate was in session 5 days in a row and meeting through the weekend, and asked them what they think the order of business was before the Senate, they would say, silly question, it's obvious. It has to be the pandemic facing America. It has to be the fact that 225,158 Americans have died from the coronavirus, 8.7 million infected, and most certainly because the United States has recorded more than 85,000 COVID-19 cases just this last Friday, the highest number of cases recorded within a 24-hour period since the beginning of the pandemic, and Saturday was the same. So they would guess that the United States Senate was in session to do something about this deadly epidemic that is affecting the United States of America in a more serious way than any country in the world. They would wonder what we're doing to try to provide more testing, more protection for people. They certainly would question the statement by the Chief of Staff of President of the United States, Mark Meadows, who said just yesterday that the Trump administration, quote, is not going to control the pandemic, end of quote. It would trouble them, I'm sure. They would expect this Congress, representing them and up for re-election, many of us, to be responsive to their needs to protect their families. Or they might ask us, are you doing anything to help the people, the 23 million unemployed in America? Certainly you must be working on that too, because these families were cut off from their federal unemployment supplemental on July 31st. So for the months of August and September, and now into October, the amount of money coming in to keep their homes together, their families together, has been dramatically diminished. If they assume that, they're wrong, because for the last 5 days here in the United States Senate, we have not been consumed with those life and death issues of this pandemic at all. Instead, we are consumed with a political mission. How did we reach this point where we're taking up this Supreme Court nomination in the midst of a presidential election for the first time in the history of the United States, in the midst of an election that we were taking this up? Well, because of the determination of the Republican Majority Leader in the Senate, Senator McConnell of Kentucky. 4 years ago, you'll remember the Anton Scalia vacancy. President Obama decided that he was still President of the United States in the 8th year of his presidency. But Senator McConnell said, no, you're not. You do not have the presidential authority to fill a Supreme Court vacancy because it's the last year of your presidency. You're a lame duck. There's an election coming. Let the American people decide who will fill this vacancy. That was the McConnell rule 4 years ago, and the Republican senators marched in lockstep behind him with his logic. Fast forward 4 years. Vacancy with the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Senator McConnell has changed his story completely, and his troops are still marching obediently behind him. Now, under President Trump, he can fill a vacancy even in the midst of a presidential election. And that's why we're here today. This determination by Senator McConnell that this political errand that he's running for President Trump is more important than the COVID-19 pandemic, more important than the runaway infection rates in 20 states across the United States, more important than trying to deal with the unemployment and the dysfunctions of this economy under this president. Yes, we were asked basic questions to be answered by the Judiciary Committee, questions that were posed to Amy Coney Barrett, once a law school professor at Notre Dame Law School, now on the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. People say, is she qualified? Well, if you're asking whether she is studied in the law and has a head full of law, there is no question about it. It's been many years since I faced a law school professor, and I will tell you that she certainly knows a lot about the law. There is no doubt about it. But the questions that I asked of her really went beyond that basic question. I really wanted to know what was not just in her head when it came to the law, but I wanted to know what she has in her heart when it comes to the law. One of the senators who spoke a few minutes ago chided us because we kept bringing color photographs to the floor and to the committee hearings of people whose lives depended on the Affordable Care Act. He characterized it as theater and likened these images, these photographs, to cutouts at sporting events. Well, let me tell you, the ones that I presented from Illinois represent real-life stories of real-life families who depend on the Affordable Care Act. Why do we raise the Affordable Care Act in the midst of this hearing for filling this Supreme Court vacancy? For one simple reason. That's what the president did. It was the president who told us far in advance, I'm going to fill Supreme Court vacancies to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. So is this a leap of faith on our part to take the president at his word? Would the president even consider lying to the American people? If you take him at his word, then Amy Coney Barrett is part of an agenda, a political agenda, to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. And in the past, the president said Roe versus Wade while you're at it, and also to move forward when it comes to protecting him if there's an election contest after the November 3rd election. He said as much. As I mentioned earlier, he doesn't have an unuttered thought. He tweets it 25 times a day, whatever crosses his fertile mind. And that is his agenda when it comes to filling the Supreme Court vacancy. When we ask Judge Barrett, she denies any promises have been made. But there's some evidence, obviously, along the way that convinced the president and the people in the White House that she would fulfill his mission if she came to the Supreme Court. And when you look at the issues involved, it's not just her compassion when it comes to the Affordable Care Act and 23 million Americans covered by insurance under that law, 600,000 of them in Illinois. It's not just a question of her courage to stand up to this president if there's an election year contest that comes before the Supreme Court. It's really whether she's committed to the preserving the pillars of modern law, the rights of women. Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death created this vacancy. There's hardly a person in our history, modern history, who spent more of her life dedicated to the rights of women. Is Amy Coney Barrett going to follow in that tradition? I think it's a legitimate question. When it came to racism, are we going to deal with racism in an honest way? And I'll get to that in a moment when I speak to her originalism motivation. Marriage equality, privacy, voting, all these issues are on the table. And I do have to disagree with my colleague from Texas who preceded me. I just don't believe the law is robotic, nor do I believe that there is a simple formula to use that can guarantee an outcome in a case. As I said to Judge Barrett in our private conversation before the hearing, there wouldn't be 5 to 4 cases if we could count on people to always look at the facts in the law and come to the same conclusion. People reach different conclusions. And that takes me to the third point here. We asked Amy Coney Barrett during the course of this hearing so many questions about basic law that went right to the heart of this Constitution. These weren't trick questions. They weren't pending litigation. Questions like, can this president or any president unilaterally decide to change the date of the presidential election? That's pretty basic. I think it's covered by 3 different sections in this Constitution. She refused to answer because of the possibility that there would be litigation before the court on that subject. Well, what about intimidation against voters trying to cast their votes in an election? Couldn't answer that one either. Same reason. Well, what about, and this was asked by Senator Kennedy, Republican of Louisiana, what about climate change? Well, it turns out Judge Barrett told us she really hadn't developed any thoughts on climate change. Really? 48 years old, lawyer, law school professor, mother of 7, no thoughts on climate change? It really, when it was all over, you had to ask yourself, what was the purpose of that hearing if those were the kinds of answers we faced? Certainly we wouldn't ask her about pending litigation. But the one thing that she was very proud of and stated over and over again is that she was an originalist when it came to her thinking on the law and the Constitution. As I said, originalism is not some foreign language you pick up on Babbel. It's a mindset. It's a mission statement. It's the belief that the original text in our Constitution reveals all the answers. I doubt that very much. That's kind of MAGA jurisprudence. Take us back to the good old days of jurisprudence. Because you see, what really launched originalism occurred in the 1950s in a case called Brown versus Board of Education. The southern states were not ready for integration, and many of the northern states weren't either, for that matter. And the critics of that Supreme Court decision said it was judicial activism to integrate the public schools of America. They were critical of a court that went too far under Earl Warren, called for his impeachment and more, and started saying you should have stuck with the original Constitution. Well, the original Constitution didn't give African Americans a right to vote. In fact, considered them under the law to be 3/5 of an American citizen. And so those so-called originalists of that day, those textualists of that day, criticized that activist court, and it didn't end with Brown versus Board of Education. The same criticism was launched when it came to Griswold versus Connecticut, a case that really argued that we have a right of privacy in our married lives that can't be overcome by the state. Loving versus Virginia, that interracial marriage was permissible. And then, of course, the case of Roe versus Wade, the ultimate case when it came to privacy and liberty. So those who come before us and tell us that what's really at stake here is restraint on the court, self-discipline on the court, we've heard all those words, and making sure that justices don't pursue policy. Think about all of those things in terms of what happened in Brown versus Board of Education, when they overruled Plessy versus Ferguson of decades before and said, moving forward, we believe this Constitution guarantees to every child the right to an education, regardless of their race. Dr. Chemerinsky is with the University of California School of Law in Berkeley, wrote a recent article in the New York Times on this originalism theory. And he noted the fact that it was Anton Scalia who gave it great popularity, and a lot of people followed Scalia because he was cerebral, jocular, fun to be with. He spoke to a luncheon of Democratic senators that I was able to attend. But when it came down to it, his views of the law were pretty strict and pretty rigid, pursuing this idea that, for example, under this view, the First Amendment means the same thing as when it was adopted in 1791. 14th Amendment means the same thing as it was ratified in 1868. It turns out that the circumstances in all of those cases have changed so dramatically in America. Judge Amy Coney Barrett argued she's an originalist. She would be joining that other originalist on the court, Clarence Thomas, with her legal thinking. And that gives me pause and concern when it comes to what she's bringing to the court. A head full of law for sure, but an approach to it that I think is oppose. It is a way to argue against change and evolution in America that is inevitable and, in fact, necessary. Professor Chemerinsky says, in fact, under the original public meaning of the Constitution, it would be unconstitutional to elect a woman as president or vice president until the Constitution's amendment, because Article 2 refers to them with the pronoun he. When you get stuck with the language in the original Constitution in the extreme, you find yourself reaching conclusions that are not in the best interest or consistent with American mores or values today. So, Mr. President, this is more than just another nomination to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court. It comes at a moment in time when we should be focusing on the deadly pandemic facing America. We should have spent 5 straight days coming up with a COVID relief bill for the millions of Americans desperate for help today and desperate for peace of mind when it comes to this public health tragedy which we're facing. It is a nomination which comes before us when the rules of the Senate and the rules of the Senate Judiciary Committee are being twisted and turned to create a political opportunity for Senator McConnell and his side of the aisle. And sadly, it is a moment in time when a nominee for the Supreme Court wants to bring to us a political way of thinking, a legal way of thinking, I should say, a legal way of thinking, which I believe is inconsistent with progress in this country when it comes to human rights and civil rights. Under originalist theory, we may never have had Brown versus Board of Education and the other cases I mentioned. What a loss for this great nation. That's not what we need on the court. We need people on the court who are realists, who will look at the law and the Constitution in real terms and not ideological terms. And the notion that this justice is being hurried before us in the hopes that she will eliminate the Affordable Care Act in the midst of a pandemic certainly is worth noting. It's one of the reasons, one of many of the reasons, that I'll be voting no on Amy Coney Barrett with her nomination to the Supreme Court, and I yield the floor.
Carolina.
Thank you. As chairman of the Judiciary Committee, it's my honor to speak on the floor about this nomination, which I think is historic in many fashions, all positive from my point of view. We have on before the committee the nomination of Judge Barrett, who currently sits on the 7th Judicial Circuit. She is one of the most impressive people I've ever met. 2 days of hearings, answering every question thrown to her with grace and judicial demeanor, I think, should be the gold standard for every other nominee. But I want to thank my staff, Lee Holmes, the director. Lee's done such a great job of, the Judiciary Committee has done a lot of things, some contentious, some not, but I want to thank Lee for shepherding this nomination and the fine work he's done. Mike Fragozio, Mike, I got your first name right anyway, just outstanding. You've done a terrific job. The permanent nominations unit for the Judiciary Committee includes Laura Miller, Raja Churchill, Tim Rodriguez, Watson Horner, Akil, Ragasekar, don't want to butcher your name. All have worked incredibly hard for 135 Article III judges, not just this one. In addition, Lucas Croslow joined my staff to lead the team of special counsels assisting with the Barrett nomination that included Sid D-A-D-H-I-C-H, Jay Favell, Abby Holstein, Eric Palmer, Robert Smith. They went through the entire record presented by Judge Barrett to make sure we would be prepared for the confirmation process. Law clerks Matt Simpson, Emily Hall, Megan Karen, and Peter Singal. I'd like to thank the Judiciary Committee's press secretary, Taylor Reed, did a great job, Taylor, along with George Hartzman, as well as by our Deputy Staff Director, Joe Keeley. Bottom line, all of them worked really hard. You made history. You should be proud. You can tell your grandkids about all this. Well done. To my Democratic colleagues, I know you didn't like what we did, but I do appreciate the way you conducted yourself in the hearing. It wasn't a circus. I think you challenged the judge appropriately during her time. We had 4 days of hearings. We heard from a variety of people about Judge Barrett. In terms of the process, it was well within what we've done in the past. Every Judiciary Committee markup regarding a Supreme Court justice, we've done the same thing. First day is opening statements, 2 days of questions, and the final day input from outside groups, and that's what we're able to do here. So she went through the process like every other nominee since I've been here. But let me just say this to my Democratic colleagues. It's not about the process. You find ways to make sure that most of you can't vote for anybody we nominate. And it really does break my heart. Robert, 78-22. That was sort of the norm. I think Alito got 96 and Ginsburg got 97. Maybe I got the numbers right. I can't remember who got what, but one got 96, one got 97. Used not to be this way, Senator Sullivan. Used to be different. We looked at the qualifications, said, okay, you're good to go. You're a person of integrity. You're smart. You're well-rounded. You're knowledgeable in the law. You may have a different philosophy than I have, but we understand elections matter. And everybody accepted the election outcome. Those days are over. Absolutely, completely over, destroyed. There's nobody any Republican president can ever nominate, I think, is not going to face a hard time. That's too bad. That's the way it is. Alito, 58-42. Judge Alito, well known on our side of the aisle, the kind of person you'd be looking at to promote to the Supreme Court. When President Bush nominated him well within the mainstream. Roberts, Alito, well known in the conservative world of being very bright Court of Appeals judges that any Republican president would be looking at to put on the court if they ever had an opportunity. No difference between Alito and Roberts, but Alito went through hell, but he made it and he got 58 votes. So then along comes President Obama. He gets 2 picks, Sotomayor, 68 votes to 31. I think she deserved more, but 68 is pretty darn good. I was glad to vote for her. I saw that she was qualified. Then we had Elena Kagan, 63 votes. So you can see the trend here. Both of Obama nominees, 68-63. And I thought Elena Kagan was highly qualified. Different judicial philosophy. She was a dean of law school at Harvard, but worked for the Solicitor General's office. Both of them have been with the liberal side of the court most every case, but not all. I'm not surprised with the way they've decided cases. I think they're tremendously well qualified. Women should be sitting on the court. That's exactly who you would expect a Democrat president to pick, Sotomayor and Kagan. So now we come back. Trump wins. Nobody thought he would win, including me. I voted for somebody in 2016. I wouldn't know if he walked through the door. Evan McMullen. I think I met him once. I had my challenge for President Trump during the 2016 primary. He beat me like a drum. I accepted my defeat. I've been trying to help him ever since, and I think he's done a really good job of sending to the Senate highly qualified judges. He's gotten input from a lot of different people. The Federalist Society, you name it, a lot of different people. Gorsuch and Kavanaugh have one thing in common. They were in my top 3 recommendations. Any Republican president looking to nominate somebody to the Supreme Court would be looking at Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. These are not exotic picks. They're in the mold of Sotomayor and Kagan in terms of qualifications. So what happened? Gorsuch was the first attempt at a partisan filibuster. We had 3 votes to get 60, and we couldn't, so we changed the rules for the Supreme Court like they changed the rules in 2013 for the District Court and Court of Appeals. If we had not, Gorsuch wouldn't be on the court, and to say he's not qualified is a joke, is an insult to him, and says more about you than it does Judge Gorsuch. If you can't see he's qualified, you're blinded by your hatred of Trump. So he made it, but we had to change the rules. Hated to do it, but had to do it because in any other time, Gorsuch would have gotten the same type votes as Roberts because he's just highly qualified. Then comes along Kavanaugh. Nothing about process there. There's no process argument. Right at the very end, the last day of the hearing, when we thought it was all over, you give us a letter that you'd had for weeks, an allegation against the judge. It'd been nice to share it with him so he could tell his side of the story, but you chose not to do that. You had it pre-cooked with the press outlets, and everything blew up. So all of us on the committee had to decide what to do. I sat down with Senator Flake and Senator Collins, and we felt like the allegations had to be heard. They're made. And I know a lot of people on our side thought it was unfair, dirty pool, but we had the opportunity to have the hearing. And the rest is history. It was high drama. All I can say that something happened to the person who accused Judge Kavanaugh, but I don't believe Judge Kavanaugh had anything to do with it. This was a party in high school. Dr. Ford couldn't remember where it was, who was there. The people that were said to be there said they don't remember anything like it happened. Judge Kavanaugh hasn't lived a life like being described. He was accused by 4 or 5 people. 3 of them actually made it up. I hope some of them go to jail for lying to the committee and the country. And they were trying to make him a rapist and a drugging women in high school. And what was his annual all about? It was the most sickening episode in my time in the Senate. They were hell-bent on destroying this guy's life based on a bunch of manufactured lies and evidence that wouldn't get you out of the batter's box in any court of law in the land. And here we are. 50 to 48. And what I saw there was a turning point for me. We cannot continue to do this. You're going to drive good people away, and I'm hoping that the Barrett hearings, which were far more civil, far more traditional, will be a turning point. Because I don't know who the next president will be, but there'll be an opening, I'm sure, in the court. I'm hoping that the next hearing is more like Barrett and less like Kavanaugh, no matter who wins. Now, Barrett, I understand the concern about the process. This is the latest we've ever confirmed somebody. You've heard all the arguments about when the presidents of one party and the senates of a different party. You've had one confirmation in 100-something years that most of the time when the presidents of the same party as the Senate, they go through. I understand. The bottom line is we gave her the same type hearing that Alito, Sotomayor, Kagan, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh had. My Democratic colleagues showed up at the hearing. They participated. They pushed her hard, but I don't think they went across the line. They decided not to show up to markup. I hate that, but that's the way it is. I would like to spend a few minutes talking about the person who's going on the court in about an hour. If you're looking for somebody that a Republican would be picking, regardless of the process, it would be Judge Barrett. She would be on anybody's list. And I listened to Senator Durbin, who is a good friend, and we'll work on whatever comes our way after the election. I find that he's somebody you can work on hard things like immigration with, but his description of Judge Barrett simply doesn't pass scrutiny. I'm trying to make a character of this person that doesn't exist. There's nothing exotic about Judge Barrett. She's very mainstream in our world. All I can say is that after 2 days of hearings, the American people, by 51%, which is pretty hard to figure in this country, you get 51% agreement on anything, felt like she should be going on the court. So here's what Dean O'Hara said, Dean of Notre Dame Law School, who hired Amy Barrett to be a professor at Notre Dame. I have only communicated with this august committee on 2 occasions. The first was 10 years ago when I wrote a strong letter in support of now Justice Elena Kagan, whose term as Dean of Harvard Law School overlapped with my own. The second is today, introducing and endorsing Amy Coney Barrett in equally strong terms. Some might find these recommendations to be in juxtaposition, but I find them entirely consistent. And to anybody wondering about Judge Barrett, I would highly recommend that you look at the ABA's recommendations and the process they used to find her well qualified. Not one person uttered a negative word about her character, according to the ABA. Someone said to the ABA, the myth is real. She is a staggering academic mind. She is incredibly honest and forthright. She's exactly who you think she is. Nothing about her is fake. She is good, she's decent, she's selfless, she's sincere. She's an exemplary of a living and integrated life. The Standing Committee would have been hard-pressed to come up with any conclusion other than that Judge Barrett has demonstrated professional competence that is exceptional. Then they had a committee to look at her writings, all of her writings. They accepted input from 944 people that she's interacted in her professional life, not one negative comment. So forget about what politicians say about Judge Barrett. Forget about what people who don't recognize President Trump as being a legitimate president say about Judge Barrett. Forget about what I say if you want to. Look at what people who work with her said that are in the law business, that know her individually, have worked with her as a judge, as a professor, and they conclude without any doubt she is one of the most gifted people to ever be nominated to the Supreme Court. There's nothing exotic about Judge Barrett. She's going on to the court in about an hour. That's exactly where she needs to be. She's the type person who's lived a life worthy of being nominated. She's the type person that's worthy of receiving a large vote in the Senate, but she won't get it. She's not going to get one Democratic vote.
and you're right off the process if you want to. That's fine. But what about the others? All I can say is that we're going to have an election here in about a week, and whatever happens, I'm going to acknowledge the winner when it's all said and done. It may go to the Supreme Court, I don't know, but there'll be a day that we know who won. And I'm going to accept those results, and I'm going to do with the next president what I've tried to do with this one and every other one. Try to find a way forward on things that are hard, keep the country moving forward. So to the majority leader and the minority leader, it's a tough place around here now. This too shall pass. But this is about Judge Barrett. This is about her time, her moment. She's done everything you would expect of her. She's exceeded every challenge put in her way. She's impressed everybody she's worked with. She has impressed the country. She's going onto the court because that's where she deserves to be. As to us in the Senate, maybe down the road we can get back to the way we used to be. I don't know, but I do know this. There's nothing exotic about Judge Barrett. She's as mainstream as it gets from our side of the aisle. And when it comes to people outside of politics looking at her, it was universal, highly qualified, highly competent, ready to serve this country as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. And my last thought, it's hard to be a conservative person of color. That is a very difficult road to hoe in a modern American politics. My good friend Tim Scott is a great voice of conservatism. And Tim, a lot of things said about Tim, it's said about nobody else on our side of the aisle. And he's tough, he can handle it. Same for conservative women. Judge Barrett did not abandon her faith. She embraces it, but she said, I embrace my faith, but as a judge, it will not be the rule of Amy. It will be the rule of law. It will be the facts. It will be the law, an outcome dictated by the law, not by anything I personally believe. But I will say this, for the young conservative women out there who are pro-life and embrace your faith, there's a seat at the table for you. This is historic. This nomination is different. This is a breakthrough for conservative young women. And I was honored to be the chairman of the committee that reported out Judge Barrett to the floor of the Senate. And I'm going to be honored to cast my vote to put her on the Supreme Court exactly where she deserves to be. I yield.
Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Today, Monday, October 26, 2020, will go down as one of the darkest days in the 231-year history of the United States Senate. Let the record show that tonight, the Republican Senate majority decided to thwart the will of the people and confirm a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court in the middle of a presidential election after more than 60 million Americans have voted. Let the record show that tonight, the Republican majority will break 231 years of precedent and become the first majority to confirm a Supreme Court justice this close to Election Day. And let the record show that tonight, the Republican majority will make a mockery of its own stated principle that the American people deserve a voice in the selection of Supreme Court justices, completing the partisan theft of 2 seats on the Supreme Court using completely contradictory rationales. And let the record show that the American people, their lives and rights and freedoms, will suffer the consequences of this nomination for a generation. This entire debate can be summed up in 3 lies propagated by the Republican majority and one great, terrible truth. The first lie is that the Republican majority is being consistent in following its own standard. What rubbish. After refusing a Democratic nominee to the Supreme Court because an election was 8 months away, they will confirm a Republican nominee before an election that is 8 days away. What's Leader McConnell's excuse? He claims that the principle of not confirming justices in presidential years only applies when there's divided government. But this is what Leader McConnell said after Justice Scalia died. The American people should have a voice in the selection of their next Supreme Court justice. That's all he said. He didn't say that the American people should have a voice, but only when there's divided government. No, the last bit is ex post facto. If this were really about divided government all along, Republican senators would not have promised on the record to follow their own standard if the situation was reversed. I want you to use my words against me, said the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. If there's a Republican president in 2016 and a vacancy occurs in the last year of the first term, you can say Lindsey Graham said, let the next president, whoever it might be, make that nomination. So the claim by the leader that this is consistent with their own principle, please. Rather than accept the consequences of its own words and deeds, the Republican majority is lighting its credibility on fire. This hypocritical 180-degree turn is spectacularly obvious to the American people. The second lie is that the Republican majority is justified because of Democratic actions on judicial nominations in the past. The Republican leader claims that his majority's actions are justified by all the bad things Democrats did years ago. He claims that every escalation of significance in judicial debates was made by Democrats. But in his tortured, convoluted history lesson, Leader McConnell left out a whole bunch of chapters. He omitted that Republicans bottled up more than 60 judicial nominees by President Clinton, refusing them even a hearing. He made no reference to the decision by Republican senators to hold open 14 appellate court seats in the 1990s so that a Republican president could fill them. Instead, a tactic Republicans would revisit under President Obama when Republicans used partisan filibusters to block his nominees to the D.C. Circuit. At the time, Republican senators, including my colleague from Kentucky, amazingly accused President Obama of trying to pack the court by the mere act of nominating judges to vacancies of the Second Circuit. What a hypocritical double standard, which appears to be endemic in Leader McConnell's recounting of history. And on top of it all, the leader has asked the Senate to play a blame game that dates all the way back to 1987, pointing to a 3-minute speech by Senator Kennedy about Robert Bork as the original sin in the judicial wars. Seriously, that's what he said. Because one Democrat gave one 3-minute speech that Republicans didn't like, Leader McConnell can steamroll the minority to confirm a justice in the middle of election. Imagine trying to explain to someone, sorry, I have to burn down your house because of something one of your friends said about one of my friends 33 years ago. That's how absurd and obnoxious this game has gotten. That's how unjustifiable the majority's actions are, how flimsy their excuses have become. The leader's final argument boils down to, but you started it, a declaration you'd sooner hear in the schoolyard than on the floor of the United States Senate. And the third, and perhaps the greatest lie, is that the Republican majority is confirming Judge Barrett solely on the basis of her qualifications, not based on her views on the issues. My colleagues insist that Judge Barrett should be confirmed on her credentials alone. That's all they talk about. They don't talk about her views on the issues. Only qualifications. Well, this canard is about as apparent as a glass door. Everyone can see right through it. What's the real reason Republicans are so desperate to rush Judge Barrett onto the Supreme Court? Of course it's not because of her qualifications. If my Republican friends truly believed that the only thing that mattered about a judicial candidate is their qualifications, then Merrick Garland would be sitting on the Supreme Court right now. If the Republican leader truly believed that judicial appointments were about qualifications, and qualifications alone, Judge Garland would be Justice Garland right now. Judge Garland was among the most qualified candidates ever to be nominated to the Supreme Court. No Republican senator has disputed that. But they didn't want Judge Garland on the bench. They do want Judge Barrett. They subjected Judge Garland to an unprecedented partisan blockade. But they're erecting a monument to hypocrisy to rush Judge Barrett onto the bench. Why? It's not because she's more qualified than Judge Garland was. What's the difference between Barrett and Garland? The difference is not qualifications, but views. We know that. We all know that. Health care, a woman's rights, a woman's right to choose, gun safety, you name it. It's not because the far right wants Judge Barrett's views on the court, but it's because the far right wants Judge Barrett's views on the court, but not Judge Garland's. The truth is, this nomination is part of a decades-long effort to tilt the judiciary to the far right, to accomplish through the courts what the radical right and their allies, Senate Republicans, could never accomplish through Congress. Senate Republicans failed to repeal the Affordable Care Act, so President Trump and Republican attorneys general are suing to eliminate the law in court. Republicans would never dare to attempt to repeal Roe v. Wade in Congress, so they pass onerous laws in state legislatures that they control to drive that right to the point of near extinction and then provoke the Supreme Court to review Roe v. Wade. The far right has never held a majority on the court to limit Roe v. Wade or Griswold, but if Judge Barrett becomes Justice Barrett, it very well might. And if you're looking for some hard numbers to prove that the political right considers ideology and not just qualifications, consider this. Under Justice Roberts, there have been 80 cases, 80, decided by a 5-4 majority, in which the 5 justices nominated by Republican presidents came down on one side, and the 4 justices nominated by Democratic presidents came down on the other. 80 cases, exactly the same majority, calling balls and strikes, and in an amazing coincidence, all the Republican nominated justices think it's a strike, and all the Democratic ones think it's a ball, or vice versa. It would be the most remarkable coincidence in the history of mathematics if 9 justices, simply calling balls and strikes, exhibited the same split in the exact same configuration 80 times. We all know what the game is here, so stop pretending. Stop pretending there aren't entire organizations dedicated to advancing far-right judges. Stop pretending that the political right doesn't spend millions of dollars to prop up the far-right Federalist Society and support certain judicial candidates because they only want qualified judges. No, they want to systematically and permanently tilt the courts to the far right. So does Judge Barrett have views on legal issues? You bet she does. And that brings me to the one great and terrible truth about this nomination. The American people will suffer the consequences of Judge Barrett's far-right, out-of-the-mainstream views for generations. Judge Barrett came before the Judiciary Committee and refused to answer nearly any question of substance. That's the new game at the hearings. She would not answer questions about health care. She would not say whether voter intimidation is illegal. She would not say if she thought Medicare and Social Security were constitutional. She could not even offer platitudes in responses to questions about the peaceful transfer of power, and refused to say if climate change was real. It's not because Judge Barrett isn't allowed to answer these questions. It's because she knows how unfavorable her views on the issues might sound to the American people. But the thing is, we do know how Judge Barrett thinks. She views certain rights, like the right to privacy, through a pinhole. She was closely affiliated with organizations who advocated the outright repeal of Roe v. Wade. But she views other rights, like the right to keep and bear arms, as almost infinitely expansive. She once authored a dissent arguing the federal government does not have the authority to ban all felons from owning guns. Only a few hours ago, the Republican senator from Missouri proudly declared from the Senate floor that Judge Barrett is the most openly pro-life judicial nominee to the Supreme Court in his lifetime. Quote, "This is an individual," he said of Judge Barrett, "who has been open in her criticism of that illegitimate decision, Roe v. Wade." He was being more honest than most of the talk around here, which says it's only about qualifications. Judge Barrett has proudly fashioned herself in the mold of her mentor, Justice Scalia, who before his death appeared set to declare union fees to be unconstitutional, driving a stake into the heart of the American labor movement. While American workers break their back to make ends meet and earn ever less of ever-growing corporate profits, what might Justice Scalia's former clerk portend for the future of labor rights? What about voting rights? Judge Barrett has suggested that certain rights are civic rights, including voting rights, and can be restrained by the government. But other rights, like the right to keep and bear arms, are individual rights that cannot be subject to even the most common sense restrictions. And of course, what about health care? Judge Barrett has argued that Justice Roberts got it wrong when he upheld the Affordable Care Act. She said that if Justice Roberts read the statute properly, the Supreme Court would have had to invalidate, her words, the law. That's the same thing, by the way, that Donald Trump said about Justice Roberts and the ACA. That's the great and terrible truth about this nomination. Judge Barrett holds far-right views well outside the American mainstream, and those views matter to the vast majority of Americans. They matter to women facing the hardest decision of their lives. They matter to LGBTQ Americans like my daughter, who only 5 years ago won the legal right to marry who she loves and could lose it just as fast. They matter to little girls like 7-year-old Penny Feynman from West Hempstead, Long Island, born with a neurological disorder, bound to a wheelchair, attached to a feeding tube, who is alive today, because of the Affordable Care Act. We're talking about the rights and freedoms of the American people, their right to affordable health care, to make private medical decisions with their doctors, to join a union, to vote without impediment, to marry who they love and not be fired because of who they are. Judge Amy Coney Barrett will decide whether all those rights will be sustained or be curtailed for generations. And based on her views on the issues, not on her qualifications, but her views on the issues, Judge Barrett puts every single one of those fundamental rights, American rights, at risk. So I want to be clear with the American people. The Senate majority this Republican Senate majority is breaking faith with you, doing the exact opposite of what it promised 4 years ago, because they wish to cement a majority on the Supreme Court that threatens your fundamental rights. And I want to be very clear with my Republican colleagues. You may win this vote, and Amy Coney Barrett may become the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. But you will never, never get your credibility back. And the next time the American people give Democrats a majority in this chamber, you will have forfeited the right to tell us how to run that majority. You may win this vote, but in the process, you will speed the precipitous decline of faith in our institution, our politics, the Senate, and the Supreme Court. You will give an already divided and angry nation a fresh outrage and open a wound in this chamber that will take a very long time to heal. You walk a perilous road. I know that you think that this will eventually blow over, but you're wrong. The American people will never forget this blatant act of bad faith. They will never forget your complete disregard for their voices, for the people standing online right now and voting their choice, not your choice. They will never forget the lack of consistency, honor, decency, fairness, and principle. They will never forget the rights that are limited, constrained, or taken away by a far-right majority on the Supreme Court. And history will record that by brute political force, in contradiction to its stated principles, this Republican majority confirmed a lifetime appointment on the eve of an election. A justice who will alter the lives and freedoms of the American people while they stood in line to vote. Leader McConnell has lectured the Senate before on consequences of a majority's action. You'll regret this, he told Democrats once, and you may regret this a lot sooner than you think. Listen to those words. You'll regret this, and you may regret it a lot sooner than you think. I would change just one word. My colleagues may regret this for a lot longer than they think. Here, at this late hour, at the end of this sordid chapter in the history of the Senate, the history of the Supreme Court, my deepest and greatest sadness is for the American people. Generations yet unborn will suffer the consequences of this nomination. As the globe gets warmer, as workers continue to fall behind, as unlimited dark money floods our politics, as reactionary state legislatures curtail a woman's right to choose, gerrymander districts, and limit the rights of minorities to vote, my deepest, greatest, and most abiding sadness tonight is for the American people and what this nomination will mean for their lives, their freedoms, their fundamental rights. Monday, October 26th, 2020, it will go down as one of the darkest days in the 231-year history of the United States Senate. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I think my remarks may encroach somewhat on the time previously set for beginning the vote. I ask consent that I be allowed to finish.
Without objection.
Well, this evening, the Senate will render one of the most consequential judgments it can ever deliver. We will approve a lifetime appointment to our nation's highest court. Since the ink dried on the Constitution, only 114 men and women have been entrusted to uphold the separation of powers, protect people's rights, and dispense impartial justice on the Supreme Court. In a few minutes, Judge
Amy Coney Barrett of Indiana will join their ranks. This body has spent weeks studying the nominee's record. We've examined 15 years of scholarly writings, about 100 opinions from the Seventh Circuit, and testimonials from legal experts running the gamut from close colleagues to total strangers. There have been one-on-one meetings for every senator who wanted one, and a week of intensive hearings. All of it has pointed to one conclusion. This is one of the most brilliant, admired, and well-qualified nominees in our lifetime. Intellectually, Judge Barrett is an absolute all-star. She graduated #1 in her class at Notre Dame Law School. She clerked on the second highest federal court and the Supreme Court. Then she returned to her alma mater and became an award-winning academic. Judge Barrett's mastery of the Constitution gives her a firm grasp on the judicial role. She's pledged to apply the law as written, not as she wishes it were. Her testimony, her writings, and her reputation confirm a total and complete commitment to impartiality. And the nominee's personal integrity and strength of character are literally beyond reproach. She earned the highest rating from the left-leaning American Bar Association. They marveled at, quote, breadth, diversity, and strength of the positive feedback they received from judges and lawyers of all political persuasions. If confirmed, this daughter of Louisiana and Indiana will become the only current justice with a law degree from any school not named Harvard or Yale. Any school not named Harvard or Yale. She'll be the first mother of school-aged children to ever sit on the court. By every account, the Supreme Court is getting not just a talented lawyer, but a fantastic person. We've heard moving testimony from former students whom Judge Barrett went out of her way to help and to mentor. Her past clerks describe an exemplary boss. Her fellow scholars describe a winsome, respectful colleague who is tailor-made for the collaborative atmosphere of the court. By any objective standard, colleagues, Judge Barrett deserves to be confirmed to the Supreme Court. The American people agree. In just a few minutes, she'll be on the Supreme Court. 2 weeks ago, a CNN journalist made this observation that I found particularly interesting. Here's what he said. Let's be honest. In another political age, Judge Amy Coney Barrett would be getting 70 votes or more in the U.S. Senate because of her qualifications in a different era. Now, we know that's not going to happen. These are not the days when Justice Scalia was confirmed 98-0 and Justice Ginsburg was confirmed 96-3. And by the way, I voted for both Ginsburg and Breyer. Seems like a long time ago now. We spent a lot of energy in recent weeks debating this matter. I think we can all acknowledge that both sides in the Senate have sort of parallel oral histories about the last 30 or so years. Each side feels the other side struck first and struck worst, and has done more to electrify the atmosphere around here about confirmations. Now, predictably enough, I think our account is based on what actually happened, what actually occurred, factually accurate. I was there. I know what happened. I've laid it out earlier, and I'll talk about some of it again so the American people may understand how we got to where we are. It was the Senate Democrats, our colleagues over here, who amazingly enough don't seem to be on the floor at the moment, who spent the early 2000s boasting about their brand new strategy of filibustering qualified nominees from a Republican president. They were proud of it. They found a new way to halt the process, stop those crazy right-wing judges that Bush 43 was going to send up. They pioneered it because they knew what the precedent was at that point. At that point, as we discussed before, it just wasn't done. Oh, you could do it. You could, but you didn't. And the best evidence that you shouldn't do it was the Clarence Thomas nomination, confirmed 52 to 48. And all of us know that any one of us in this body has a lot of power to object. So if any one of the 100 senators at that time, including people who were virulently opposed to Justice Thomas, like Joe Biden and Ted Kennedy, could have made us get 60 votes and Clarence Thomas would not have been on the Supreme Court. That's how strong the tradition was until the Democratic leader led the effort in the early 2000s to establish the new standard. Well, after establishing a new standard, they got kind of weary of it, and in 2013, the so-called nuclear option was implemented because Republicans were holding President Obama's nominees to the same standard that they themselves had created. So when the shoe got on the other foot, they didn't like it too much. It was too tight. Senate Democrats, both in 1992 and 2007, helpfully volunteered how they would have dealt with a nominee like we did in 2016. The then chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Joe Biden, helpfully volunteered in 1992 when Bush 41 was running for re-election that had a vacancy occurred, they wouldn't fill it. There wasn't a vacancy, but he just helpfully volunteered how they would deal with it if they had one. If there's a vacancy, won't fill it. Well, to one-up him, Leader Harry Reid and his friend, now the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, said 18 months before the end of the Bush 43 period, if a vacancy on the Supreme Court occurred, they wouldn't fill it. That's a fact. What we're talking about here are the facts about how we got to where we are. I understand my Democratic friends seem to be terribly persuaded by their version of all of this. All I can tell you is I was there, I know what's happening, and my version is totally accurate. The truth is, on all of this, we owe the country a broader discussion. Competing claims about Senate customs cannot fully explain where we are. Procedural finger-pointing does not explain the torrent of outrage and threats which this nomination and many previous ones have provoked from the political left. There are deeper reasons why these loud voices insist it is a national crisis. You just heard it. It's a national crisis when a Republican president makes a nominee for the Supreme Court. Catastrophe looms right around the corner. The country would be fundamentally changed forever when a Republican president makes a Supreme Court nominee. They've hauled out the very same tactics for 50 years. 50 years. Some of the opposition is more intense, but the doomsday predictions about the outcome of nominating these extremists like John Paul Stevens, David Souter, how many in the country was hanging in the balance? Really? Well, somehow everyone knows in advance that nominations like Bork, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett are certain to whip up national frenzies, while nominations like Ginsburg, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan are just calm events by comparison. This glaring asymmetry predates our recent disputes. And it comes, my colleagues, from a fundamental disagreement on the role of a judge in our republic. We just have a fundamental difference of opinion. We just heard the Democratic leader name all of these things that are threatened by this nominee. Sound very similar to the tunes we've heard before. Well, we, like many Americans, want judges to fulfill the limited role the Constitution assigns to them. Stick to text, resolve cases impartially, and leave policymaking to the people and their representatives, which is what we do here. We just spent 4 years confirming brilliant, qualified constitutionalists to the Supreme Court and lower courts who understand their roles. 53 circuit judges, over 200 judges in total, and we're about to confirm the third Supreme Court justice. What they all have in common: brilliant, smart, and know what a judge is supposed to be. But the left thinks the framers of our country got this all wrong. They botched the job. The people who wrote the Constitution didn't understand what a judge ought to be. Several Senate Democrats have reaffirmed in recent days during this discussion. They actually find it quaint or naive to think the judge would simply follow the law. Quaint or naive. Scalia used to say, if you want to make policy, why don't you run for office? That's not what we do here. Gorsuch said we don't wear red robes or blue robes, we wear black robes. What they want is activist judges. They've made it quite clear. The Democratic leader just a few minutes ago had made it quite clear. So what they're looking for here is a small panel of lawyers with elite educations to reason backward from outcomes and enlighten all the rest of us. Enlighten all the rest of us with their moral and political judgment. Whether the Constitution speaks to the issue or not. They know best what's for us. No matter what the Constitution or the law may say. And, you know, for the last several decades, in many cases, that's what they've gotten. One activist decision after another, giving the subjective preferences of one side the force of law. Across a variety of social, moral, and policy matters, like a healthy society would leave to democratic debate, the personal opinion of judges have superseded the will of the people. Now, they call that a success, and they want more of it. President Obama actually was refreshingly honest about this. He said he wanted to appoint judges who had empathy. Well, think about that for a minute, colleagues. What if you're the litigant before the judge for whom the judge does not have empathy? you're in tough shape. You're in tough shape. So you give them credit for being pretty honest about this. That's what they're looking for. The smartest leftish people they can put to make all the decisions for the rest of us, rather than leaving it to the messy democratic process to sort these things out the way the framers intended. And that is why, it's clearly why we have taken on such an outsized, combative atmosphere with regard to these confirmations. That's why they've become so contentious. Because they want to control not only the legislative body, but the judicial decisions as well. Let me just say this, there's nothing innate about legal training that equips people to be moral philosophers. There's just nothing inherent in legal training that equips people to be moral philosophers. And incidentally, as I just said, that's why these confirmations have taken on such an outsized, unhealthy significance. The remarks we just heard from across the aisle show exactly why the framers wanted to stop the courts from becoming clumsy, indirect battlefields for subjective debates that belong in this chamber and over in the House and in state legislatures around the country. The left does not rage and panic at every constitutional judge because they will simply enact our party's policy preferences. Any number of recent rulings make that very clear. The problem that every judicial seat occupied by a constitutionalist is one fewer opportunity for the left to go on offense. For the left to go on offense. At the end of the day, this is a valid debate. The difference of opinion on the judicial role is something the Senate and our system are built to handle. But there's something else, colleagues, our system cannot bear. As you've heard tonight, we now have one political faction essentially claiming they now see legitimate defeat as an oxymoron. They now see legitimate defeat as an oxymoron. Our colleagues cannot point to a single Senate rule that's been broken, not one. They made one false claim about committee procedure, which the parliamentarian dismissed. The process comports entirely with the Constitution. We don't have any doubt, do we, that if the shoe was on the other foot, they'd be confirming this nominee. And have no doubt, if the shoe was on the other foot in 2016, they'd have done the same thing. Why? Because they had the elections that made those decisions possible. The reason we were able to make the decision we did in 2016 is because we had become the majority in 2014. The reason we were able to do what we did in 2016, 2018, and 2020 is because we had the majority. No rules were broken whatsoever. So all of these outlandish claims are utterly absurd. And the louder they scream, the more inaccurate they are. You can always tell that. Just check the decibel level on the other side. The higher it goes up, the less accurate they are. Our Democratic colleagues keep repeating the word illegitimate, as if repetition would make it true. If you just say it often enough, does it make it true? I don't think so. We're a constitutional republic. Legitimacy does not flow from their feelings. You know? Legitimacy is not the result of how they feel about it. You know, you can't win them all, and elections have consequences. And what this administration and this Republican Senate has done is exercise the power that was given to us by the American people in a manner that is entirely within the rules of the Senate and the Constitution of the United States. Irony, indeed. Think about how many times our Democratic friends have said, been berating President Trump for allegedly refusing to accept legitimate outcomes he does not like. How many times have we heard that? President Trump won't accept outcomes he does not like. Well, they're flunking that very test right before our eyes. That's their problem. They don't like the outcome. Well, the reason this outcome came about is because we had a series of successful elections. One of our two major political parties increasingly claims that any political system that deals them a setback is somehow illegitimate. And this started actually long before this vacancy, as we all know. 1 year ago, Senate Democrats sent the court, directly, an amicus brief that read like a note from a gangster film. They wrote, "The Supreme Court is not well." In their amicus brief, the Supreme Court is not well. Perhaps the court can heal itself before the public demands it be restructured. In March of this year, the Democratic leader stood outside the court, went over in front of the court, and threatened multiple justices by name. Here's what he said: "You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. You will pay the price." That's the Democratic leader of the Senate in front of the Supreme Court, mentioning justices by name, and in effect saying, if you rule the wrong way, bad things are going to happen. For multiple years now, Democrats in this body and on the presidential campaign stump have sought to revive the discredited concept of court packing. Every high school student in America learns about Franklin Roosevelt's unprincipled assault on judicial independence. So now they're thinking about repeating it. Former Vice President Biden, who spent decades condemning the idea here in the Senate, obediently says he'll look into it. Most importantly, the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg said last year, when asked about this, she said 9 is the right number. That's the vacancy we're filling right now. I don't think any of them have quoted her on this issue lately, have you? Ruth Bader Ginsburg said 9 is the right number. These latest threats follow decades of subtler attempts to take independent judges and essentially put them on political probation. If you don't rule the way I want, something dire might happen. How many consecutive nominees have Democrats and the media insisted would, quote, tip the balance of the court? How often do we hear that? Tip the balance of the court. Has anyone tallied up how many hard right turns the courts have supposedly taken in our lifetimes? All this ominous talk is a transparent attempt to apply improper pressure to impartial judges. Rule how we want, or we're coming after the court. Rule how we want, or we're coming after the court. Vote how we want, or we'll destroy the Senate by adding new states. These have been the Democratic demands This is not about separation of powers. It's a hostage situation. A hostage situation. Elections come and go. Political power is never permanent, but the consequences could be cataclysmic if our colleagues across the aisle let partisan passions boil over and scorch the ground rules of our government. The framers built the Senate to be the nation's firewall. Over and over, this institution, our institution, has stood up to stop recklessness that could have damaged our country forever. So tonight, colleagues, we're called on to do that again. Tonight, we can place a woman of unparalleled ability and temperament on the Supreme Court. We can take another historic step toward a judiciary that fulfills its role with excellence, but does not grasp after power that our constitutional system intentionally assigns somewhere else. And we can stand loud and clear that the United States Senate does not bow to intemperate threats. Voting to confirm this nominee should make every single senator proud. So I urge my colleagues to do just that.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Present. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Present.
A quorum is present. Can I read? All post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett of Indiana to be Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. A senator. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mrs. Capito. No. Mr. Cardin. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Cassidy. No. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Daines. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Gardner. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. No. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell. Ms. McSally. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Enzi, Ernst, Fisher, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Leffler, McConnell, McSally, Moran, Murkowski, Hall, Perdue, Portman, Risch, Roberts, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Harris, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, no.
Senate will come to order. Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change their vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 48. The nomination of Amy Coney Barrett of Indiana to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States is confirmed.